Hello and welcome to the 2021 University of Iowa Homerathon. This is a marvelous annual tradition in so many different ways. It's a celebration of the liberal arts and the ancient classical literature. It reflects the original way such works were encountered in the ancient world through the oral tradition. And then it's a tremendous public engagement event, bringing the learning and inspiration of our classics department with the community at large together. Now, I'd like to thank the sponsors and organizers of this event. Eta Sigma Phi, the Classics Undergraduate Honor Society has done an incredible amount of work to get us here today, as well as the Department of Classics, which is one of the four original departments established when the University of Iowa was founded in 1847. Now, this year's virtual reading of Homer's The Iliad is obviously a very different event than the way we normally do it. Normally, we're standing out on the Ann Cleary walkway and huddling up in the middle of the night and cold. This year, we're all on these devices. But I think you'll find the benefits of this great event will remain the same. By hearing these classical stories, we learn what it means to be human, which after all is the ultimate goal of the humanities and the liberal arts. The mission of the Homerathon is to encourage the campus and greater community to experience together these works as originally intended, by hearing them recited out loud, and then by experiencing with our colleagues. Since Homer's works touch us all, we're pleased that so many members of our greater campus, as well as Iowa City, are joining us, either as readers or audience members. Welcome and thank you. And thank you once again to the Department of Classics for all they do for our students, as well as for our community and for this great university. Thank you as well to the students of Eta Sigma Phi for the talent and time bringing this all together. It hasn't been easy. We really appreciate it. And thanks to all of you from across campus and throughout the community who are joining us to bring Homer's great epic to life. And now, if you'll put up with my sloppy at times pronunciation, I'd be glad to read to you from page 1 of the Iliad. Wrath, goddess, sing of Achilles, Peleus' son's calamitous wrath, which hit the Achaeans with countless ills. Many of the valiant souls it saw off down to Hades, souls of heroes, themselves left as carrion for dogs and all birds of prey. And the plan of Zeus was fulfilled. From the first moment those two men parted in fury, Atreus' son, king of men, and the godlike Achilles. Which of the gods was it brought them into contention? Letos and Zeus' son, for he, enraged by the king, spread a foul plague throughout the army, and the men were dying, all because Chryses, his priest, had been dishonored by Atreus' son. Chryses came to the Achaean swift ships to win his daughter's release, bringing ransom past counting. In his hands the laurel wreaths of the deadly archer Apollo on a golden staff, and made his plea to all the Achaeans. But first to the two sons of Atreus, the host field marshals, he said, Atreus' sons, and you well-grieved Achaeans, may the gods who have their homes on Olympus grant you to sack Priam's city and win a safe homecoming. But release my dear daughter and accept the ransom I offer. Show respect for Zeus' son Apollo, the deadly archer. Then all the other Achaeans spoke up in agreement to respect the priest, to accept his splendid ransom. Yet Atreus' son, Agamemnon, angry heart remained untouched.
Brusquely, he turned him away with words of harsh dismissal. Don't let me find you still here, old man, by the hollow ships, either loitering now or making your way back later, lest your staff and the god's wreath afford you no protection. Her I shall not release. No, sooner will old age reach her in our house, in Argos, far away from her native country, working to and fro at the loom and sharing my bed. Do not provoke me if you want to depart in safety. So he spoke. The old man was scared and obeyed his words. Silent along the shore of the thunderous sea he went. But once well away, long and deeply the old man prayed to Apollo, his lord, the child of fair-haired Leto. Hear me, you of the silver bow, protector of Chryse and holy Killa, who rule with might over Tenedos, Smintheus, if ever for you I roofed a pleasing precinct, if ever I burned for you the fat, rich thigh bones of bulls or goats, now grant me this my desire. Use your arrows to make the Danaans pay for my tears. Thus he spoke in prayer, and Phoebus Apollo heard him. Down from the peaks of Olympus he hastened, enraged at heart, carrying on his shoulders his bow and lidded quiver, arrows rattling loud on his shoulders as in a rage he strode on his way. He came as nightfall comes. Away from the ships he sat and let an arrow fly, fearful the twang of his silver bow. To begin with, it was the mules he aimed at, and the swift dogs. But later he made the troops the targets of his sharp shafts, and struck. Day in, day out, the clustering corpse fires flared. 9 days throughout the army the god's shafts sped. On the 10th, Achilles summoned the troops to the place of assembly, for white-armed Hera, the goddess, had put this in his mind, since she pitied the Danaans as she saw them dying. So when they had gathered and were all assembled together, swift-footed Achilles stood up and spoke among them. Sons of Atreus, I think we shall now be driven into retreat and forced back home, even should we escape with our lives, if indeed war and plague together are to crush the Achaeans. Come then, let us find and question some priest or diviner, or even a reader of dreams, since a dream too is from Zeus, who might explain to us Phoebus Apollo's deep anger. Is it a missed vow that riles him, or some oxen not sacrificed? Maybe catching the savor of lambs and unblemished goats, he'll be willing to give us relief, call off this onslaught. This said, he sat down, and there next stood up among them Calchas, Thestor's son, of the seers by far the finest. He knew events present and future as well as from the past, and had brought the Achaeans' fleet safe to landfall by Ilion through the diviner's art he had from Phoebus Apollo. He, with friendly intent, now spoke before the assembly. Ah, Achilles, dear to Zeus, you bid me explain the reason for the wrath of my lord Apollo, the deadly archer. Then tell me. I shall. But you must agree and swear to be my willing protector with word and with hand, since I think I shall anger a man who holds powerful rule over the Argives, to whom the Achaeans owe allegiance. For a king has the upper hand when enraged by a commoner, since though he may swallow his wrath that day, yet he still nurses resentment thereafter in his heart of hearts until he fulfills it. Tell me then, will you protect me? Then swift-footed Achilles spoke to him thus in answer. Have no fear. Reveal any oracle that you know of. For by Apollo dear to Zeus, to whom you, Calchas, pray, when you make plain his oracles to the Danaans, no man, while I still live and have sight upon this earth, shall lay heavy hands on you beside the hollow ships of all the Danaans. Not even if it is Agamemnon, you mean, who claims to be far the noblest of all the Achaeans.
At this, the blameless diviner was emboldened and spoke out. It's for no mischief vow or rich sacrifice that he faults us. but because of the priest who Agamemnon dishonored, refusing to free his daughter, to accept ransom for her. Hence those griefs that the deadly archers inflicted and will inflict. No way will he free the Darnayans from this loathsome havoc until we give back to her father the quick-eyed girl, unbought, unransomed. And take to Chryse a rich, holy sacrifice. That is the only way we might appease and persuade him. This said, he sat down again. And there stood up among them Atreus' heroic son, wide-ruling Agamemnon, bitterly troubled, his black heart brimming over with rage, while his eyes had the semblance of blazing fire. Calchas he first addressed with a look of hatred. Prophet of doom, not once have you told me anything pleasing. What's always dear to your heart is to prophesy disaster. Nothing good have you ever foretold or brought to pass. Now here you come peddling your claims to the Darnanian assembly, alleging the deadly archer that has laid this grief upon them, because I was unwilling to accept a bounteous ransom for this girl, Chryse's daughter, since I'd rather keep her with me at home indeed. I prefer her to Clytemnestra, my wedded wife, whose equal she is in all ways, being as good-looking, as tall, as clever, as accomplished. Yet even so, I'll return her, if that should be best. I want to have my troops safe, not facing destruction. But you must find me a prize, at once. So I'm not the only Argive left priceless. That would not be seemly, for you see this, all of you, that my prize is going elsewhere. Then to him replied swift-footed Achilles, most glorious son of Atreus, of all men the most covetous, how can the great-hearted Achaeans produce you a prize? We know of no common stock of goods in store. What we took when we sacked the cities has been shared out, and to recall it now from the men would be most improper. You must give up this girl to the god, and we, the Achaeans, will repay you threefold, fourfold, if Zeus ever grants that we storm and sack the strong-walled citadel of Troy. Answering him, then Lord Agamemnon declared, fine warrior you may be, Achilles, godlike Achilles, but don't play tricks on me. You'll not outwit or persuade me. Do you plan to keep your own prize, but leave me sitting here without one? Since you tell me to give the girl back again, either I get a new prize from the great-hearted Achaeans, chosen to satisfy me, something of equal value, or if they give me nothing, I shall come in person and take your prize, or Aeneas's, or carry off that of Odysseus. And he'll have cause for resentment, the man I come to. These matters, though, we can deal with at a later time. For now, let us haul down a black ship to the bright sea and assemble a crew of oarsmen. Place oxen on board for sacrifice, together with Chryse's fair-cheeked daughter herself. Let one man, a consular, go as captain, Aeneas, or Idomeneus, or noble Odysseus, or you, son of Peleus, of all men the most fearsome, to make sacrifice for the appeasement of the deadly archer. Eyeing him angrily, swift-footed Achilles declared, you clothes horse for shamelessness, mind obsessed with profit, How could any Achaean be prompt to obey your orders to march to war, or with might face men in battle? I did not come here on account of Troy's spearmen. Why should I fight them? If no way have they ever wronged me, never have they driven off my cattle or my horses, never in rich soiled Pythia, the nurse of heroes, did they lay waste the harvest, since great distance lies between us shadowy mountains and echoing seas. But you, shameless hulk, we accompanied here for your pleasure, to win honor for Menelaus, for you, you dog-face, from the Trojans. But none of these things you heed or care for, and now you even threaten to rob me of the prize to get which I suffered much, and the Achaean sons gave to me. Never do I rate a prize to match yours when the Achaeans lay waste some populous citadel of the Trojans, though mine are the hands that bear the brunt of furious battle, and when the time comes for sharing, then your prize is by far the greater, while I, with some smaller thing, for my share trudge back to my ships, still combat weary. But now I'm returning to Pythia. That's better by far, going home with my curved vessels. I'm not minded to stay here without honor, amassing you wealth in plenty.
Then the Lord of Men, Agamemnon, made answer to him. Run away if your heart so bids you. Far be it from me to beg you to stay here for my sake. With me are many others who will treat me with honor. Zeus the counselor above all. Most hateful are you to me of Zeus's royal nurslings. Quarrels are what you love most, and wars and battles. The great strength of yours, I'd guess, was some god's gift. Take off homeward now with your ships and your comrades. Lord it over the Myrmidons. For you, I care nothing. I take no heed of your anger, and this is my threat to you. Since Chryseis is taken from me by Phoebus Apollo, her with a ship of my own and my own companions I shall send back. But the fair-cheeked Briseis, your prize, I'll come to your hut myself and take, that you may know well how much stronger I am than you, and that others may fear to address me as an equal, to confront me face to face. So he spoke, and pain seized Peleus's son. The heart in his shaggy breast was divided, torn this way and that. Should he draw the sharp sword from beside his thigh, break up the crowd and kill the son of Atreus, or swallow his bitter gall, restrain his passion? While he was debating this in mind and spirit, his great sword, half drawn from its scabbard, Athena came down from the heavens, dispatched by the white-armed goddess Hera, who loved and cared for them both alike in her heart. Standing behind him, she grasped Peleus's son's fair hair. Appearing to him alone, of the others no one saw her. And Achilles turned round in amazement, instantly recognized Pallas Athena, the terrible radiance of her eyes, and uttering winged words, he thus addressed her. Why have you come this time, child of Zeus the Aegis-bearer, to witness the arrogant gall of Atreus' son Agamemnon? For this I will tell you, and I think it will come about. Through his insolent conduct, he may well soon lose his life. To him then spoke in answer the goddess, gray-eyed Athena. I have come here to check your rage if you will listen to me. Down from high heaven, sent by the goddess white-armed Hera, who loves and cares for you both alike in her heart. Come now, leave off your strife and take your hand from your sword. Abuse him with words alone regarding what will happen. For thus I declare, and it will certainly come about, one day, 3 times as many fine gifts will be offered you on account of this insult. So restrain yourself and obey us. Then, in answer to her, swift-footed Achilles declared, Needs must, goddess, respect the words of you both, however angry at heart one may be. It is better so, and those who comply with the gods are listened to in return. With that, on the silver hilt he set his heavy hand, thrust the great sword back in its scabbard, nor disregarded Athena's words, but she already left for Olympus, home of Zeus of the Aegis, to rejoin the other gods. So, Peleus' son once again, with words of strong contempt, addressed the son of Atreus, his anger not yet ended. You wine-sodden wretch, dog-faced, dear-hearted, not once have you dared to arm yourself for battle with your troops, or joined in an ambush with the Achaean chieftains. Oh no, such things spell death to you. Better by far to range here through the broad camp of the Achaeans and take back the gifts of whoever speaks out against you, a king that feeds off his commons, who rules mere nonentities. Otherwise, son of Atreus, this new outrage would be your last. This, though, I will tell you, and swear a great oath besides. By this staff, which never again will put out leaves or shoots since the day it first left its tree stump in the mountains, nor will it flourish afresh, since the bronze has stripped it of leaves and bark. And now those sons of the Achaeans who render judgments, who safeguard the ordinances of Zeus, carry it in their hands. This will be my great oath for you. One day, the need for Achilles will hit the Achaeans' sons, every man jack of them. Then, for all your grief, you'll not be able to help them. When many at the hands of Hector, killer of men, fall dying, you'll eat out the heart within you, incensed that you failed to honor the best of the Achaeans.
So spoke the son of Peleus, then dashed to the ground the staff, studded with golden nails, and himself sat down. Across from him, Atreus' son still raged. Then Nestor, smooth phrase-maker, arose, the Pylians' lucid spokesman, a man from whose tongue the speech flowed sweeter than honey. In his lifetime, already 2 generations of mortals had passed away, those raised with him and their offspring in sacred Pylos, and now he was king over the 3rd. He, with friendly intent, now spoke before the assembly. Ah me, great grief indeed now besets the land of Achaia. Priam would surely rejoice, and the sons of Priam and all the rest of the Trojans would be happy at heart if they learned about this quarrel between the pair of you, who in council spurs all the Danaans, and in fighting. Now listen to me. You both are younger than I am. There was a time when I consorted with far better men than you, and they never wrote me off as a lightweight. Such men I have not seen since, nor shall see again, as Perithous, or Dryas, the shepherd of his people, or Cneus, or Exadios, or godlike Polyphemus, or Theseus, Aegisthus' son, an equal of the immortals. Strongest were these of all men nurtured by earth, strongest themselves, and fought against the strongest, the mountain-layered beast men, and fearsomely they destroyed them. I joined these men's company when I'd come from Pylos, a long trek from a distant land. It was they who invited me. Single-handed I fought, but against such men as these no mortal of those on earth today could do battle. They listened to my advice, were persuaded by my words. So do you both be persuaded? Persuasion is better. You, great men, though you are, do not take away his girl, but let her be, as the prize the Achaean sons first gave him. And you, son of Peleus, do not seek to challenge a king by main force, and it is no ordinary honor. That's the lot of sceptred king, to whom Zeus gives the glory. Strong though you are, with a goddess for your mother, yet this man is the greater, since he rules more subjects. Son of Atreus, control your rage, I do beseech you. Check your anger against Achilles, who is a great bulwark for all Achaeans against war's disasters. Then, in answer to him, spoke the Lord Agamemnon. Yes, all that you say, old sir, is right and proper. But this man has it in his mind to be above all others. He wants to dominate all, be lord over all, give orders to all. Yet there's one man, I think, will not obey him. If the gods who live forever have made him a spearman, it is now an excuse for his insults to run wild? Cutting in on his own words then, the noble Achilles responded, I'd surely be called a coward and a worthless fellow if over every matter I yield to you, do as you say. Tell others to act thus, but don't give me such orders, for I think I'm no longer minded to obey you. One other thing I will tell you, and do lay it to heart. I shan't fight with my hands for the girl, no, neither against you nor anyone else. You gave her, you'll take her. But of everything else that is mine by my swift black ship, not one piece shall you carry off against my pleasure. Go on, then, try it, so that these men here too may learn how quickly your black blood will gush round my spear point. So the two, after exchanging their fighting words, arose and broke up the assembly by the ship of the Achaeans. Peleus' son made his way to the huts and his well-trimmed vessels with Patroclus, son of Menoetius, and his other companions, but Atreus' son now had a swift ship hauled down to the sea, chose a score of men to row it, loaded oxen for the god, brought out the fair-cheeked Chryseis and put her aboard, and as the captain there went with them resourceful Odysseus. So these embarked and sailed over the seaways. But Atreus' son ordered his people to purify themselves, and they did so. Cast into the sea the filth of their defilement, they offered up to Apollo their perfect sacrifices of bulls and goats by the shore of the unharvested sea. And the savor went up to heaven, circling around the smoke.
Thus throughout the camp they were busy. Yet Agamemnon did not give up the strife with which he first threatened Achilles, but gave orders to Talthybius and Eurybates, the two who were his heralds and busy henchmen. Both of you, go to the hut of Peleus' son Achilles. Take by the hand the fair chief Briseis. Bring her back here. If he won't give her up, I shall come in person to get her with a large force, and that will be the worse for him. So saying, he sent them off with these harsh orders. The two reluctantly went by the shore of the unharvested sea and came to the Myrmidons' ships and huts. They found Achilles sitting beside his hut and his black ship, and at the sight of those two, he was not best pleased. They, quaking with terror and in awe of the king, stood there, not questioning him, not saying a word, but he understood in his heart and thus addressed them. Greetings, you heralds, messengers of Zeus and of mankind. Come closer. For me, it's not you who are guilty, but Agamemnon, who sent you both here on account of the girl Briseis. Very well then. Patroclus, go fetch the girl out, hand her over to these two to take away. And let them be witnesses before the blessed gods and before all mortal men. Yes, and before that ruthless king. If ever hereafter there shall be need of me to ward off shameful havoc from the host at large. How he seethes in his destructive mind, with no idea how to look at once both before and after, to ensure that the Achaeans might fight safely beside their ships. So he spoke, and Patroclus obeyed his dear companion. From their hut he brought the fair-cheeked Briseis, gave her to them to take. The two went back to the Achaeans' ships, and the woman went with them unwillingly. But Achilles, weeping, moved off apart from his comrades, sat down on the shore of the gray salt sea, eyes fixed on the boundless deep, and appealed to his dear mother, arms outstretched. Mother, since you bore me, though for a short life only, some honor for sure the Olympians should have guaranteed me. Zeus who thunders on high, but now not the slightest regard has he shown me. And Atreus' son, wide-ruling Agamemnon, has done me dishonor, himself took my prize, and keeps it. So he spoke, shedding tears, and the lady, his mother, heard him, as she sat in the depths of the sea beside the old man, her father. Swiftly she rose up like a mist, through the gray sea brine, came and sat down in front of him as he wept, and, stroking him with her hand, addressed him by name and said, "Child, why are you crying? What grief has possessed your heart? Speak out, let us both know. Don't hide it away in your mind." Then, with a heavy sigh, swift-footed Achilles answered, "You know. Why must I tell you this when you're all-knowing? We marched out to Thebe, Eetion's sacred city, sacked it, brought everything back here. The sons of the Achaeans divided the spoils quite fairly among themselves, to the son of Atreus allotting Chryses' fair chief daughter. But Chryses himself, the priest of Apollo, deadly archer, came to the swift ships of the bronze corsellated Achaeans to win his daughter's release, bearing ransom past counting, a golden staff in his hands, wreathed with the deadly archer Apollo's laurels, made his plea to all the Achaeans, but first to the two sons of Atreus, the host's field marshals. Then all the other Achaeans spoke up in agreement. They should respect the priest and accept the splendid ransom. Yet Atreus' son Agamemnon's angry heart remained untouched. Brusquely he turned him away with words of harsh dismissal. Angered, the old man went back, but Apollo had listened to the prayer he made, for his priest was most dear to him. So he let fly against the Argives his deadly shafts. Their men were now dying, one after the other, as the gods' arrows ranged through the Achaeans' wide camp. But to us, the seer, well aware of the truth, made clear the deadly archer's message. I was the first at once to urge the gods' appeasement, but then bitter anger flared in Atreus' son. He stood up and quickly uttered a threat, which is now accomplished. For the sharp-eyed Achaeans are sending this girl aboard a swift ship to Chryse, along with gifts for the Lord Apollo, while heralds have led away the other girl from my hut, Briseos' daughter, my present from the Achaean sons. But you, if you can, now come to the aid of your son. Go on up to Olympus. Petition Zeus if ever you've gratified his heart by either word or deed.
For surely I've often heard you in the halls of my father boasting that Cronus' son, Lord of black thunderclouds, was saved from shameful ruin, you said, by you alone among the immortals, when those other Olympians wanted to put him in fetters, Hera, Poseidon, and Pallas Athena. But you came, goddess, and rescued him from his bounds, quickly calling to high Olympus the hundred-handed one, whom the gods name Briareus, but mortals of every sort, Agion, for he in strength is mightier than his father. By the son of Cronos he sat down, exulting in his glory, and the blessed gods, terrified, laid aside their fetters. Remind him now of these matters. Sit by him, clasp his knees in case he may be minded to assist the Trojans, drive back the Achaeans past the ship's sterns and along the sea shore with slaughter, that they may all get joy of the king they have, and Atreus' son, wide-ruling Agamemnon, may know his delusion in failing to honor the best of the Achaeans. Then Thetis answered him, shedding tears, "Oh, my child, why after so ill-starred a birth did I ever rear you? I wish it had been your lot to sit by your ships, ungrieving, tearless, since your life will be brief of no real length. But now you are both short-lived and the wretchedest mortal of all. To a cruel fate I bore you in our halls. Still, to bring this complaint of yours before Zeus, happy thunderer, I'll go myself to snowbound Olympus. He might just listen. You, though, sit tight by your swift-sailing ships and rage on against the Achaeans, but yourself abstain from battle. Zeus yesterday went to Ocean to visit the blameless Ethiopians for a feast. All the other gods left with him. In 12 days he'll come back to Olympus, and then I shall go to the house of Zeus with its brazen floor and clasp his knees, and I think I shall persuade him." This said, she took herself off and left him there, enraged at heart on account of the fine-clad woman they had taken away from him by force, against his will. Meanwhile, Odysseus made landfall at Creusae, conveying the oxen for a holy sacrifice. When they entered the deep harbor, they furled the sail and stowed it away in the black ship. The mast they let down by the forestays, lowered it into the crutch smartly, then plied their oars to the roadstead anchorage, cast out the anchor stones, hitched up the stern cables, and themselves stepped out onto the seashore, disembarked the sacrificial oxen for Apollo, the deadly archer. And from the seagoing ship, Chryseis too stepped forth. Then resourceful Odysseus escorted her to the altar, put her in the arms of her dear father, and thus addressed them. Chryseis, I am sent here by the Lord of Men, Agamemnon, to bring you your daughter, and offer to Phoebus a holy sacrifice for the Danaans, to placate the Lord who has lately laid on the Argives much grief and lamentation. So saying, he delivered her into his arms, and Chryseis gladly received his dear child. Now quickly and in good order they set up the god's holy sacrifice around his well-built altar, washed their hands, took up the barley groats, and before them Chryseis now prayed aloud with arms uplifted. Hear me, you of the silver bow, protector of Chryse and sacred Kila, who rule in might over Tenedos. There was a time when I prayed, and you duly listened, honored my prayer, and wrought havoc on the troops of the Achaeans. So fulfill for me also one new wish here and now. Take off without delay this vile plague from the Danaans. So he spoke in prayer, and Phoebus Apollo heard him. When they had prayed and scattered the barley groats, first pulling back the victims' heads, they slaughtered and flayed them, cut out the thighs, wrapped them in a double layer of fat, and placed above them cuts of raw meat. The old men burned these over split billets with fire-bright wine drizzled them, while beside him young men held 5-pronged forks. When the thighs were well broiled and they tasted the innards, next they chopped up the rest, threaded the bits on skewers, grilled them with care, then drew them all off. But when they were through with their work and the meal had been got ready, they feasted, and no one's heart lacked a fair share in the feasting. But when they had satisfied their desire for food and drink, the young men topped up the mixing bowl with liquor and served it to all, the first drops in their cups for a libation. The whole day through with songs these young Achaeans sought to appease the god, chanting their lovely paean, that hymned the deadly archer whose heart rejoiced as he listened.
But when the sun went down and darkness came on, they settled themselves and slept by the ship's stern cables. And when early dawn appeared, the rosy-fingered, they put out to sea toward the wide camp of the Achaeans. And Apollo, the deadly archer, sent them a following wind. And they raised the mast and spread wide the white sail. The sail bellied out in the wind, and a surging bow wave sang loud round the vessel's cutwater as she ran. On she sped, slicing herself a sea lane through the billows. But when they arrived at the wide camp of the Achaeans, the black ship they hauled far up the beach, set her high on the sands, planted the long props against her hull, and themselves dispersed to their various huts and vessels. So he sat on, still raging, beside his swift-moving ships, Peleus's heaven-sprung son, swift-footed Achilles. Never did he show up in assembly where the men attain renown, never went to the fighting, but let his dear heart waste away, withdrawn there, though he longed for the war cry and for combat. But when the 12th dawn from that day broke, then back to Olympos the gods who are forever returned, altogether with Zeus at their head. And Thetis did not forget her son's entreaties, but rose from the sea's waves in the early morning, went up through the vast sky to Olympos. Cronos' loud thundering son she found apart from the rest, perched on the topmost peak of many-ridged Olympos. She sat down before him, with her left hand embraced his knees, while with her right she touched him beneath the chin, and in supplication addressed him as Lord Zeus, Cronos' son.
Zeus, father, if ever before among the immortals I helped you by word or deed, Then grant me now this wish. Honor my son, who beyond all other men is fated to a brief life. For now that Lord of men Agamemnon has done him dishonor, himself took his prize and keeps it. Zeus, Olympian, counselor, you must show him honor. Give the edge to the Trojans, at least until the Achaeans acknowledge my son's rights. Make him honorable amends.
So she spoke, but no word came from Zeus the cloud-gatherer. Long in silence he sat. Yet Thetis, just as she'd embraced his knees, now clung to him, asked him a second time.
Promise me this without fail, and nod in confirmation, or else say no. You've nothing to fear, and show me how far I'm the one least honored among all the gods.
Then, deeply troubled, cloud-gatherer Zeus addressed her.
This is a nasty business. You'll bring me into conflict with Hera, make her provoke me with reproachful words. As it is, she constantly nags me before the immortal gods, says that I give my support to the Trojans in the fighting. You go back home now, lest Hera notice you. I shall figure a way to get this matter accomplished. See now, I'll nod my head to make you believe me, since among the immortals this from me is the strongest pledge. No promise of mine can be revoked, misled, or remain unfulfilled once I nod in assent to it.
With that, the son of Cronos nodded his dark brows, and the locks of ambrosial hair swung rippling from the Lord's immortal head. He made great Olympus tremble. These two, planning done, now parted. She leapt down into the salty deep from gleaming Olympus, while Zeus went to his dwelling. All the gods rose together from their chairs in respect for the father. Not one of them dared to say seated on his arrival. All stood up to greet him. So he sat down there on his throne, but Hera was well aware, when she saw him, that Thetis, the silver-footed, the old man of the sea's daughter, had been with him, plotting mischief. At once, with mocking words, she addressed Zeus, son of Cronos.
Which of the gods, you trickster, has been with you plotting mischief? Always it's your pleasure to leave me out of things, make decisions you worked on in secret. You've never really wanted to let me share what's going on in your mind.
Then to her the father of gods and men replied, Here, do not expect to get to know all my thoughts. They'd be difficult for you, even though you are my wife. What is fitting for you to hear, there is no one, either gods or mortals, who will learn it before you. But such plans as I aim to devise without the other gods' knowledge are matters you never must ask me about or query. Then to him the ox-eyed lady Here responded, Most dread son of Cronos, what's this that you're telling me? In the past, to a fault, I've not questioned or pestered you. You work out at your ease anything that you've a mind to. But now I very much fear that you've been won over by Thetis, the silver-footed, the daughter of the old man of the sea. For at first light she sat down before you and clasped your knees, and I think you nodded to her as true token that you'd honor Achilles and kill many men by the ships of the Achaeans. Then in answer to her, Zeus the cloud-gatherer said, Madam, you're full of fancies. I can keep nothing from you. Yet you won't achieve anything this way, save to find yourself further still from my heart, which will be the worse for you. If this business is thus, then it must be to my liking. So sit down, keep quiet, and be obedient to my orders. For all the gods on Olympus will avail you nothing when I come close and lay invincible hands upon you. So he spoke, and fear seized the ox-eyed lady Hera. She sat in silence, wrestling her inner heart to submission. And throughout Zeus's house the gods of heaven were troubled. Among them, Hephaestus, famed craftsman, was first to speak, hoping to calm his dear mother, white-armed Here. A nasty business we'll have here, something not to be borne if you two are to quarrel like this for the sake of mortals and bring brawling upon the gods. There'll be no pleasure in the splendid feast, since bad feelings uppermost. And I would advise my mother, though she knows this herself, to make up to our dear father Zeus, so that our father may not fall out with her again, and thus upset our feasting. Suppose the Olympian lord of the lightning were minded to toss us out of our seats. He's by far the strongest. So engage him with soft, fair words. Then straightway the Olympian's sure to show himself gracious to us. So saying, he sprang up and put a two-handed goblet in his dear mother's hand, and thus addressed her. Be patient, my mother, endure despite your sorrow, lest, dear as you are to me, I get to see you beaten before my eyes, and then I'll be unable to help you for all my grief. The Olympian's a difficult opponent. Once before, that other time when I was minded to aid you, he hurled me, seized by the foot, down from the god's threshold. All day long I plummeted, till as the sun was setting, I fell upon Lemnos, and little the life left in me. But the Sintian folk cared for me directly after my fall. So he spoke, and the goddess, white-armed Here, smiled, and smiling received the cup in one hand from her son. Then, going from left to right, for all the other gods, he poured out sweet nectar, drawn from the mixing bowl. And unquenchable laughter arose among the blessed gods as they watched Hephaestus hobbling around the palace. Then the whole day long, until the sun went down, they feasted, and no one's heart lacked a fair share of the feasting, nor of the exquisite lyre that Apollo handled, nor of the muses who sang, sweet-voiced, responding to one another. But when the bright light of the sun sank, then they all went to lie down and sleep, every one in his own dwelling, where for each of them a house had been built with cunning skill by far-famed Hephaestus, lame of both legs. And Zeus the Olympian, lord of lightning, went to his own bed, where he had always found repose when sweet sleep overtook him. There he went up and slept, with gold-throned Here beside him.
The other gods and the chariot-charging men slept the whole night through, but sweet sleep came not on Zeus. He wondered in his heart how to honor Achilles and destroy many beside the ships of the Achaeans. This seemed to him the best plan, to send to Agamemnon, the son of Atreus, a destructive dream. So he spoke to dream words that sped like arrows. Go on, go, O destructive dream, to the fast ships of the Achaeans. When you come to the tent of Agamemnon, son of Atreus, tell him exactly what I tell to you. Order him swiftly to arm the Achaeans with long hair, for now he can take the city of Troy with its broad roads. The deathless gods who live on Olympus are no more of two minds about this matter. Hera, with her pleading, has persuaded the gods to allow the destruction of Troy. So he spoke, and Dream went off at Zeus's command. He soon arrived at the swift ships of the Achaeans. He went to Agamemnon, son of Atreus. He found him asleep in his tent, a godlike sleep upon him. He stood over his head, and looking like Nestor, son of Neleus, whom of all old men Agamemnon trusted the most, he said, this dream from heaven. You are sleeping, O son of Atreus, wise tamer of horses, but you ought not, a man of counsel, sleep the whole night through, one to whom the people turn, you who have many troubles. But listen, I come from Zeus. Although far away, he cares greatly for you, and he pities you. He orders you swiftly to arm the Achaeans with long hair, for now you can take the city of Troy with its broad roads. The deathless gods who live on Olympus are no more of two minds about this matter. Hera, with her pleading, has persuaded the gods to allow the destruction of Troy. Zeus has condemned the Trojans to destruction. Now remember this, and do not forget it when honeyed sleep lets you go. So speaking, Dream departed. He left Agamemnon with a thought of things that would never come to pass. For Agamemnon thought that on that day he would take the city of Priam. What a fool! He never knew what Zeus intended, how he was going to cause, through grievous battle, pain and agony among the Trojans and Danaans alike. Agamemnon woke up. The divine voice sounded all around him. He sat up straight on the edge of the bed. He put on his soft shirt, a beautiful new one, then put on his great cloak. Beneath his feet he bound his beautiful sandals, and over his shoulders he cast his great sword with silver nails. He took up his scepter, a family heirloom, deathless, lasting forever, and he walked along the ships of the Achaeans, clothed in bronze. The divine dawn went to tall Olympus to proclaim the light to Zeus and the other deathless ones, while Agamemnon ordered his clear-voiced heralds to call to assembly the Achaeans with long hair. They called, and the army gathered in haste. But first Agamemnon summoned the wise old men together beside the ship of Nestor, the chief of Pylos. Having brought them together, he devised a clever plan. Hear me, my friends. A dream of the gods came to me while I slept during the immortal night. The dream looked like goodly Nestor in form and height and build. He stood right near my head and spoke. You are sleeping, O son of Atreus, wise tamer of horses, but you ought not, a man of counsel, sleep the whole night through, one to whom the people turn, you who have many troubles. But listen, I come from Zeus. Although far away, he greatly cares for you, and he pities you. He orders you swiftly to arm the Achaeans with long hair, for now you can take Troy with its broad roads. The deathless gods who live on Olympus are no more of two minds about this matter. Hera, with her pleading, has persuaded the gods to allow the destruction of Troy. Zeus has condemned the Trojans to destruction. Now remember this, and do not forget it when honeyed sleep lets you go. So speaking, the dream flew away, and sweet sleep released me. Come then, let's arm the sons of the Achaeans. But first, I want to test the men in speech, as is right. I will urge them to flee in their ships with many benches. Then you, from all sides, must hold them back with your words. So speaking, he sat down.
Nestor stood up before them, the king of sandy Pylos. Wishing them well, he spoke to them. My dear friends, leaders, and counselors of the Argives, if anyone else told us this dream, we would say it is false. We would have nothing to do with it. But as it is, the best of the Achaeans has had this dream. Let us therefore arm the sons of the Achaeans. So speaking, he led the way from the council. The scepter-bearing chieftains got up and followed the shepherd of the people. But all the while the people were hastening on. Just as the tribes of swarming bees pour forth from a hollow rock and in bunches hover above the spring flowers, some in clusters here, some over there, even so the many tribes from the ships and the huts along the deep sea beach were arranged in order at the place of assembly, lined up in companies. And in their midst burned a rumor, urging them on, the messenger of Zeus. The Argives gathered. The place of assembly was in turmoil. The earth groaned beneath the people as they took their seats. The din was terrific. 7 heralds hollering held them back. If you stop the hullabaloo, you can hear the god-nourished chieftains. With haste, the people sat down. They arranged themselves in rows and ceased from their clamor. King Agamemnon stood up, holding the scepter that Hephaestus had made. Hephaestus gave the scepter to Zeus, the son of Cronos the king, and Zeus gave it to the messenger Hermes, the killer of Argos. Hermes the king gave it to Pelops, driver of horses. Pelops gave it to Atreus, shepherd of the people. When Atreus died, he left it to Thyestes, rich in sheep, and Thyestes left it to Agamemnon to bear, to rule over the many islands and all of Argos. Now leaning on the scepter, Agamemnon spoke to the Argives. My dear fighting men, you Danaans, you servants of man-devouring Ares, Zeus, the son of crooked-counseled Cronos, has bound me in a crazy madness. He is a hard god. At first he promised me, and nodded his head to it, that we would sack Ilion and its wonderful walls and then go home. But he only contrived a wicked deception. Now he urges me back to Argos after losing so many men to war. I suppose this is what Zeus wanted, whose power is paramount. He has loosed the crowns of many cities, and he will loosen others in future times. For his strength is overriding. But it is shameful to learn, and will be for generations, how we led to war so many people and of such quality against far fewer men, all for nothing. There is no end in sight. Why, if Achaeans and Trojans made a sacrifice and swore an oath and did a head count, and all the Trojans who have hearths in the city were gathered together, and the Achaeans were divided into groups of 10, and every group should choose one Trojan to serve the wine at the drinking party, then many groups would go without. So many more are we sons of the Achaeans than the Trojans who live in the city. But alas, they have many allies who use the spear, who constantly strike me and will not let me take the populous city of Ilion, though I desire it. 9 years of great Zeus have passed. The planks of the ships are rotten, and the ropes are frayed. Our wives and little children sit waiting for us in our halls, while the task for which we came lies undone. So let's all obey what I say. Let's sail out of here. Let us return to the land of our fathers. We will never take Troy with its broad streets. So he spoke, and through the multitude, he aroused the spirits in their breasts, of as many men who were not at the council. The assembly was stirred like long waves of the Icarian sea that east wind and south wind have stirred, driving on from clouds of Zeus the Father, or as when the west wind riffles the towering fields of wheat, coming roughly on, and the ears of wheat are bowed. Even so was the assembly stirred. With a huzzah they raced to the ships, and the dust flew into the air from beneath their feet. They shouted to each other to take hold of the ships and drag them into the shining sea and to clean out the slipways. The roar of men desiring to go home reached to heaven, and they laid hold of the props under the ships. Then would the Argives have defeated fate in their homecoming, but Hera spoke to Athena. Good grief, daughter of Zeus, who carries the goatskin fetish, you who are tireless. The Argives are about to flee to their native earth on the wide back of the sea. Priam and the Trojans will boast that they possess Helen of Argos, on whose account many Achaeans have died at Troy, far from their dear native land. But go now among the Achaeans, clothed in bronze. Hold them back with your gentle words. Don't let them drag the ships, with oars on both sides, into the sea.
So she spoke, and flashing-eyed Athena obeyed. She went in a rush down from the peaks of Olympus. Soon she arrived at the ships of the Achaeans. She came up to Odysseus, standing there equal to Zeus in his council. He had not gripped his many-benched black ship, because agony had come to his heart and his spirit. Coming near by, flashing-eyed Athena said, "Good-nurtured son of Laertes, Odysseus, skilled at ingenious devices, are you thus all falling into your ships, anxious to flee homeward to your native land in your many-benched ships? Priam and the Trojans will boast that they possess Helen of Argos, on account of whom many Achaeans have died at Troy, far from their dear native land. But go now among the Achaeans clothed in bronze. Hold back each man with your gentle words. Don't let them drag their ships, with oars on both sides, into the sea." So she spoke, and he knew the voice of the goddess as she spoke. He made ready to run. He threw off his cloak, with Eurybates the Ithacan picked up, who waited on him. He went straight to Agamemnon, the son of Atreus. He seized from him the heirloom scepter, deathless forever, and with it he ran through the ships of the Achaeans clothed in bronze. Whenever he came on a chief or a man in some way outstanding, he tried to hold him back, standing beside him and addressing him with pleasing words. "Surely it is hardly right to frighten you, as if you were a man of no account. But please sit down and make the rest of your folk do the same. Believe me, you don't know what the son of Atreus really means. Why, he is only testing you. Soon he will smash the sons of the Achaeans. It is true that not all of us heard what he said in council. Be careful he does not grow angry and do harm to the sons of the Achaeans. Big is the spirit of the god-nurtured chieftain. Their honor is from Zeus. Zeus, who counsels wisely, loves them. But if he came upon a man of the people shouting away, he struck him with the scepter and called him out. 'Sit down and be still. Listen to the words of others who are better. You are worthless for war and a weakling. You are of no account in the contendings nor in the council. We can't all be chiefs. Rule by the many is not good. We want one boss, one chieftain, to whom the son of clever Cronos gave the scepter and the laws, that he might give good advice.' Thus, like a master, did he range through the army. And again they surged into the palace of gathering away from the ships and the huts, always chattering, as when a wave of the resounding sea thunders on the broad beach, and there is a roar from the deep. The others sat down, all except brawling Thersites, who went on scolding, whose mind was filled with disorderly words to condemn the chiefs, all for nothing, hardly in good form, but he said whatever he thought would raise a laugh among the Argives. Thersites was the most disgusting man who went to Troy. His legs were bowed, one shorter than the other, and his shoulders curved inwards toward his chest. His head was pointy, and a scant tuft of hair grew on the top. Achilles especially hated him, but also Odysseus, for Thersites constantly reviled these two men. At the moment, however, he attacked goodly Agamemnon with his sharp words, for the Achaeans were furious with Agamemnon and blamed him in their hearts. In a loud voice, Thersites insulted him now. "O son of Atreus, what is wrong? What do you lack? Your tents are filled, I think, with bronze. You have fine women in your tents, which we Achaeans gave to you as first pick whenever we attacked some town. Or maybe you still lack gold, which a horse-commanding Trojan has brought from Troy as ransom for his son. Maybe I bound him and led him away, or some other Achaean. Or is it a pretty young thing for you to bed, whom you will keep to yourself? You've got no business as our leader to bring us to pain, the sons of the Achaeans. Sad fools, miserable, pathetic things, you are no men but like the ladies of Achaia. Let us go home in our ships, and leave this man here in Troy to ponder his prizes. Then he may know if we are any good to him or not. He who dishonored Achilles, a far greater man than he. For he took that man's prize, and he holds it. Achilles must know no anger in his heart. He must have it set aside. Otherwise, O son of Atreus, this would be your last outrage."
So spoke Thersites, abusing Agamemnon, the shepherd of the people. But Odysseus quickly came up to him, and glowering beneath his brows, he put him in his place with a savage word. "Be still, Thersites, fancy with words, clear-voiced speaker. Don't try and argue with the chiefs, alone as you are. No one worse than you ever came to Troy with the sons of Atreus, so don't go around with chief lightly on your lips, despising them, saying we should all sail home. No one knows how this will all turn out, or whether the sons of the Achaeans will return in victory or defeat to our homes. You stand there insulting Agamemnon, shepherd of the people, because the Danaan spearmen gave him many gifts. You rail on and on, but let me tell you something, which surely will come to pass. If, again, I find you playing the fool, as you do now, then no longer may my head sit on my shoulders, or I be called the father of Telemachus. If I don't seize you and strip off your clothes, your cloak and shirt that covers your privates, and drive you wailing out of the assembly to the fast ships in a rain of shaming blows. So he spoke, and with the staff he struck Thersites' back and shoulders. Thersites bent over, a hot tear rolled down his cheek. A bloody welt rose up on his back beneath the golden scepter. He sat down, deeply alarmed, in pain, with a helpless look on his face. He wiped away a tear. The Achaeans, though they suffered, laughed merrily at his plight. One would say, glancing at his neighbor, "Well, I think that Odysseus has done 1,000 good things in the council and leading us in battle, but now he has done the best thing of all among the Argives, who has shut up this foul loudmouth and stopped his prattle. I don't think the proud spirit of Thersites will again urge him on to speak ill of the chiefs with his insults." So spoke one common man, but Odysseus, the despoiler of cities, stood tall, still holding the scepter. Beside him appeared flashing-eyed Athena, looking like a herald. She urged the people to be quiet so that the Achaeans, both near and far, could hear his words and consider his counsel. With the best of wishes, Odysseus addressed the troops. "Son of Atreus, who are king, it looks like the Achaeans now wish to make you the most despised of mortals, and to reject the promise they made when they sailed from Argos with its horse pastures to sack high-walled Troy before returning home. Like children or widowed women, they complain that they want to go home. Sure, there is trouble enough to make anyone want to go home. A man away for a month from his wife wishes to return in his well-benched ship, a man whom wintry storms shuts in and a high sea. But we've been here 9 years. So I don't blame the Achaeans for their anger beside the high-beaked ships. Still, it's a thing of shame to stay so long, then sailed home empty-handed. So persevere, friends. Wait for a while. Let us learn whether Calchas has made a true prophecy or not. For this we well know. All here are witness to it. At least those whom the darkness of death has not swept away. Why, it was only yesterday or the day before when the ships of the Achaeans were gathered in Aulis, ready to bring evil to Priam and the Trojans. We were gathered around a spring, placing on a holy altar a perfect sacrifice to the deathless gods. There was a lovely plane tree above, from which flowed shining water. Then a wondrous sign appeared, a serpent with a blazing scarlet back. Awesome. The Olympian had sent him into the light. Sliding from beneath the altar, it darted toward the tree. The sparrow's nestlings, little babies, hid beneath the leaves on the topmost branch. 8 little babies, and the mother who hatched them made 9. The serpent ate them as they squealed pitifully. The mama flew around, shrieking for her dear little babies. Coiling, the serpent grabbed her by the wing as she screamed around him. When he had eaten the babies and the mother too, the god who sent him made a clear sign. The son of clever Kronos turned him to stone. We stood there, amazed at what had happened. When the awesome sign broke in on the sacrifice to the gods, Calchas immediately made a prophecy. Why have you all fallen silent, Achaeans with the long hair? The wise Zeus has made a great sign clear. Though slow to come, the tale of this achievement will never die, just as this serpent has devoured the 8 little babies, and the mother who bore them makes 9. Even so, we will fight for as many years, and on the 10th, we will take the city with its broad streets. That's what Calchas said. And now all is coming to pass. So hang in, all you Achaeans with your fancy shin guards, until we take the great city of Priam.
So he spoke, and the Argives moaned aloud, and around the ships arose a great roar as the Achaeans shouted, thrilled with the advice of godlike Odysseus. Then Nestor of Gerenia, the horseman, spoke to them. You know, you seem to me like little children. You gather here and have no thought of war. Where are the oaths we took? We might as well throw all the plans we made into the fire, and the oaths we swore with unmixed wine while we clasped our hands, in which we placed our trust. It is useless to wrangle with words. The way leads nowhere, although we spend forever arguing. You, Agamemnon, continue to hold to you unbending purpose as you always have, and lead the Argives in their terrible struggle. Those 1 or 2 of the Achaeans who sneak off by themselves and plan to go home to Argos before we discover if the promise of Zeus, who carries the goatskin fetish, is right or not, they can go to hell. You'll get nothing from them anyway. I tell you that the son of Kronos, supreme in power, nodded in our favor on the day when the Argives sailed in our swift traveling ships, bringing death and doom to the Trojans. There was lightning on the right, a sign of success. Don't be anxious to sail home before you sleep with the Trojan woman. In payment for your trouble and the pain caused by Helen. And if someone wants so much to sail home, let him take hold of his black many-benched ship, and in the sight of all may he die and meet his fate. But my king, think well on this, believe another. Don't cast aside the word I speak. Separate the men according to tribes, Agamemnon, and clans, so that one clan may support another, and the tribes too. If you do this, and the Achaeans follow you, then you will know who among the captains is a coward, and who of the army and who is brave. For the clans will compete with each other. You will know if it is because of the will of the gods that you can't take the city, or whether because of your men's cowardice and ignorance of war. King Agamemnon then answered him, Yes, again, old man, you have proven your excellence in speaking above the other sons of the Achaeans. By Zeus the Father and Athena and Apollo, I wish only that I had 10 such counselors among the Achaeans. Then would the city of King Priam soon bow its head, taken and sacked at our hands. But the son of Kronos, Zeus who wields the goatskin fetish, has caused me a lot of woe. He cast me in the midst of strife and quarrels, for Achilles and I have fought over a girl, speaking vile words. It was I who first got mad. Could we only see eye to eye, then there would be no putting off of evil. No, not for a second. But for now, let every man eat a meal and prepare for war. Sharpen your spears, get ready your shields, feed your horses, the fast runners. See to your cars that they are ready for the fight, so that all day long we may contend in hateful war. There will be no break in the fighting, not even a short one, until the coming of night puts a stop to the anger of men. The strap on his wraparound shield will drip with sweat as it hangs around his breast, and his hand will grow weary holding the spear. The horse of every man will be wet with sweat as it pulls the polished car. But if I find someone hanging around the beaked ships, longing to go home, I will give his body to the dogs and the birds." So he spoke, and the Argives roared aloud as when south wind, driving on, raises a wave against a towering cliff, a headland against which every kind of wind drives, waves constantly as they come from every direction. The men stood up and scattered among the ships. They made fires in the huts and took their meal. Every man prayed to his own god who never dies, asking that he escape death and the work of Ares. And Agamemnon, the king of men, killed in sacrifice a fat bull, 5 years of age, to the son of Cronos, superior in power. Agamemnon gathered to him the elders, the best of the Achaeans, first of all Nestor, the king of Idomeneus, and also the 2 Ajaxes and the son of Tydeus. And as the 6 came, Odysseus, the equal of Zeus in council. Menelaus, who shouted loud in war, came without being asked, for he knew in his heart what his brother was going through. They stood around the bull and took up the grains of white barley.
The good king Agamemnon spoke among them in prayer. "O Zeus, most glorious, greatest, Lord of the dark cloud, dwelling in heaven, may the sun not set and the darkness come before I throw to the ground the hall of Priam, blackened with soot, and burn the doorways with consuming fire, and split the shirt of Hector around his breast, ripping it with bronze, while many of his close companions, lying in the dust, bite the earth with their teeth." So he spoke, but the son of Cronos did not grant him his wish. He accepted the sacrifice, but he gave Agamemnon dreadful sorrow. When they had prayed and sprinkled the grains of barley, they pulled back the victim's head, cut its throat, and flayed off the skin. They cut out the thigh bones and covered them with a layer of doubled fat. On top, they placed raw flesh. Then they burned everything on splints from which the leaves were removed. They spitted the guts and held them over the flame of Hephaestus. When the thigh bones were burned and the innards eaten, they cut up the rest and placed the meat on spits. They cooked the meat thoroughly, then drew it off from the spits. When they had ceased from their labor and prepared the meal, they ate. No one went without his fill of food, equally distributed. When they had their fill of food and drink, Nestor from Gerenia began to speak. "O son of Atreus, most glorious, king of men, Agamemnon, let us no longer be gathered here, nor let us no longer put off the work that the god places in our hands. So come, let's have the heralds of the Achaeans, clothed in bronze, go through the ships and summon everyone together. Let us go too in a bunch through the broad camp of the Achaeans to swiftly stir up the sharp work of war." So he spoke, and King Agamemnon obeyed. Immediately he ordered the clear-voiced heralds to summon them, and quickly the army assembled. The chiefs around the son of Atreus, divinely nurtured, ran through the crowd and organized them into gangs. And among them went Athena with the flashing eye, holding the goatskin fetish of exceeding value, ageless, deathless. From it hung 100 tassels of solid gold, every one of them finely woven, every tassel worth 100 cattle. With it she raced like lightning through the mass of the Achaeans, urging them to go forth. She roused strength in the heart of each man to fight and do battle without end. Instantly, war became sweeter to them than to sail away in their hollow ships to the beloved land of their fathers. Just as when a consuming fire ignites the endless forest on a mountain top, and from the distance the gleam is clear, Even so, the dazzling shining of the wonderful bronze of the men as they came on reached heaven through the sky. Even as the many tribes of winged birds, of geese, or cranes, or long-necked swans in the meadows of Asia, around the streams of the Castrios, flying this way and that. Thrilling in the power of flight, they settle with loud cry, ever onward, and the meadow resounds. Even so, the many tribes poured forth from the ships and the tents onto the plains of Scamandrus, and the earth resounded terribly under the tramp of feet and the feet of their horses. They took their stand in the meadow of flower-bound Scamandrus, without number, as many as there are leaves and flowers in their season. Or as the many tribes of swarming flies that buzz around the shepherd's yard in the season of spring, when milk moistens the pails, so many of the Achaeans with flowing hair took their stand in the face of the Trojans, longing to tear them apart. Even as when a goat herd easily picks out his own goats scattered wide on the pasture, so did the leaders organize the tribes on this side and that, ready for battle, and among them King Agamemnon, his eyes and head like Zeus who thrills to the thunderbolt, his waist like Ares, his chest like Poseidon, even as a bull in the herd is by far the greatest of all, for he stands out among the cattle as they gather together. Such did Zeus make the son of Atreus on that day, outstanding among men, chief among the fighting men. Tell me now, you muses who have houses on Olympus, for you are divine, you are at hand, you know everything, while we only hear the sound about things. We know nothing.
Now I will name all the ship's captains, and all the ships themselves. Pentelos and Laetos led the Boeotians, and Archesilaos and Prothoesnor and Clonios, who lived in Hyria and rocky Aulis, and Scoinios and Skolos and high-ridged Etios and Thespia and Graia, and Mycesilaos with its broad dancing places. Yes. And those who lived in Harma and Elaison and Erythrae, and those who held Alia and Hyli and Pataeon and Ocalia and Medeon, a well-made fortress, and Copas and Eutresis, swarming with pigeons, and Thisbe, and those held Coronea, and grassy Haliartos, and Plataea, and those who lived in Glias, and those who lived beneath the well-made citadel of Thebes, and sacred Onkesos, with its brilliant grove of Poseidon, and those who possessed Arne, with its rich vineyards, and those who held Medea, and sacred Nysa, and Anthedon, the furthest land. From these places sailed 50 ships. In each were 120 young men. Asclaphos and Ialmenos were the leaders of those who had lived in Aspladon and Orchomenos, of the minions, sons of Ares, whom Astyoche bore in the house of Actor, son of Azus, the modest young girl, conceived of mighty Ares when she entered into the upper chamber. For he slept with her in secret. 30 hollow ships lined up with these men. But Skydios and Epistrophos, sons of generous Iphitos, the sons of Nobilos, commanded the Phaeacians, who lived in Kyparissos and rocky Pythos, and rugged Crisa, and Daulis, and Panopius, and those who lived beside the bright river Kephisos, and those who occupied Lelii at the spring of Kephisos. These men, 40 black ships followed. The commanders of the Phaeacians busily arranged the men in ranks, and they armed them for battle hard on the left of the Boeotians. The swift son of Oileus, the little Ajax, led the Locrians, by no means so great as the son of Telamon, but much less. He was small and wore a linen corselet, but with the spear he surpassed all the Hellenes and the Achaeans who lived in Kynos and Oropos and Calliaros and Bessa and Scathi and lovely Algaea and Tarphe and Throneon, all streams of the Boagrios, 40 black ships of the Locrians, who live opposite sacred Euboea, followed Ajax. Then there were the raging Abantes, who held Euboea and Chalcis and Eretria and Hysteia with its fine vineyards, and Caranthos on the sea, and the steep citadel of Dios, and those who held Charistos, and those who lived in Styra. The leader of these men was Elphenor, descendant from Ares. His father was Chalcedon. He led the Abantes of generous spirit. The swift Abantes followed him, who tied their long hair at the back, spearmen longing to smash their outstretched ashen spears, the corselets, on the chests of the enemy. 40 black ships followed them. Then those who lived in the well-built city of Athens, the land of great-hearted Erechtheus, whom Athena raised, the daughter of Zeus, whom the bountiful earth gave birth to, and she made him dwell in Athens in her rich shrine. There the young men of Athens, as the years roll on, try to win his favor by the sacrifice of bulls and rams. The son of Peteos led Menestheus. There never was a like to him upon the earth for arranging chariots, and the men carrying shields. Only Nestor was his rival, for he was the older man. 50 black ships followed Menestheus. Big Ajax led 12 ships from Salamis. He stationed them beside the gangs of the Athenians. And they who held Argos and Tiryns with its fine walls, and Hermione and Asine embracing a deep gulf, and Troezen and Ione, and vine-clad Epidaurus. And those youths of the Achaeans who held Aegina and Masis. The leader of these men was Diomedes, good at the cry, and Sthenelos, the son of famous Campanius. With them came Euryalus as third commander, a man like a god, the son of the chieftain Mecristus, and the son of Talos. But Diomedes, good at the war cry, led them. 80 black ships followed these men. Those who held the well-founded citadel of Mycenae, and rich Corinth, and well-founded Cleonae, and who lived in Orneae, and in lovely Itherae, and Sicyon, where Adrastus first was king, and those who lived in Hyperesia, and steep Gonessa, and those who held Pellene, and those who lived on Aegaeon, and all through Agelaeos, all around broad Helice. Over all these ruled King Agamemnon, the son of Atreus, with 100 ships. Much the largest mass of men followed him, the good ones too. Among them he put on his shining bronze, proud like a lord. And he stood out among all the fighting men because he was the best, and he led the most men.
And those who held the valley of Lacedaemon, cut by ravines, and Pharis, and Sparta, and Messe with its many doves, and Briseae, and lovely Augeae, and those who held Amyclae, and the citadel of Helos hard by the sea, and those who held Laos, and lived around Oidalos. His brother Menelaus led them, good at the war cry, with 60 ships. They were arranged apart. He himself went among them, confident in his eagerness, urging them on to war, for he especially wanted to avenge the turbulence and the pain that Helen had caused him. And those who lived in Pylos, and lovely Arene, and Thrios, the fort of Alphaeus, and well-founded Ipu, and those who lived in Cyperaceus, and Amphigenea, and Teleos, and Helos, and Dorion, where the Muses encountered Thamyras from Thrace, and put an end to his song as he was coming home from Oichalia, from the house of Eurytus, the man of Oichalia. He boasted that he would beat the Muses themselves in the song, the daughters of Zeus, who carries the goatskin fetish. In their anger, they made him a cripple. Then they took away divine song, and he forgot how to play the lyre. Nestor from Gerania led them, the horsemen. 90 hollow ships were lined up for him. And those who held Arcadia, under the steep mountain of Selene, beside the tomb of Iphitos, where there are men who fight in close. And those who lived in Phenios, and who held Archamenos with its many sheep, and Ripe, and Stratia, and windy Anespe, and Tegea, and lovely Mantinea, and those who held lovely Stymphalos, and lived in Parrhasia, the son of Anchius, Lord Agepanor led them, with 60 ships. In each ship embarked many Arcadian men, knowing in the fight. Agamemnon, the king of men, had himself given them ships with good benches to cross the wine-dark sea, because they knew nothing of the sea. And those who lived in Buprosium and shining Elis, all that Hermine and furthest Myrsinos and the rock of Olin and Elasios encloses within, of these there were 4 captains and 10 swift ships to each, and many Epeans piled on board. Amphimachus and Thalpius led some of them, descendants of Octor, one the son of Theatos, and the other the son of Eurytos. Powerful Diores, the son of Amarenchius, led the others. And the 4th band, godlike Polexenos led, son of King Agesthenes, the son of Augeas. And those from Dulichion and the Achini, the holy islands that lie across the sea opposite Elis. Meges, the equal to Ares, was their leader, the son of Phyleus. Phyleus, the horseman, whom Zeus loved, was his father, but angry with his father, he'd gone to live in Dulichion. 60 black ships followed Meges. Odysseus led the great-hearted Cephallenians, who held Ithaca, and Neritos, covered by forest, and lived in Crocalea and roughed Agalippa, and those who held Zakynthos and lived in Samos, and those who occupied the mainland and the shores opposite the islands. These men Odysseus led, like Zeus in his cleverness. 12 ships with red prows followed him. Thoas led the men of Aetolia, the son of Andrymon, who lived in Pleuron and Olinos and Pylene and Colchis close on the sea, and stony Calydon. The sons of great-hearted Oeneus were no more. He himself was dead, and light-hearted Meleager too had died, on whom it was established that he would have full power among the Aetolians. 40 black ships followed Thoas. Idomeneus, famous for his spear work, ruled over the Cretans, those who hold Knossos and Gortyn with its fine walls, and Lyctos and Miletus and Lycastus with its white chalk, and Phaistos and Rhydion, well-populated towns, and all those who live in Crete with its 100 cities. These men did Idomeneus lead, famous for his spear work, and Meriones, the equal to Enalios, the killer of men. 80 black ships followed these men.
Tlepolemus, a son of Heracles, brave and tall, led 9 ships of the noble Rhodians from Rhodes, those who lived on the island of Rhodes in 3 communities, Lindos and Ialissos and Cameros, with its white chalk. Tlepolemus led them, famous for his spear work, whom Astyochea bore to the might of Heracles, a woman he had led forth from Ephyra, from the river Selleis, when he sacked many cities of the god-nourished fighting men. When Tlepolemus was raised to manhood in the well-built hall, he soon killed his father's uncle, aging Lecymnius, in the line of Ares. Hastily he built ships, gathered a great mass of people, and fled over the sea. Other sons and grandsons of Heracles threatened him. He came to Rhodes in his wanderings, suffering much, and he founded 3 settlements according to tribe. Zeus, who rules the gods and men, loved them, and the son of Cronos poured out wondrous wealth on them. Nereus led 3 nicely balanced ships from Cyme, the son of Aglaia and Charops the king. He was the most handsome man among the Danaans who went under Iliad, after Achilles, the fearless son of Peleus. However, he was good for nothing, and few followed him. And those who possessed Nisyros and Carpathos and Kossos and Kos, the city of Eurypylus and the Calydnian islands. These Pheidipos and Antiphos led, the 2 sons of King Thessalos, a son of Heracles. 30 hollow ships followed them. And those who inhabited Pelasgian Argos, who lived in Alos and Alope and Trachis, who inhabited Phthia and Hellas with its beautiful women. They were called Myrmidons and Hellenes and Achaeans. Achilles was the leader of their 50 ships. They did not, however, concern themselves with wretched war, for there was no one to lead them into the ranks. Shining Achilles, the fast runner, lay among the ships, angry because of Briseis, whose hair is lovely. He had captured her in Lyrnessus at great effort when he savaged Lyrnessus and the walls of Thebes, and he overthrew Mines and Epistrophus, who raged with the spear, the sons of King Evenus, Selepus's son. Angry about her, Achilles lay idle, but soon he would rise again. And those who hold Phylake and flowery Parassus, the holy ground of Demeter, and Iton, mother of flocks, and Antron, close on the sea, and Pteleus, bedded in grass. The warrior Protesilaus led these men when he was alive, but before now the black earth held him fast. His wife, her twin cheeks torn with grief, was left behind in Phylake, his house only half complete. A Dardanian killed Protesilaus as he leapt from his ship, by far the first of the Achaeans. But his men were not without a leader, though they longed for their commander. Podarches of the blood of Ares put them in order. He was the son of Iphiclos, who had many flocks, the brother of great-hearted Protesilaus, though younger. The warrior Protesilaus was the older and the better man. So the people did not lack a leader, but they longed for the noble one they had lost. 40 black ships followed Podarches. Then those who lived in Pherai beside Lake Bibaeus, and in Bibi and Glaphyrai, and well-built Iolcus. Eumelus, the beloved son of Admetus, led them with 11 ships. He was the son of Admetus and Alcestis, a wonder among women, the most beautiful of the daughters of Peleus, and those who lived in Methone and Thaumakia, and who held Melibea and rough Olidzon. Philoctetes was their leader, a great archer with 7 ships. 50 men went in each, all of them mighty archers. But he lay on the holy island of Lemnos, in terrible pain, where the sons of the Achaeans left him suffering an evil wound from a deadly water snake. There he lay in pain. But soon were the Argives beside their ships to think of Philoctetes the king. Still, they did not lack a leader, though they missed their commander. Medon, the bastard son of Oileus, put them in order, the son of Rhene and Oileus, sacker of cities. And those who held Tricca and craggy Athome, and those who held Ikalia, the town of Ikalian Eurytos. Their leaders were the fine doctors Podalirius and Machaon, the sons of Asclepius. 30 ships were arranged in a row for them, and those who held Ormenion and the fountain Hypereia and Asterion and the white peaks of Titanus. Eurypylus, the brilliant son of Euaemon, was their leader, and 40 black ships followed him.
And those who held Argissa and lived in Girtoni, and Orthe and Elone, and the white city of Oloason. Polypoetes led them, a staunch fighter, the son of Pirithous, the son of deathless Zeus. Hippodamia conceived him by Pirithous on that day when he took vengeance on the wild beasts and drove them off Mount Pelion to the Iphikes. He was not alone, but with him went Leontius of the stock of Ares, son of high-hearted Coronos, the son of Caeneus. 40 black ships followed him. Guneus led 22 ships from Kephos. With him followed the Eniennes, staunch in battle, and the Paraiboi, who had set up their houses near wintry Dodona. They lived in the plowed land near the desirable Titaressus, which pours its beautiful flow of water into the Peneus, but it does not mix with the silver swirling Peneus, but slips on over the water like olive oil. The Titaressus is a branch of the terrible Styx, the river of Oath. Protheus, son of Tenthredon, led the Magnetes, those who lived in Magnesia near Peneus and Mount Pelion, covered with quivering forest. Swift Protheus led them, and together went 40 black ships. Such were the leaders of the Danaans and their commanders. But who were the best of them? Tell me this, Muse, of the men and of the horses who followed the sons of Atreus. Of the horses, by far the best were the mares of the son of Phares, which Eumelus drove, fast like birds, light-colored, of the same age, of exactly the same height. Apollo, whose bow is silver, raised them in Pieria, both mares bearing the panic of war. As for the men, big Ajax, son of Telamon, was best, so long as Achilles continued his rage, for he was much stronger, as were the horses that bore the unequaled son of Peleus. But he lies among his beaked seafaring ships, enraged at Agamemnon, shepherd of the people, the son of Atreus. Achilles' men made fun along the shore of the sea by throwing the discus and the javelin, and by shooting the bow. The horses stood beside their cars and munched lotus and parsley raised in the marsh. The well-covered cars themselves were placed in the tents of their owners. The men, longing for their captain, whom Ares loved, wandered here and there through the camp. They did not fight. And so they marched as if the whole earth were scorched with fire. The earth groaned beneath them, as beneath Zeus, who thrills in the thunderbolt, when in anger he lashes the land around Typhoeus in the country of the Arami, where they say is the couch of Typhoeus. Even so did the earth groan greatly beneath the feet of the men as on they came, and swiftly they crossed the plain. To the Trojans speeded Iris, her feet like the wind, as a messenger from Zeus who carries the goatskin fetish with a sorrowful message. The Trojans were holding an assembly at Priam's gate, all gathered together, both young men and old men. Speedy Iris stood near them and spoke. She made her voice like the son of Priam, Polites, who was posted on lookout, trusting to his rapid feet on the top of the tomb of old Aeacides, waiting until the Achaeans should pour forth from their ships. In his likeness spoke speedy Iris. Old sir, always do you love endless talk, as if this were a time of peace, but relentless war is upon us. I have entered many times into the battles of men, but never have I seen such an army, so fine and of so great an extent. They are like leaves or sand as they march across the plain to war against the city. Hector, I lay this command on you especially, and please do as I say. There are many allies in the great city of Priam. Different are the tongues of different people scattered abroad. So let each man pass on the word to those whom he commands. Then let him lead forth the men of his city, once he has put them in order. So she spoke. Hector recognized the goddess, and swiftly he dissolved the conference. They rushed to find their armor. All gates were opened. The army rushed out, the footmen and the charioteers. A great roar rose up.
Now there stands before the city a high mound far out on the plain, with an open space on either side, which men call Batieia, but the deathless ones call the tomb of skipping Myrene. There, on this day, the Trojans and their allies were organized into companies. Great Hector, the son of Priam, whose helmet flashed, led the Trojans. With him armed the most and the best of the army, raging with a spear. The brave son of Anchises led the Dardanians, Aeneas, whom Aphrodite bore to Anchises after sleeping with him in the meadows of Ida, a goddess with a mortal man. But Aeneas was not alone. Together with him were the two sons of Antenor, Archilochus and Acamas, skilled in every kind of fight. And those who lived in rich Zelea on the lowest foothills of Ida, drinking the black water of Aesepus, Trojans, these men Pandarus led, the son of glorious Lycaon, to whom Apollo himself gave a bow. And they who held Adrasteia and the land of Epeisus, and who held Pityeia and the sharp mountain of Tyrea, Adrastus led them, and Amphius, who wore linen armor, the two sons of Merops from Percote. Merops was superior to others in foretelling the future. He would not allow his sons to go to man-destroying war. But the two men were not at all persuaded, but the fates of dark death drove them on. And those who lived around Percote and Practius, and who held Cestus and Abydos and shining Arisbe, Asius, the son of Hirticus, was their leader, a leader of men. His large, tawny brown horses had brought him from Arisbe, from the river Selleis. Hippophos led the tribes of Pelasgians, mad with a spear, who lived in Larissa with its deep soil. Hippophos led them, and Pylaeus, of the blood of Ares, the two sons of Pelasgian Lephus, sons of Tutamus. And Acamas and the warrior Periroos led the Thracians. All those whom the powerful stream of the Hellespont encloses. Euphemus was leader of the Siconians. Spearmen, the sons of Troezenus, nurtured by Zeus, the son of Chaos. Pyrachemes led the Paeonians with curved bows from a long way off, out of Amydon from a wide-flowing Axios. The Axios whose water is the most beautiful that flows over the earth. Shaggy-hearted Pylaemenes led the Paphlagonians from the land of the Eneti. The race of wild mules comes from there. These were they who held Cytorus and lived around Sesamon, and who had their famous houses beside the river Parthenaeus, and who held Cromna and Aegialus and high Erythnioi. Other Halizonians, Odius and Epistrophus, were the leaders, from a long way off, from Alibi, where silver was born. Chromis led the Mysians, and Nomus the bird-seer. Yet with all his bird-seership, he did not avoid black fate, but he fell at the hand of Achilles, the fast runner, when he slaughtered Trojans and others at the river. Phorcys led the Phrygians from a long way off, and Ascanius, like a god from Ascania. They were eager to fight in the hugger-mugger of war. Mesphles and Antiphus led the Maeonians, the two sons of Talimenes. Their mother was the lake Gugea. They led the Maeonians, who were begotten beneath Mount Molus. Nastes led Vicarians, who spoke a foreign tongue and lived in Miletus and the mountain of Pheres with its dense leafage, and the stream Meandrus and the high peaks of Mycale. Amphimachus and Nastes were the leaders. Nastes and Amphimachus were wonderful children of Nemean. He came to the war all decked out in gold, like a girl. What a fool! The gold was of no use to him in fending off deadly destruction, for he fell at the hand of Achilles, the fast runner, and glorious Achilles carried off the gold. Sarpedon and outstanding Glaucus led the Lycians from far away Lycia, from the whirling Xanthus.
The Trojan squadrons, flanked by officers, drew up and sorted, in a din of arms and shouting voices. Wave on wave, like cranes in clamorous lines before the face of heaven, beating away from winter's gloom and storms over the streams of ocean. Hoarsely calling to bring a slaughter on the pygmy warriors, cranes at dawn descending, beaked in cruel attack. The Achaeans, for their part, came on in silence, raging under their breath, shoulder to shoulder sworn. Imagine mist the south wind rolls on hills, a blowing bane for shepherds, but for thieves, better than nightfall. Mist, where a man can see a stone's throw and no more. So dense the dust that clouded up from this advancing host as they devoured the plain. And nearer the front ranks came, till one from the Trojan front detached himself to be the first in battle. Vivid and beautiful, Alexandros, wearing a cowl of leopard skin, a bow hung on his back, a long sword on his hip, with 2 spears capped in pointed bronze. He shook me and called out to the best of the Argives to meet him in the melee, face to face. Menelaus, watching that figure come with long strides in the clear before the others, knew him and thrilled with joy. A hungry lion that falls on heavy game, an antlered deer or a wild goat, will rend and feast upon it, even though hunters and their hounds assail him. So Menelaus thrilled when he beheld Alexandros before his eyes. He thought, I'll cut him to bits, adulterous dog, and vaulted down from his car at once with all his gear. But when Alexandros caught sight of him emerging from the ranks, his heart misgave, and he recalled on his companions not to incur the deadly clash. A man who stumbles upon a viper in a mountain glen will jump aside. A trembling takes his knees, pallor his cheeks. He backs and backs away. In the same way, Alexandros paced backward into the Trojan lines and edged among them, dreading the son of Atreus. Hector watched and said in scorn, You bad luck charm. Paris, the great lover, a gallant sighed. You should have had no seed and died unmarried. Would to God you had. Better than living this way in dishonor, in everyone's contempt. Now they can laugh, the Achaeans, who thought you were a first-rate man, a champion, going by looks. But no backbone, no staying power is in you. Were you this way then, when you made up your crews and crossed the sea in the long ships for trafficking abroad? And when you then brought home a lovely woman from a far land, a girl already married, whose brother-in-law and husband were great soldiers? Ruin for your father and all his realm, joy for our enemies, and shame for you. Now, could you not stand up to Menelaus? You would find out what a fighting man he is, whose flower-like wife you hold. No charm would come of harping then, of Aphrodite's favors, your clean-limbed body and the flowing hair, when you lay down to make love to the dust. What slaves these Trojans are! If not, long since you might have worn a shirt of cobblestones for all the wrong you've done.
The beautiful Prince Alexandros replied to him, Ah, Hector, this harshness is no more than just. Remember, though, your spirit's like an axe edge whetted sharp that goes through timber. When a good shipwright hews out a beam, the tool triples his power. That is the way your heart is in your breast. My own gifts are from pale gold Aphrodite. Do not taunt me for them. Glorious things the gods bestow are not to be despised, being as the gods will. Wishing will not bring them. Now, if what you want from me is fighting, make all the other Trojans and Achaeans down their arms. Let Menelaus alone, and me between the lines in single combat, duel for Helen and the Spartan gold. Whoever gets the upper hand in this shall take the treasure and the women home. Let the rest part as friends. Let all take oath that you may live in peace in Troy's rich land, while they make sail for Argos and its pastures, and the land of lovely womankind, Achaea. Listening, Hector felt his heart grow lighter, and down the Trojan center, with his lance held up mid-haft, he drove, calling, Battalions, halt! Till he brought them to a stand at ease. The long-haired Achaean soldiers bent their bows, aiming with arrows and with stones, but high and clear they heard a shout from Agamemnon. Hold on, Argives! Men, don't shoot! This means he has in mind some proclamation, Hector there in the flashing helmet. Archers lowered their bows, and all fell silent now, as Hector to both armies made appeal. Hear me, Trojans, Achaeans under arms, hear the proposal of Alexandros, because of whom this quarrel began. He asks all other Trojans and Achaean soldiers to put their arms aside upon the ground, while he and Menelaus fight it out between the lines alone, for Helen and her Spartan gold, the winner to take the treasure home and take the woman, the rest with solemn oaths to part as friends. The armies were now hushed. Across the field, Menelaus, clarion in war, addressed them. Hear me also, as the iron enters deepest in me. Yet I agree, the Trojans and Argives should withdraw in peace. You've borne so many hardships, taking part with me in the quarrel Alexandros began. So death to him for whom the hour of death has come. The rest of you part peacefully and soon. Bring down a black ewe and a snow-white ram for sacrifice to Earth and Helios. We here shall dedicate a third to Zeus, and lead down Priam in his power, that he himself may swear to peace. Reckless, untrustworthy sons he has, but no man's overweening should break the peace of Zeus. The younger men are changeable, he and his age among them, looking before and after, can see clearly what shall be in the interests of all. Now all hearts lifted at his words, for both sides hoped for an end of miserable war, and backing chariots into line, the men stepped out, disarmed themselves, and left their weapons, heaped at close intervals on open ground. Hector, meanwhile, had sent 2 runners back to bring the sheep and summon the Lord Priam. Agamemnon, at the same time, dispatched Chalthobius to the ships, bidding him bring a sheep as well, and he obeyed.
Now Iris.
What to tell Lady Helen, appearing as her sister-in-law, Lady Icky. Loveliest as a prince are in the way.
Of Helicaon, a son of Lord Antenor. She found her weaving in the women's hall, a double violet stuff, whereon inwoven were many passages of arms by Trojan horsemen and Achaeans mailed in bronze. Trials brave for her sake at the war god's hands. Approaching her, the swift Iris said,
Come, dearest, come outside and see the marvelous change.
In Trojans and Achaeans, up to now, they have made war till we were dead with weeping. War unending in the cruel plain. No more now. They are resting on their shields, each with his tall spear thrust in the earth beside him. It seems Alexandros and the great soldier Menelaus will meet in single combat with battle spears. For you, the man who wins shall win you as his bride.
And the dust even as she spoke, infused in Helen's heart. a smoky sweetness and desire. For him, who first had taken her as bride, and for her parents and her ancient town. Quickly she cloaked herself in silvery veil,
and let a teardrop fall and left her chamber. Not unaccompanied, but as became
a princess and 2 maids in waiting.
Aithre, a child of Pythias, and the other wide-eyed Clymene.
Soon these 3 women neared the sky gate.
There Priam and his counselors were sitting. Simoetes, Panthoas, Lampros, the soldier, Hiketaon, and those 2 clear-headed men, Antenor and Ucalegon. Peers of the realm, in age strengthless at war, but strong still, in their talking, perching now. Above the Skyan gates, on the escarpment, they sounded like cicadas in dry summer, that cling on leafy trees and send out voices. Rhythmic and long, so droned and murmured these.
Oh, there's the Trojans on the tower.
And watching Helen as she climbed the stairs, in undertones,
They said to one another,
"We cannot rage at her. It is no wonder that Trojans and Achaeans under arms should for so long have borne the pains of war for one like this." Unearthliness. A goddess the woman is to look at. Ah, but still, even so being all that she is, let her go in the ships and take her scourge from us and from our children. These were the voices of the old men. But to Helen, Priam called out, "Come here, dear child. Sit beside me. You shall see your one-time lord and your dear kinsman. You are not to blame. I hold the gods to blame for bringing on this war against the Achaeans, to our sorrow. Come, tell me who the big man is out there. Who is that powerful figure?"
Other men are tall, but I never saw a soldier.
Clean cut, as he is royal in his bearing, he seems a kingly man.
And the great beauty Helen replied, "Revere you as I do. I dread you too, dear father."
Painful death would have been sweeter for me. On that day I joined your son and left my bridal chamber.
My brother, my grandchild, and my preschool friend.
But no death came, though I have pined and wept.
A question now, yes, I can answer it.
That man is
Agamemnon,
son of Atreus,
Lord of the Flames,
of Argos, ever both. A good king and a formidable soldier. Brother to a husband of a wanton.
Was that life a dream?
O fortunate son of Atreus, child of destiny, O happy soul, how many sons of Achaea serve under you? Into the vineyard country of Phrygia, and saw the Frisian host on nimble ponies. Otreus and Maedon's people. In those days they were encamped on the Saesaritis river, and they allotted me as their ally, and my place among them when the Amazons came down, those women who were fighting men. But that host never equaled this, the army of the keen-eyed men of Achaea. Still gazing out, he caught sight of Odysseus, and then the old man said, "Tell me, dear child, who is that officer? The son of Atreus stands a head taller, but this man appears to have a deeper chest and broader shoulders. His gear lies on the ground, but still he goes like a bellwether up and down the ranks. A ram, I'd call him, burly, thick with fleece, keeping a flock of silvery sheep in line." And Helen, shaped by heaven, answered him, "That is Larius' son, the great Tacitus, Odysseus. He was bred on Icata, a bare and stony island, but he knows all manner of stratagems and moves in war." Annator, the alert man, interpreted, "My lady, there indeed you hit the mark. Once long ago he came here, great Odysseus, with Menelaus, came to treat of you. They were my guests, and I made friends of both, and learned their stratagems and characters. Among us Trojans in our gathering, Menelaus, broad in the shoulders likewise, overtopped him. Seated, Odysseus looked the kinglier men. When each of them stood up to make his plea, his argument before us all, then Menelaus said a few words in a rather headlong way, but clearly not long-winded and not vague, and indeed he was the younger of the two. Then in his turn, the great Tacitus rose and stood and looked at the ground, moving the staff before him, not at all forward or backward. Abstain and slow of wit he seemed, gripping the staff. You'd say some surly fellow with an empty head. But when he launched the strong voice from his chest, and words came driving on the air as thick and fast as winter snowflakes, then Odysseus could have no mortal rival as an Austrian. The look of him no longer made us wonder. Observing a third figure, that of Aias, the old man asked, "Who was that other one, so massive and so strongly built? He towers head and shoulders above the Argive troops." Tell in her long gown, in her silver cloak, Helen replied, "That is the giant soldier, Aias, a rugged sea wall of Achaeans, opposite him, among the curtains there, in tall Iademus, with captains round him. Menelaus, whom the war god loves, received him often in our house of Sparta, when he crossed over to Creta. I see all the Achaeans now, whom I might recognize and name for you, except for two I cannot see, the captains, Crestor, breaker of horses, and the boxer, Polydamas. Both my brothers, mother bore them both. Were there not the fleet from Lacedaemon? Or did they cross in long ships, but refrain from entering combat here, because the dread, vile talk of me, and courses on my head?"
So Helen wondered, but her brothers lay motionless in the arms of life-bestowing earth, long dead in the citium of their fathers. Meanwhile, by lane and wall, the criers came with sacrificial sheep and bearing wine that warms the heart, gift of the vineyard ground, a goatskin ponderous with wine. And one, Aeneas, carrying golden goblets and a wine bowl shining, reached the side of the aged king and called upon him, "Son of Laomedon, arise, the master soldiers of both armies, Trojan breakers of horses, Achaeans mailed in bronze, request that you be present in the plain for peace offerings and oaths. Alexandros and Menelaus, whom the war god loves, will fight with battle spears over the lady. She and the treasure go to him who wins. As for the rest, by solemn pact, thereafter in this rich land of Troy we dwell in peace while they return to the grazing land of Argos and Achaia, country of fair women." At this announcement by the crier, a tremor shook the old king, head to foot. He said, "Harness the team." And hastily they did so. Stepping into his car, Lord Priam took the reins and leaned back, tugging at the horses until Antenor mounted at his side. Then to the Scaean gates and out they drove, keeping the swift team headed for the plain. They reined in at the battle line, set foot upon the open ground, once cattle pasture, and walked between the Trojans and Achaeans. Promptly Lord Agamemnon and Odysseus, master of stratagems, arose. The criers, noble retainers, brought the votive sheep, prepared the bowls of wine, and rinsed the hands of their commanders. Then the son of Atreus drew from his ship the sheath knife hanging there beside his long sword scabbard. From the brows of ram and ewe he cut the fleece, and criers handed it out to officers of both armies. With arms held wide to heaven, Agamemnon prayed in the name of all. "O Father Zeus, power over Ida, greatest, most glorious, O Helios, by whom all things are seen, all overheard, O rivers, O dark earth, O powers underground, chastisers of dead men for breaking solemn oaths. Be witness all, preserve this pact we swear to. If in fact Alexandros should kill Lord Menelaus, let him keep Helen and keep all the gold, while we sail home in the longships. But if Alexandros be killed, The Trojans are to surrender Helen and the treasure. Moreover, they must pay a tribute due the Argives now, renewed to their descendants. In the event that Priam and his sons refuse this, though Alexandros be killed, then I shall stay and fight for my indemnity until I come upon the end to war. He drew the pitiless bronze knife edge hard across the gullets of the sheep, and laid them quivering on the ground, their lives ebbing, lost to the wetted bronze. Now dipping up wine from the wine bowls into golden cups, the captains tipped their offerings and prayed to the gods who never die. Here is the way the Trojans and Achaeans prayed. O Zeus, almighty and most glorious, gods undying, let any parties to this oath who first calamitously break it have their brains decanted like these wine drops on the ground. They and their children, let their wives be slaves. The oath ran so, but Zeus would not abide by what they swore. Now Dardan Priam spoke, "One word from me, O Trojans and Achaeans. For my part, back I go to the windy town of Iliad. I cannot bear to watch my son in combat against Menelaus, a man the war god stands behind. No doubt Zeus knows the end, and all the immortals know which of the two must die his fated death."
He placed the carcasses of ram and ewe before him in the chariot, and stepped aboard in majesty, holding the horses while Lord Antenor climbed the royal car. Then, circling back, they drove toward Ilion. Prince Hector and Odysseus together paced off the dueling ground. Next they took up 2 tokens in a bronze helm, shaking it to see which man would cast his weapon first. Meanwhile, the soldiers held their hands to heaven, Trojans and Achaeans, in this prayer. Father Zeus, almighty over Ida, may he who brought this trouble on both sides perish. Let him waste away into the undergloom. As for ourselves, let us be loyal friends in peace. They prayed as powerful Hector in his flashing helmet, keeping his eyes averted, turned the tokens. That of Paris's quickly tumbled out, and now, holding their lines, the troops sank down, each one beside his horse and his gear. The time had come, and Prince Alexandros, consort of Helen, buckled on his armor. First the greaves, well molded to his shins, with silver ankle circlets, then around his chest, the cuirass of his brother, Lycaon, a good fit for him. He slung a sword of bronze with silver-studded hilt by a baldric on his shoulder. Over this a shield strap and the many-layered shield, then drew a helmet with a horse-tail crest upon his head. Upon his gallant brow, the tall plume like a wave crest grimly tossing. He picked out finally a solid spear with his own hand grip. Meanwhile, the great soldier Menelaus put on his own equipment. Armed now, each in his place apart, both men walked forward in the space between the armies, glaring at one another. Fierce excitement ran through all those who gazed. Horse-breaking Trojans, Achaeans in leg armor, as the champions came to a stand inside the dueling ground, and hefted spears in rage. Without delay, Alexandros opened the fight. He hurled his long shadowing spear, and his Atreides fair on the round shield. Nothing brazen broke, no, but the point of bronze at impact bent in that hard armor. Second, to make his cast, and rousing it with his bronze-shod spear, the son of Atreus, Menelaus, prayed to Father Zeus, O Zeus aloft, grant I shall make the man who wronged me first pay for it now. Let him be humbled, brought down at my hands, and hearts in those born after us will shrink from treachery to a host who offers love. Hefting and aiming as he spoke, he hurled his long shouting spear and hit his adversary fair on the round shield. Formidably sped, the shear went through the polished hide and through the densely painted cuirass, where it ripped the shirt forward along his flank and struck. But Paris, twisting, had eluded death.
Drawing his longsword then, Lord Menelaus reared and struck him on the helmet ridge, but saw his blade, broken and jagged splinters, drop from his hand. Lifting his eyes to heaven, he groaned, O Father Zeus of all the gods, none is more cruel to hopeful men than you are. I thought to make Alexandros pay for his crime, and what luck have I had? My spear slipped from my grip in vain, I missed him, and now my sword is shattered in my hands. But now in one bound, pouncing, he laid hold of the horsetail crest and spun his enemy, then yanked him backward toward the Achaean lines, choked by the chin strap cutting into his throat, a well-stitched band secured beneath his helmet. To his own glory, Menelaus now would have in fact pulled him all the way had Aphrodite with her clear eye not perceived him, and she snapped the band of oxhide cut from a clubbed ox. Now at this, the helmet came away easily in the fighter's hand. He whirled it round his head and let it fly amid the Achaeans, where his own men caught it, and once again, raging to kill his man, he lunged, aiming a lance. But this time, Aphrodite spirited Alexandros away as easily as only a god could do. She hid him in mist and put him down in his own fragrant chamber, while she herself went off to summon Helen. She came upon her on the battlement amid a throng of Trojan ladies. Here the goddess plucked at a fold of her sweet-scented gown and spoke to her. She seemed a spinning woman who once had spun soft wool for her at home in Lacedaemon, and the princess loved her. In this guise, ravishing Aphrodite said, "Come home with me. Alexandros invites you. On the ivory inlaid bed in your bedchamber he lies at ease, and freshly dressed, so handsome. Never could you imagine that the man came just now from combat. One would say he goes to grace a dance, or has until this minute danced and is resting now," so she described him. And Helen's heart beat faster in her breast, her sense being quickened so, through all the disguise, she recognized the goddess's flawless throat, her fine breasts that moved the sighs of longing, her brilliant eyes. She called her by her name in wonder, saying, "O immortal madness, why do you have this craving to seduce me? Am I to be transported even further eastward into some Phrygian walled town or into Meone? If you have there another mortal friend? Is it because Menelaus has beaten Alexandros and, hateful though I am, would take me home? Is that why you are here in all your cunning? Go take your place besides Alexandros, leave the bright paths of the gods, take over heaven, and walk no more about Olympus. Be unhappy for him, shield him till at last he marries you, or as he will, enslaves you. I shall not join him there. It would be base if I should make his bed luxurious now. There will be such whispering among the Trojan women later, as though I had not pain enough to bear."
To this the goddess haughtily replied, "Better not be so difficult. You'll vex me enough to let you go. Then I shall hate you, as I have cherished you till now. Moreover, I can make hatred for you grow amid both Trojans and Danaans. And if I do, you'll come to a bad end." Now Helen, shaped by heaven, was afraid. Enfolded in her shining robe of silver, she turned to go without a word, unseen by all the women, for the goddess led her. Entering Alexandros's magnificent house, the maids went quickly to their work, and Helen mounted to her high chamber. Aphrodite, who smiles on smiling love, brought her a chair and set it down facing Alexandros. Helen, daughter of Zeus beyond the storm cloud, took her seat with downcast eyes and greeted him. "Home from the war? You should have perished there. Brought down by that strong soldier, once my husband. You used to say you were the better man, more skillful with your hands, your spear, so why not challenge him to fight again?" "I wouldn't if I were you. No, don't go back to war against the tawny-headed man of war. Like a rash fool, you'd crumple under his lance." Paris replied, "Love, don't be bitter with me. These are unkind reflections. It is true, on this occasion he and Athena won. Next time I may, we too have gods with us. Let us drop war now, you and I, and give ourselves to pleasure in our bed. My soul was never so possessed by longing, not even when I took you first aboard off Lacedaemon, the sweet land, and sailed in the long ships. Not at Cranae Island, where I first went to bed with you and loved you. Greater desire now lifts me like a tide. He went to bed, and she went with him, and in the inlaid ivory bed these two made love, while Menelaus roamed the ranks like a wild beast, hunting the godlike man Alexandros. But not a Trojan there. Not one of all the allies could produce him for the war god's friend Menelaus, and none for love would ever hide him if he saw him, the man being abhorred like death itself. Now the Lord Marshal Agamemnon spoke amid the armies. Give me your attention, Trojans, Dardans, and allies. Beyond question, Menelaus is victorious. Therefore, Helen of Argos and the treasure are now to be surrendered. You must pay tribute as well, the compensation due, payable too in future generations. And to this judgment of the son of Atreus, the rest of the Achaeans gave assent.
Now aloft by the side of Zeus, the gods sat in council, conferring across Olympus's golden floor, as noble Hebe poured them rounds of nectar. They lifted golden beakers, pledging each other warmly, gazing down on Troy. But, abruptly, Zeus was set on infuriating Hera, courting her fire with cunning mocking taunts. So, these two goddesses there are Menelaus's best defense? Hera of Argos, Boeotian Athena, guard of armies? Look at them, sitting apart, watching the dueling. So they take their pleasure. But Aphrodite here, with her everlasting laughter, always stands by Paris and drives the deadly spirits from her man. Why, just now she plucked him away. She saved his life when he thought his end had come. Nevertheless, clearly victory goes to Menelaus, dear to Ares. So now we plan how the war will all work out. Do we rouse the pain and grisly fighting once again, or hand down pacts of peace between both armies? Ah, if only it might prove well and good to all, to every immortal god, men might still live on in royal Priam's citadel. And Helen of Argos? Menelaus just might lead her home again. So we mocked as Athena and Queen Hera muttered between themselves, huddled together, plotting Troy's destruction. True, Athena held her peace and said nothing, smoldering at the father, seized with wild resentment. But Hera could hold the anger in her breast no longer, suddenly bursting out. Dread Majesty, son of Cronos, what are you saying? How can you think of making all my labor worthless, all gone for nothing? Mortal labor, the sweat I poured, my horses panting, spent from launching Achaea's armies, heaping pains on Priam and Priam's sons. Do as you please, but none of the deathless gods will ever praise you. Rising in anger, Zeus, who drives the storm clouds, thundered. Insatiable Hera, how great are the pains that Priam and Priam's sons have heaped on you, that you rage on, relentless, forever bent on raising the well-built heights of Troy. Only if you could breach their gates and their long walls, and devour Priam and Priam's son and the Trojan armies raw, then you might cure your rage at last. Well, do as you please. But in days to come, don't let this quarrel breed some towering clash between us both, pitting you and me in conflict. One more thing. Take it to heart. I urge you. Whenever I am bent on tearing down some city filled with men you love to please myself, never attempt to thwart my fury. Hera. Give me my way, for I gave you this, all of my own free will, but hardly willing. No, of all the cities under the sun and starry skies, wherever men who walk the earth have dwelled, I honor sacred Ilium most with my immortal heart. Priam and men of Priam who hurls the strong ass spear. Never once did my altar lack its share of victims, wine cups tipped, and the deep smoky savor. These are the gifts we claim. These are our rights. And Hera the queen, her eyes wide, answered, Excellent. The three cities that I love best of all are Argos and Sparta, Mycenae with streets as broad as Troy's. Raise them whenever they stir the hatred in your heart. My cities. I will never rise in their defense, not against you. I'd never grudge your pleasure. What if I did protest? Forbid you to raise their walls? What good would protest do? You are far stronger than I. Still, you must not make my labor come to nothing. I am a god too, my descent the same as yours. Crooked-minded Cronos fathered me as well, the first of all his daughters, first both ways, both by birth and since I am called your consort, and you in turn rule all the immortal gods. So, come, let us yield to each other now on this one point. I to you and you to me, and the other deathless powers will fall in line. But quickly, order Athena down the battle now into the killing ground of Trojans and Achaeans, and see that the Trojans break the sworn truce first and trample on the Argives in their triumph.
The father of men and gods complied at once. He winged Athena on with a flight of orders. Quickly, down you go to Troy's and Achaea's armies now, and see that the Trojans break the sworn truce first, and trample on the Argives in their triumph. So he launched Athena, already poised for action. Down the goddess swept from Olympus's craggy peaks, and dove like a star the son of Cronus flings. Cronus, with all his turning, twisting ways, assigned to men at sea, or a massive army marching, blazing on with a stream of sparks showering in its wake. Like a shooting star, Athena flashed across the earth, plunging down in the midst of both camped forces. Terror gripped the fighters looking on, stallion breaking Trojans, Argive men-at-arms. One would glance at a comrade, groaning, what next? Battle again? More pain and grisly fighting? Or pacts between both armies? Peace from Zeus, the great steward on high, who rules our mortal wars? As Achaeans and Trojans wondered what was coming, Athena merged in the Trojan columns like a fighter, like Antenor's son, the rugged spearman Laodocus, hunting for Pandarus, hoping to find the archer. Find him she did, Lycaon's skilled, fearless son, standing by, flanked by the bands of shielded men who trooped with him from Aesepus' dark rapids. Athena halted beside him, let her challenge fly. Here's glory, son of Lycaon. Let me tempt you, you with your archer's skill. Have you the daring to wing an arrow at Menelaus? Just think what thanks, what fame you'd win in the eyes of all the Trojans, Prince Paris most of all. The first among all, you'd bear off shining, priceless gifts from him. Just let him see Menelaus, Atreus' fighting son, brought down by your shaft and hoisted onto his pyre, mourned with grief and tears. Come, up with you. Whip an arrow at this invincible Menelaus, now. But swear to Apollo, wolf god, glorious archer, you'll slaughter splendid victims, newborn lambs, when you march home to Zilia's sacred city. So Athena fired the fool's heart inside him. Then and there he unstrapped his polished bow, the horn of a wild goat he'd shot in the chest, one day as the springy ibex clambered down a cliff. Lurking there under cover, he hit it in the heart, and the fine kill went sprawling down the rocks. The horns on its head ran 16 hands in length, and a bowyer, good with goat horn, worked them up, fitted, clasped them tight, sanded them smooth, and set the golden notch rings at the tips. Superb equipment. Bending it back hard, the archer strung his bow. Propping an end against the ground as cohorts braced their shields in a tight wedge to hide him, fearing bands of Argives might just leap to their feet before he could hit Menelaus, Atreus' fighting son. He flipped the lid of his quiver, plucked an arrow, fletched and never shot, a shaft of black pain. Quickly notching the sharp arrow on the string, he swore to Apollo, wolf god, glorious archer, he'd slaughter splendid victims, newborn lambs, when he marched home to Zelia's sacred city. Squeezing the nock and string together, drawing the gut back to his nipple, iron head to the hand grip till he flexed the great weapon back in a half-circle curve, the bow sprang. The string sang out. Arrow shot away, razor sharp and raging, to whip through Argive ranks. But you, Menelaus, the blessed deathless gods, did not forget you, Zeus's daughter, the queen of fighters, first of all. She reared before you, skewed the tearing shaft, flicking it off your skin as quick as a mother flicks a fly from her baby sleeping softly. Athena's own hand deflected it down the belt where the gold buckles clasp and breastplates overlap. The shaft pierced the tight belt's twisted thongs, piercing the blazoned plates, piercing the guard he wore to shield his loins and block the spears, his best defense. The shaft pierced even these, the tip of the weapon grazing the man's flesh, and dark blood came spurting from the wound.
Picture a woman dyeing ivory blood red, a Carian or Maeonian staining a horse's cheekpiece, and it's stored away in a vault, and troops of riders long to sport the ornament, true, but there it lies as a king's splendor, kept and prized twice over, his team's adornment, his driver's pride and glory. So now, Menelaus, the fresh blood went staining down your sturdy thighs, your shins and well-turned ankles. The lord of men Agamemnon shuddered, frightened to see the dark blood gushing from the wound. And veteran Menelaus cringed himself, but saw the lashing cords and barbs outside the gash, and his courage flooded back inside his chest. Nevertheless, King Agamemnon, groaning heavily, grasped Menelaus' hand and spoke out for the men, as friends around him groaned as well. Dear brother, that truce I sealed in blood was death for you, setting you out alone, exposed before the lines to fight the Trojans. Look how the men of Troy have laid you low, trampling down our solemn, binding truce. But they will never go for nothing, the oaths, the blood of the lambs, the unmixed wine we poured, the firm clasp of the right hand we trusted. Never. Even if Zeus's wrath does not strike home at once, he'll strike in his own good time with greater fury. Transgressors will pay the price, a tremendous price, with their own heads, their wives, and all their children. Yes, for in my heart and soul I know this well. The day will come when sacred Troy must die. Priam must die, and all his people with him. Priam, who hurls the strong ash spear. The son of Cronus, Zeus, throned aloft in the heavens where he lives, Zeus himself will brandish over their heads his black storm shield, enraged at their deceit. Nothing can stop it now. All this will come to pass. But I will suffer terrible grief for you, Menelaus, if you die now, if you fill out your destiny now, and I go back to parching Argos in disgrace. For the men will turn their minds toward home at once, and we must leave Priam and all the men of Troy a trophy to glory over, Helen, queen of Argos. But the plowland here will rot your bones, my brother, as you lie dead in Troy, your mission left unfinished. Then some Trojan will glory, swaggering, arrogant, leaping down on the grave of famous Menelaus. Let Agamemnon wreak his anger so on all his foes, just as he led his armies here for nothing, failure. Now home he's gone to the dear land of his fathers, his warships empty, leaving behind the hero Menelaus moldering in his wake. So some Trojan will trumpet, let the great earth gape and take me down that day. But the red-haired Menelaus tried to calm him. Courage, don't alarm the men, not for a moment. The point's not lodged in a mortal spot, you see. My glittering war belt stopped the shot in front, my loin piece and the plated guard below it, gear the bronze smiths hammered out for me. And Marshal Agamemnon took his lead. Pray God you're right, dear brother Menelaus. But the wound, a healer will treat it, apply drugs, and put a stop to the black waves of pain. Agamemnon turned to the sacred herald. Quick, Talthybius, call Machaon here, the son of Asclepius, that unfailing healer, to see to Menelaus, Atreus' fighting son. An archer's hit him, a good hand at the bow, some Trojan or some Lycian, all glory to him, a heavy blow to us. The herald obeyed at once. He ran through ranks of Achaeans armed in bronze, searching for brave Machaon. Find him he did, standing by, flanked by the bands of shielded men who'd trooped with him from the stallion land of Tricca. He halted beside him there and let his message fly. Quickly, son of Asclepius, King Agamemnon calls. Now see to Menelaus, Achaea's fighting captain. An archer's hit him, a good hand at the bow. Some Trojan or some Lycian, all glory to him, a heavy blow to us. So the herald shouted, stirring Machaon's spirit. Back the two men ran through crowds of troops in Achaea's vast encampment.
And gaining the place where red-haired Menelaus nursed his wound, and a growing ring of warlords pressed around him, striding into their midst, the god-sent healer reached the captain's side and quickly drew the shaft from his buckled belt. He pulled it clear. The sharp barbs broke back. He loosed the glittering belt and slipped it off, and the loin piece, and the plated guard below it, gear the bronze smiths made. When he saw the wound where the tearing arrow hit, he sucked out the blood and deftly applied the healing salves that Chiron, friend of Asclepius, gave his father long ago. And all the while they worked over Menelaus, whose cry could marshal armies. On the Trojans came, columns armed for assault, and again the Argives donned their gear and roused their lust for war. King Agamemnon's hour, you would not find him asleep, not cringing a moment, hanging back from the struggle. He pressed for battle now, where men win glory. He left his team in burnished bronze car with an aide, Eurymedon, Ptolemaeus Parietes' son, reining off to the side his snorting pair of stallions. He gave him strict orders to keep them close at hand, for the time his knees might buckle with fatigue, from bringing crowds of soldiers into line. Then out he went on foot to range the ranks. The charioteers he spotted, fast with teams, he'd halt beside and spur them on. My Argives, never relax your nerve, your fighting strength. Father Zeus, I swear, will never defend the Trojans. Liars, they were the first to trample on their oaths. So vultures will eat them raw, their firm young flesh. And we'll drag their dear wives and helpless children back to the beaked ships once we've seized their city. But any men he saw retreating from hateful battle, he would lash with a sharp burst of rage. You Argives, glorious braggarts, disgraces, have you no shame? Just standing there, dumbstruck like fawns done in from hightailing over some big meadow, winded and teetering, heart inside them spent, standing there dazed, your fighting spirit dead. What are you waiting for? Do you want these Trojans to pin you against your high sterns beached in the surf, to see if Zeus will stretch his hands above your heads and save your craven lives? So the commander ranged Achaea's ranks and brought them into line. Moving on through the crowds, he found the Cretans arming for combat now, ringing, brave Idomeneus. Strong as a boar, he urged his front-line troops, as Meriones brought the rear battalions up. King Agamemnon, thrilled to watch them work, was quick to salute the chief and sing his praises. You are the one I prize, Idomeneus, more than all your Argive fighters fast with chariot teams, whether in war or action of any sort, or feasts where the ranking Argive warlords mix their bowls with the shining wine of kings. What if the rest of all the long-haired Achaeans drink their measure of? Your cup stands filled, always, brimmed like mine, when the will stirs you to drink.
So now drink deep of battle. Be that fighter you claim to be in all the years gone by. The Cretan captain Idomeneus answered warmly, Trust me, Atrides. Count on me, your comrade, staunch as I swore at first. That day I bowed my head. Now fire up the rest of your long-haired Achaeans. On with the fighting, quickly. The Trojans broke our binding truce just now. Death and grief to the men of Troy hereafter. They were the first to trample on our pact.
Hearing that the son of Atreus strode on, elated in making way, through crowds of troops he found the two called Ajax, great and little, both captains armed for attack, with a cloud of infantry forming up behind them. Think how a goat herd off on a mountain lookout spots a storm cloud moving down the sea, bearing down beneath the rush of the west wind, and miles away he sees it building black as pitch, blacker, whipping the whitecaps. Full hurricane fury, the herdsman shudders to see it, drives his flocks to a cave, so dense the battalions grouped behind the two Aeontes. Packed, massed with hardy fighters dear to the gods, battalions black and bristling shields and spears, fighters sweeping into the breaking storm of war. And King Agamemnon, thrilled to see the sight, sped them on with a rousing flight of praises. Ajax, Ajax, chiefs of the Argives, armed in bronze, no orders for you. It's wrong to incite you to. You lead your men to war in so much force. Father Zeus, Athena, Apollo, if all my fighters had such courage pounding inside their chests, we'd bring King Priam's citadel crashing down in an instant, sacked at our hands, annihilated. He spun on his heels and left them there in place, heading for other ranks, and came on Nestor next, the clear speaker of Pylos posting troops, readying them for action, combat units forming under the lanky Pelagon, Alistair and Chromius, Haemon and stocky Bias, skilled captain of armies. Forward he ranged the charioteers with teams and cars, backed by infantry close behind them, milling brave men, the defensive line of battle that would be their role. But the known cowards he drove amidst the center. A man might cringe, but he'd be forced to fight. And first he gave his drivers strict commands to rein their teams back hard and never panic. No fouling them in the onslaught. Let no man, so sure of his horsemanship and soldier's prowess, dare to fight it out alone with the Trojans, exposed in front of his lines. No heroics now. But give no ground. The charge will go to pieces, and any charioteer who reaches Trojan chariots, thrust your spear from your own car. Don't throw it. Better that way. It's tighter, stronger fighting. So men before your time stormed walls and cities, holding fast to that tactic, warring on with heart. The old soldier, spurring his men with skills from a lifetime, spent campaigning battles long ago. And King Agamemnon, thrilled to see his efforts, cheered him on with a flight of praise. Old warhorse, if only your knees could match the spirit in your chest, and your body's strength were planted firm as rock. But the great leveler, age, has worn you down. If only some other fighter had your years, and you could march with the younger, fitter men. And Nestor, the seasoned charioteer, replied, True, Atrides, if only I were the man I was, years ago when I cut down rugged Eurythelion, but the gods won't give us all their gifts at once. If I was a young man then, now old age dogs my steps. Nevertheless, I'll still troop with the horsemen, give them maneuvers, discipline, and commands. That is the right and pride of us old men. The young spearmen will do the work with spears, younger than Nestor, the next generation up, flush with their fresh strength. So Nestor said, and Atriades ranged forward, glad at heart, and came on Petios' son, the charioteer, Menestheus standing idle, encircling him, Athenian men who could raise the cry of battle.
And there beside them, the great tactician Odysseus, drawn up with his Cephalanians grouped around him, bands of them, no mean fighters, watching, waiting. The call to action had still not reached their ears, and the columns were only just now forming, moving out, stallion-breaking Trojans and long lines of Achaeans. So the Cephalanians held their ground there, poised. When would some or other Argive units make a charge, engage the Trojan front, and open up the battle? Spotting them now, the lord of men, Agamemnon, dressed them down with winged words of scorn. You there, Pytus' son, a king, dear to the gods, and you, the captain of craft and cunning, shrewd with greed, why are you cowering here, skulking out of range? waiting for others to do your fighting for you. It's your duty to stand in front of the ranks and take your share of the scorching blaze of battle. First you are when you hear of feasts from me, when Achaeans set out banquets for the chiefs. Then you're happy enough to down the roast meats and cups of honeyed mellowed wine, all you can drink. But now you'd gladly watch 10 troops of Achaeans beat you to the feast, first to fight, with ruthless bronze before you. The great tactician Odysseus gave him a dark glance and shot back at once. Now what is this, Atrides? This talks that slip your clenched teeth. How can you say that I hang back from fighting when Argive units spurred the slashing god of war against these Trojan horsemen? Just you watch. If you take the time and care to taste some action, watch Telemachus' loving father lock and fight with enemy champions, stallion-breaking Trojans. You and your bluster, you're talking nonsense. Seeing his anger flare, Field Marshal Agamemnon smiled broadly and took back his taunts at once. Royal son of Laertes, Odysseus, great tactician, I must not bait you so beyond the limit. Must not give you orders. I know for a fact the spirit in your heart is well disposed to me and all my efforts. We see eye to eye. Come, we'll set these things to right later. If any offense had passed between us now, may the gods make all our bluster come to nothing. He left him there in place, heading for the other chiefs. He came to Tydeus' son, impetuous Diomedes, standing by his bolted car behind the team, with Snethnius flanked behind him, Capaneus' son. And spotting Tydides there, Field Marshal Agamemnon gave him a winged burst of scorn. What's this? You, the son of Tydeus, that skilled breaker of horses? Why cringing here, gazing out on passageways of battle? That was never Tydeus' way. Shy behind the lines, he'd grapple enemies, bolting ahead of comrades. And so they claim who watched him at his work. I never met a man myself. I never saw him, and they say he had no equal. True enough, he came to Mycenae once, but not at war with us. A guest, a friend, with the royal Polynices raising troop that time they geared to attack the holy walls of Thebes. They pressed us hard. They begged us to give them battle-tested allies. My kin were glad to oblige and grant them their requests, till Zeus changed our minds with flash of bad omens. So off they went, getting some distance on their way, and reached the Asopus grassy banks and reed beds. From that point the men sent Tydeus ahead, bearing their message. He marched out at once and came on crowds, menacing bands of Thebans feasting away in the halls of mighty Eteocles. There, a total strangers, the horseman Tydeus had no fear. Alone in the midst of Theban hordes, undaunted, Tydeus challenged them all to a test of strength and beat them all with ease in each event. Athena urged him on with so much winning force. But the Thebans rose in anger, lashed their teams, and packed an ambush to meet him heading back, full 50 fighters with 2 chiefs in lead. Hunter, the son of bloodlust, strong as gods, and the Killerman's son, the gifted cutthroat Slaughter. But Tydeus treated them all to a shameful fate, finished them all, but let one run for home. Heeding to the god's sign, he let the hunters off. Now there was a man, that Tydeus, that Aetolian, but he bore a son, who is not a half of him in battle, better only in wrangling wars of words.
Taunting so, and steadfast Diomedes offered no reply, overawed by the king's majestic scorn. But Capaneus' headstrong son lashed back in style. Don't lie, Atrides. You know the truth. Say it. We claim we are far, far greater than our fathers. We are the ones who stormed the 7 gates of Thebes, heading a weaker force and facing stronger walls, but obeying the gods' signs and backed by Zeus. Our fathers? Fools! Their own bravado killed them. Don't tell me you rank our fathers with ourselves. But resolute Diomedes gave him a dark glance. Sit down, my friend. Be quiet. Listen to me. I don't blame Agamemnon, our commander-in-chief, for goading his combat-ready Argives into battle. The glory goes to him if the Argive fighters lay the Trojans low and take their sacred city. But immense grief is his if comrades die in droves. Up now! Rouse our fighting fury! With that challenge, he sprang from his chariot fully armed and hit the ground. A terrific din of bronze rang from the captain's chest, striding toward attack. Fear would have gripped the staunchest man and made his knees give way. As a heavy surf assaults some roaring coast, piling breaker on breaker whipped by the west wind, and out on the open sea a crest first rears its head, then pounds down on the shore with hoarse, rumbling thunder, and in come more shouldering crests, arching up and breaking against some rocky spit, exploding salt foam to the skies. So wave on wave they came, Achaean battalions ceaseless, surging on to war. Each captain ordered his men, and the ranks moved on in silence. You'd never think so many troops could march, holding their voices in their chests, all silence, fearing their chiefs who called out clear commands, and the burnished, blazoned armor round their bodies flared, the formations trampling on. But not the Trojans, no. Like flocks of sheep in a wealthy rancher's steadings, thousands crowding to have their white milk drained, bleating non-stop when they hear their crying lambs. So the shouts rose up from the long Trojan lines, and not one cry, no common voice to bind them all together. Their tongues mixed and clashed, their men hailed from so many far-flung countries. Ares drove them, fiery-eyed Athena drove the Argives, and terror and rout and relentless strife stormed too, sister of man-slaughtering Ares, Ares' comrade in arms. Strife, only a slight thing when she first rears her head, but her head soon hits the sky as she strides across the earth. Now strife hurled down the leveler hate amidst both sides, wading into the onslaught, flooding men with pain. At last the armies clashed at one strategic point. They slammed their shields together, pike scraped pike with the grappling strength of fighters armed in bronze, and their round shields pounded, boss on welded boss, and the sound of struggle roared and rocked the earth. Screams of men and cries of triumph breaking in one breath, fighters killing, fighters killed, and the ground streamed blood. Wildly, as 2 winter torrents raging down from the mountains, swirling into a valley, hurl their great waters together, flash floods from the well springs plunging down in a gorge, and miles away in the hills a shepherd hears thunder. So from the grinding armies broke the cries and crash of war. Antilochus was the first to kill a Trojan captain. Tough on the front lines, the Lysias' son Echepolus, Antilochus struck first, speared the horsehair helmet right at the ridge, and the bronze spear point lodged in the man's forehead, smashing through his skull. And the dart came whirling down across his eyes. He tumbled down like a tower in the rough assault. As he fell, the enormous Elephenor grabbed his feet. Chalcodon's son, lord of the brave-hearted Abantes, dragged him from under the spears, rushing madly to strip his gear, but his rush was short-lived. Just as he dragged that corpse, the brave Agenor spied his ribs, bared by his shield as he bent low. Agenor stabbed with a bronze spear and loosed his limbs. but his life spirit left him, and over his dead body now the savage work went on. Achaeans and Trojans mauling each other there like wolves, leaping, hurtling into each other, man throttling man.
And Telamonian Ajax struck Anthemonian son, the hardy stripling Simoeisius, still unwed. ... His mother had borne him along the Simois banks when she trailed with her parents down the slopes of Ida to tend to their flocks. And so they called him Simoeisius. But never would he repay his loving parents now for the gift of rearing. No, his life was cut short so soon. Brought down by the spear of lion-hearted Ajax, at first he charged, he slashed the right nipple clean through the shoulder, went through the brazen point, and down in the dust he fell like a little black poplar. A poplar that shot up tall and strong in the spready marshy flats, the trunk trimmed but its head a shock full of branches. A chariot maker fells it with a shining iron axe, as timber to bend for handsome chariot wheels, we all like those, and there it lies, seasoning by the river. And so lay Anthemonian's son, Simoeisius, cut down by the giant royal Ajax. Then Antiphus hurled at him, the son of Priam, wearing a gleaming breastplate, let fly through the lines, but a sharp spear missed, and he hit Glaucus instead, Odysseus' loyal comrade, gouging his groin as the man hauled off a corpse. It dropped from his hands, and Glaucus sprawled across it. Enraged at his friend's death, Odysseus sprang in a fury. Helmed in a fiery bronze, he plowed through the front, and charging the enemy, glaring left and right. He hurled his spear, a glinting brazen streak, and the Trojans gave ground, scattering back, panicking there before his whirling shaft. A direct hit. Odysseus struck Democoon, Priam's bastard son, who came down from Abydos, which was Priam's racing stables. Incensed for the dead, Odysseus speared him straight through one temple, and then out through the other. Punched the sharp bronze point, and the dart came swirling thick across the eyes. Down he crashed, armor clanging against his chest, and the Trojan front shrank back. Glorious Hector, too, as the Argives yelled and dragged away the corpses, pushing down, breakneck on. But Lord God Apollo, gazing down from the heights of Pergamus, rose in outrage, crying down at the Trojans, up and at them. Stalin, breaking Trojans? Never give up your lust for war against these Argives. What are their bodies made of? Rock or iron to block your tearing bronze? No. Stab them. Slash their flesh. Achilles, the lovely son of sleek-haired Thetis, the man's not even fighting now. No, he wallows in all of his heartsick fury by the ships. And so he cried from the far on the city's heights, the awesome god Apollo. Debatable. But Zeus's daughter, Athena, spurred the Argives on. Athena's first in glory, the third born of the gods, whenever she saw some slacker hanging back as she hurled through the onset. Now, Amarunchius' son Diores. Fate shackled Diores fast, and a jagged rock struck him against his right shin, right beside the ankle. Paros, son of Ambrosius, winged it hard and true. The Thracian chief who had sailed across from Inus, the ruthless rock striking the bones and tendons, and crushed them to a pulp. He landed flat on his back, slamming the dust, both arms flung out to his comrades, gasping out his life. Paris, who heaved the rock, came rushing in and speared him up the navel, and his bowels came out uncoiled, spilling loose onto the ground, and the dart came swirling down across his eyes. But Beharus, Aetolian Thoas speared him. As he swerved and sprang away, the lance head piercing his chest above the nipple, plunged deep in his lung, and Thoas, running up, wrenched the heavy spear from the man's chest, drew his blade and ripped him across the belly. Why not? And took his life, but he could not strip his armor. Look, there were Paros cohorts bunched in a ring, Thracians, top-knots, waving, clutching their long pikes, and rugged, strong and proud as the Trojan Thoas was. They shoved him back. He gave ground, staggering, reeling, and so the two lay stretched in the dust, side by side, like good friends. The lord of Thrace and a lord of Ipaeans, armed in bronze, and a ruck of other soldiers died around him. And now no man who waded into that work could scorn it any longer. Anyone still not speared or stabbed, or by tearing bronze, who whirled into the heart of all of that slaughter, not even if great Athena led him by the hand, flicking away the weapons hailing down against him. That day the ranks of Trojans, ranks of Achaean fighters, sprawled there, side by side, face down, in the dust.
There to Tydeus' son Diomedes, Pallas Athena granted strength and daring, that he might be conspicuous among all the Argives and win the glory of valor. She made weariless fire blaze from his shield and helmet like that star of the waning summer, who beyond all stars rises bathed in the ocean stream to glitter in brilliance. Such was the fire she made blaze from his head and his shoulders, and urged him into the middle fighting where most were struggling. There was a man of the Trojan, Dares, blameless and bountiful, priest consecrated to Hephaestus, and he had 2 sons, Phegeus and Idios, well skilled both in all fighting. These 2, breaking from the ranks of the others, charged against him, riding their chariot as Diomedes came on, dismounted. Now, as in their advance, these had come close to each other. First of the 2, Phegeus let go his spear, far shadowing. Over the left shoulder of Tydeus' son passed the pointed spear, nor struck his body, and Diomedes thereafter threw with the bronze, and the weapon cast from his hand flew not vain, but struck the chest between the nipples and hurled him from behind his horses, and Idios, leaping, left the fair-wrought chariot, nor had he the courage to stand over his stricken brother. Even so, he could not have escaped the black death spirit, but Hephaestus caught him away and rescued him, shrouded in darkness, that the aged man might not be left altogether desolate. But the son of high-hearted Tydeus drove off the horses and gave them to his company to lead back to the hall of vessels. Now as the high-hearted Trojans watched the 2 sons of Dares, one running away and one cut down by the side of his chariot, the anger in all of them was stirred. But grey-eyed Athena took violent Ares by the hand, and in words she spoke to him. Ares, Ares, manslaughtering, blood-stained, stormer of strong walls, shall we not leave the Trojans and Achaeans to struggle, after whatever way Zeus, Father, grants glory to either, while we 2 give ground together and avoid Zeus's anger? So she spoke, and led violent Ares out of the fighting, and afterwards caused him to sit down by the sands of Scamandros, while the Danaans bent the Trojans back, and each of the princes killed his first man. And first the lord of men Agamemnon hurled tall Odios, lord of the Halizones, from his chariot. For in his back, even as he was turning, the spear fixed between the shoulders and was driven on through the chest beyond it. He fell thunderously, and his armor clattered upon him. Idomeneus killed Phaistos, the son of Maeonian Boros, who had come out of Tarne with the deep soil. Idomeneus, the spear renowned, stabbed this man just as he was mounting behind his horses, with the long spear driven in the right shoulder. He dropped from the chariot, and the hateful darkness took hold of him. The henchmen of Idomeneus stripped the armor from Phaistos, while Menelaus, son of Atreus, killed with the sharp spear Strophius' son, a man of wisdom in the chase, Scamandrios, the fine huntsman of beasts. Artemis herself had taught him to strike down every wild thing that grows in the mountain forest. Yet Artemis of the showering arrows could not now help him, no, nor the long spear casts in which he had been preeminent. But Menelaus, the spear-famed son of Atreus, stabbed him as he fled away before him, in the back with a spear thrust between the shoulders and driven through to the chest beyond it. He dropped forward on his face, and his armor clattered upon him. Meriones in turn killed Pheroclos, son of Harmonides, the smith, who understood how to make with his hand all intricate things, since above all others Pallas Athena had loved him. He it was who had built for Alexandros the balanced ships, the beginning of the evil, fatal to the other Trojans, and to him, since he knew nothing of the gods' plans. This man Meriones pursued, and overtaking him, struck in the right buttock, and the spearhead drove straight on, and passing under the bone, went into the bladder. He dropped, screaming, to his knees, and death was a mist about him. Meges in turn killed Pedios, the son of Antenor, who, bastard though he was nursed by lovely Theano with close care, as for her own children, to pleasure her husband. Now the son of Phyleus, the spear-famed, closing upon him, struck him with the sharp spear behind the head at the tendon, and straight on through the teeth under the tongue cut the bronze blade, and he dropped in the dust, gripping in his teeth the gold bronze. Eurypylus, Euaemon's son, killed brilliant Hypsenor, son of high-hearted Dolopion, he who was made Scamandros' priest, and was honored about the countryside as a god is. This man, Eurypylus, the shining son of Euaemon, running in chase as he fled before him, struck in the shoulder with a bow, swept from the sword, and cut the arm's weight from him, so that the arm dropped bleeding to the ground, and the red death and destiny the powerful took hold of both eyes.
So they went at their work all about the strong encounter, but you could not have told on which side Tydeus' son was fighting, whether he were one with the Trojans or with the Achaeans, since he went storming up the plain like a winter-swollen river in spate that scatters the dikes in its running current, one that the strong compacted dikes can contain no longer, nor do the mounded banks of the blossoming vineyards hold it, rising suddenly as Zeus's rain makes heavy the water, and many lovely works of the young men crumble beneath it. Like these, the massed battalions of the Trojans were scattered by Tydeus' son, and many as they were could not stand against him. Now, as the shining son of Lycaon, Pandaros, watched him storming up the plain, scattering the battalions before him, at once he strained the bent bow against the son of Tydeus, and shot, and hit him as he charged forward, in the right shoulder, at the hollow of the corselet. And the bitter arrow went straight through, holding clean to its way, and the corselet was all blood-spattered. And the shining son of Lycaon cried aloud in a great voice, "Rise up, Trojans, O high-hearted lashers of horses! Now the best of the Achaeans is hit, and I think that he will not long hold up under the strong arrow, if truly Apollo, lord and son of Zeus, stirred me to come forth from Lycia." So he spoke, vaunting, but the swift arrow had not broken him. Only he drew back again to his chariot and horses, and stood there, speaking to Sthenelus, son of Capaneus. "Come, dear friend, son of Capaneus, step down from the chariot, so that you may pull out from my shoulder this bitter arrow." So he spoke, and Sthenelus sprang to the ground from his chariot, and standing beside him pulled the sharp arrow clean through his shoulder, and the blood shot up spurting through the delicate tunic. Now Diomedes of the great war cry spoke aloud, praying, "Hear me now, Atritone, daughter of Zeus of the Aegis. If ever before in kindliness you stood by my father through the terror of fighting, be my friend now also, Athene. grant me that I may kill this man and come within spear cast who shot me before I could see him, and now boasts over me, saying I cannot live to look much longer on the shining sunlight. So he spoke in prayer, and Pallas Athene heard him. She made his limbs light again, and his feet, and his hands above them, and standing close beside him, she spoke and addressed him in winged words. Be of good courage now, Diomedes, to fight with the Trojans, since I have put inside your chest the strength of your father, untremulous, such as the horseman Tydeus of the great shield had. I have taken away the mist from your eyes that before now was there, so that you may well recognize the god and the mortal. Therefore now, if a god making trial of you comes hither, do you not do battle head on with the gods immortal, not with the rest, but only if Aphrodite, Zeus's daughter, comes to the fighting. Her at least you may stab with the sharp bronze. She spoke thus, grey-eyed Athene, and went, while Tydeus' son closed once again with the champions, taking his place there, raging as he had been before to fight with the Trojans. Now the strong rage tripled took hold of him, as of a lion whom the shepherd among his fleecy flocks in the wild lands grazed, as he leapt the fence of the fold, but has not killed him, but only stirred up the lion's strength, and can no more fight him off, but hides in the steading, and the frightened sheep are forsaken, and these are piled pell-mell on each other in heaps, while the lion, raging, still leaps out again over the fence of the deep yard. Such was the rage of strong Diomedes as he closed with the Trojans. Next he killed Ostinus and Hypeiron, shepherd of the people, striking one with the bronze-heeled spear above the nipple, and cutting the other beside the shoulder through the collarbone with the great sword, so that the neck and back were hewn free of the shoulder. He left these men, and went on after Polyidus and Abas, sons of the aged dream-interpreter Eurydamas. Yet for these two, as they went forth, the old man did not answer their dreams, but Diomedes the powerful slew them. Now he went after the two sons of Phaenops, Xanthos and Thoon, both full-grown, but Phaenops was stricken in sorrowful old age, nor could breed another son to leave among his possessions. There he killed these two and took away the dear life from them both, leaving to their father lamentation and sorrowful affliction, since he was not there to welcome them home from the fighting alive still, and the remoter kinsmen shared his possessions. Next he killed two children of Dardanian Priam, who were in a single chariot, Echemon and Chromios. As among cattle a lion leaps on the neck of an ox or heifer that grazes among the wooden places and breaks it, so the son of Tydeus hurled both from their horses hatefully, in spite of their struggles, then stripped their armor, and gave the horses to his company to drive their vessels.
Now as Aeneas saw him wrecking the ranks of warriors, he went on his way through the fighting and the spear's confusion, looking to see if he could find Pandaros the godlike, and he came upon the strong and blameless son of Lycaon. He stood before him face to face and spoke a word to him. Pandaros, where now are your bow and your feathered arrows? Where your fame, in which no man here dare contend with you, nor can any man in Lycaea claim he is better? Come then, hold up your hands to Zeus, and let go an arrow at this strong man, whoever he be, who does so much evil to the Trojans, since many and great are those whose knees he has broken. Unless this be some god who in wrath with the Trojans for offerings failed afflicts them, the wrath of a god is hard to deal with. Then in answer the shining son of Lycaon spoke to him. Aeneas, charged with the counsels of the bronze-armored Trojans, I liken him in all ways to the valiant son of Tydeus, going by his shield and the hollow eyes of his helmet and by the look of his horses, but it may be a god, I am not sure. And if this is a man, as I think, and the valiant son of Tydeus, yet not without God does he rage so, but someone of the immortals, mantling in mist his shoulders, stands close beside him who turned my flying arrow as it struck elsewhere away from him. For I have shot my shaft already, and hit him in the shoulder, the right one, hard driven through the hollow of his corselet. And I said to myself, I had hurled him down to meet Idoneus, yet still I have not beaten him. Now this is some god who is angered. But I have no horses nor chariot I could mount in, and yet somewhere in the great house of Lycaon are 11 chariots, beauties, all new made, just finished, and over them blankets lie spread, and beside each chariot one brace of horses stand there, champing their white barley and oats. But Lycaon, the aged spearman, spoke to me over and over as I was on my way from the house well compacted, advising me. He told me to take my horses and chariots, and riding there to be lord among the Trojans in the strong encounters. I did not let him persuade me, and that would have been far better, sparing my horses, who had grown accustomed to eating all they wished, from going hungry to where the men were penned in a small place. So I left them and made my way on foot to Ilion, trusting my bow, a thing that was to profit me nothing. For now I have drawn it against two of their best men, Tydeus' son and the son of Atreus, and both of these I hit and drew visible blood, yet only wakened their anger.
So it was in bad luck that I took from its peg the curved bow on the day when I carried it to lovely Ilion, at the head of my Trojans, bringing delight to brilliant Hector. Now if ever I went home again and lay eyes once more on my country, my wife, and the great house with the high roof, let some stranger straightway cut my head from my shoulders if I do not break this bow in my hands and throw it in the shining fire, since as a wind and nothing I have taken it with me. Then in turn Aeneas, lord of the Trojans, answered him, Speak no more this way. There will be no time for changing before you, and I must face this man with horses and chariot, and strength against strength, fight it out with our weapons. Therefore mount rather into my chariot, so that you may see what the Trojan horses are like, how they understand their plain, and how to traverse it in rapid pursuit and withdrawal. These two will bring us safe to the city again, if once more Zeus grants glory to Diomedes, the son of Tydeus. Come then, taking into your hands the goad and the glittering reins, while I dismount from my chariot and carry the fighting. Or else yourself encounter this man while I handle the horses. Then in answer the shining son of Lycaon spoke to him, Keep yourself, Aeneas, the reins and your horses. These will carry better the curved chariot under the driver they know best, if we must give way before the son of Tydeus, for fear they might go with terror wild, and not be willing to carry us out of the fighting, as they listen and long for your voice, for fear the son of high-hearted Tydeus charging upon us might kill us both, and drive away the single-footed horses. Rather drive yourself with your own horses and your own chariot, while my sharp spear I encounter this man as he comes on.
They spoke so, and mounting the wrought chariot held their fast-running horses against the son Tydeus, in fury. And Sthenelus, the shining son of Capaneus, seeing them swiftly uttered his winged words to the son of Tydeus. Son of Tydeus, you who delight my heart, Diomedes, look, I see two men fierce to fight with you. Their strength is enormous, one of them well skilled in the bow's works, Pandarus, who claims his right as son of Lycaon, and the other is Aeneas, who claims he was born as son to Anchises the blameless, but his mother was Aphrodite. Come then, let us give way with our horses. No longer storm on so far among the champions, for fear you destroy your heart's life. Then looking at him darkly, strong Diomedes spoke to him. Argue me not toward flight, since I have no thought of obeying you. No, for it would be ignoble for me to shrink back in the fighting or lurk aside, since my fighting strength stays steady forever. I shrink indeed from mounting behind the horses, but as I am now, I will face these. Pallas Athena will not let me run from them. These two men, their fast-running horses, never carry them both back away from us, even though one man may escape us. And put away in your thoughts this other thing I tell you. If Athena of the many councils should grant me the glory to kill both, then do you check here these fast-running horses, ours, tethering them with the reins tied to the chariot's rail, and thereafter remember to make a dash against the horses of Aeneas, and drive them away from the Trojan among the strong grieved Achaeans. These are of that strain which Zeus of the wide brows granted once to Tros. recompense for his son Ganymedes, and therefore the finest of all horses beneath the sun and the daybreak. And the lord of men, Anchises, stole horses from his breed, without the knowledge of Laomedon, putting mares under them. From these there was bred for him a string of 6 in his great house. 4 of these, keeping them himself, he raised out of his mangers, but these 2 he gave us to Aeneas, 2 horses urgent of terror. If we might only take these, we should win ourselves excellent glory. Now as these were speaking things like this to each other, the 2 came fast upon them, driving their swift running horses. First Diomedes called out the shining son of Lycaon, valiant and strong-spirited. O son of proud Tydeus, you were not beaten then by the bitter arrow, my swift shot. Now I will try with a throwing spear to see if I can hit you. So he spoke, and balanced the spear far-shadowed, and threw it, and struck the son of Tydeus in the shield. And the flying bronze spearhead was driven clean through into the corslet, and the shining son of Lycaon cried aloud in a great voice, now are you struck clean through the middle, and I think that you will not hold for much longer. You have given me great claim to glory. Then strong Diomedes answered, not frightened before him, you did not hit me, you missed, but I do not think that you too will go free until one or the other of you has fallen to glut with his blood Ares the god who fights under the shield's guard. He spoke and threw, and Pallas Athena guided the weapon to the nose next to the eye, and it cut through the white teeth in the bronze wearyless shore all the way through the tongue's base, and so that the spearhead came out underneath the jawbone. He dropped then from the chariot, and his armor clattered upon him, dazzling armor and shining, while those fast-running horses sheed away, and there his life and his strength were scattered. But Aeneas sprang to the ground and with shield and with long spear, for fear that somehow the Achaeans might haul off the body, and like a lion in the pride of his strength, stood over him, holding before him the perfect circle of his shield and the spear, and raging to cut down any man who might come to face him, crying a terrible cry. But Tydeus, son in his hand, caught up a stone, a huge thing which no 2 men could carry such as men are now, but by himself he lightly hefted it. He threw and caught Aeneas in the hip, in the place where the hip bone turns inside the thigh, the place men call the cup socket. It smashed the cup socket and broke the tendons both sides of it, and the rugged stone tore the skin backward, so that the fighter, dropping to one knee, stayed leaning on the ground with his heavy hand, and a covering of black night came over both eyes.
Now in this place Aeneas, lord of men, might have perished had not Aphrodite, Zeus's daughter, been quick to perceive him. His mother, who had borne him to Anchises, the oxherd, and about her beloved son, came streaming her white arms, and with her white robe thrown in a fold in front, she shielded him, this keeping off the thrown weapons lest some fast-mounted Danaan strike the bronze spear through his chest and strip the life from him. She then carried her beloved son out of the fighting. Nor did Sthenelus, son of Capaneus, forget the commandments that Diomedes of the great war-cry had laid upon him. But he held where they were their own single-foot horses, with their reins tied to the chariot rail, apart from the confusion, and making a dash for the fluttering-maned horses of Aeneas, drove them away from the Trojans among the strong-greaved Achaeans, and gave them to Deipylus, his close friend, whom above all others of his own age he prized, for their hearts were intimate, to drive away the hollow ships. Meanwhile the warrior mounted behind his own horses and caught up with the shining reins, and held strong-footed team towards the son of Tydeus, headlong, and swung the pitiless bronze at the lady of Kypos, knowing for her god without warcraft, not of those who goddess range in order the ranks of men in the fighting, not Athene, not Ineo, sacker of cities. Now as, following her through the thick crowd, he caught her, lunging in his charge far forward, the son of the high-hearted Tydeus made a thrust against the soft hand with the bronze spear, and the spear tore the skin, driven clean on through the immortal robe that the very Graces had woven for her carefully. Over the palm's base, and the blood immortal flowed from the goddess, Ichor, which runs in the veins of the blessed divinities. Since These eat no food, nor do they drink of the shining wine, and therefore they have no blood, and are called immortal. She gave a great shriek, and let fall her son she was carrying, but Phoebus Apollo caught him up and away in his own hands in a dark mist, for the fear that some fast-mounted Danaan might strike the bronze spear through his chest and strip the life from him. But Diomedes of the great war cry shouted after her, "Give way, daughter of Zeus, from the fighting and the terror. Is it not then enough that you lead astray women without warcraft? Yet if still you must haunt the fighting, I think now that you will shiver even when you hear some of the others talking of battles." So he spoke, and the goddess departed in pain, hurt badly. And Iris, wind-footed, took her by the hand and led her away from the battle, her lovely skin blood-darkened, wounded and suffering. There to the left of the fighting she found Ares, the violent, sitting, his spear leaned into the mist, and his swift horses. Dropping on one knee before her beloved brother, in deep supplication she asked for his gold-bridled horses. "Beloved brother, rescue me and give me your horses, so that I may come to Olympus, where is the place of the immortals. I am in too much pain from the wound of a mortal spear-stroke. Tydeus' son, who would fight now even against Zeus' father." So she spoke, and Ares gave her the gold-bridled horses, and still she grieved in the inward heart. She mounted the chariot, and beside her, entering, Iris gathered up the reins, and whipped them into a run, and they winged their way unreluctant. Now, as they came to sheer Olympus, the place of immortals, there the swift Iris, the wind-footed, reined in her horses, and slipped from the yoke, and threw fodder immortal before them. And now bright Aphrodite fell at the knees of her mother, Dione, who gathered her daughter into the arms fold, stroked her with her hand, and called her by her name, and spoke to her. "Who now of the Uranian gods, dear child, has done such things to you, rashly, as if you were caught doing something wicked?" Aphrodite, sweetly laughing, spoke then, and answered her, "Tydeus, son of Diomedes, the too high-hearted, stabbed me as I was carrying my own beloved son out of the fighting, Aeneas, who beyond all else in the world is dear to me. And now this is no horrible world of Acadians and Trojans, but the Danaans are beginning to fight even with the immortals."
Then Dione, the shining among divinities, answered her, "Have patience, my child, and endure it, though you be saddened. For many of us who have our homes on Olympus endure things from men when ourselves we inflict hard pain on each other. Ares had to endure it when strong Ephialtes and Otus, sons of Ilias, chained him in bonds that were too strong for him. And 3 months and 10 he lay chained in the brazen cauldron. And now might Ares, insatiable of fighting, have perished, had not Eriboia, their stepmother, the surpassingly lovely, brought word to Hermes, who stole Ares away out of it as he was growing faint and the hard bondage was breaking him. Hera had to endure it when the strong son of Amphitryon struck her beside the right breast with a tri-barbed arrow, so that the pain he gave her could not be quieted. Hades the gigantic had to endure with the rest the flying arrow when this self-same man, the son of Zeus of Aegus, struck him among the dead men at Pylos and gave him to agony. But he went up to the house of Zeus and to tall Olympus, heavy at heart, stabbed through and through with pain, for the arrow was driven into his heavy shoulder, and his spirit was suffering. But Paeon, scattering medicines that still pain, healed him, since he was not made to be one of the mortals. Brute, heavy-handed, who thought nothing of the bad he was doing, who with his archery hurt the gods that dwell on Olympus. It was the goddess grey-eyed Athena who drove on this man against you. Poor fool! The heart of Tydeus' son knows nothing of how that man who fights the immortals lives for no long time. His children do not gather to his knees to welcome their father when he returns home after the fighting and the bitter warfare. Then, though he be very strong indeed, let the son of Tydeus take care lest someone even better than he might fight with him, lest for a long time Aegaleia, wise child of Adrastos, mourning, wake out of sleep her household's beloved companions, longing for the best of the Achaeans, her lord by marriage, she, the strong wife of Diomedes, breaker of horses. She spoke, and with both hands stroked away from her arm the ichor, so that the arm was made whole again, and the strong pains rested. But Hera and Athena, glancing aside at her, began to tease the son of Cronus, Zeus, in words of mockery. And the goddess, grey-eyed Athena, began the talk among them. Father Zeus, would you be angry with me if I said something? It must be the Lady of Cyprus, moving some woman of Achaea to follow after those Trojans she loves so hopelessly, laying hold on the fair dresses of the Achaean women, tore the tenderness of her hand on a golden pin's point. So she spoke, and the father of gods and men smiled on her and spoke to Aphrodite the Golden, calling her to him. No, my child, not for you are the works of warfare. Rather, concern yourself only with the lovely secrets of marriage, while all this shall be left to Athena and sudden Ares. Now, as these were talking in this way with each other, Diomedes of the great war cry made for Aeneas. Though he saw how Apollo himself held his hands over him, he did not shrink even from the great god, but forever forward drove to kill Aeneas and strip his glorious armor. 3 times, furious to cut him down, he drove forward, and 3 times Apollo battered aside the bright shield. But as a 4th time, like more than man, he charged. Apollo, who strikes from afar, cried out to him in the voice of terror. Take care. Give back, son of Titus, and strive no longer to make yourself like the gods in mind, since never the same is the breed of gods who are immortal and men who walk groundling. He spoke, and Titus's son gave backwards, only a little, avoiding the anger of him who strikes from afar, Apollo, who caught Aeneas now away from the onslaught and set him in the sacred keep of Pergamum, where he was built his own temple. There, Artemis of the showering arrows and Leto within the great and secret chamber healed his wound and cared for him. But he of the silver bow, Apollo, fashioned an image in the likeness of Aeneas himself and an armor like him, and all about his image brilliant Achaeans and Trojans hewed at each other, and at the oxhide shields strong circled guarding men's chests, and at the fluttering straps of the guard skins. But Phoebus Apollo spoke now to violent Ares. Ares, Ares, manslaughtering, blood-stained stormer of strong walls, is there no way you can go and hold back this man from the fighting, Titus' son, who would now do battle against Zeus' father? Even now he stabbed in her hand by the wrist the Lady of Cyprus, and again, like more than a man, charged even against me.
So he spoke, and himself alighted on the peak of Pergamos, while stark Ares went down to stir the ranks of the Trojans, in the likeness of the lord of the Thracians, swift-footed Acamas, and urged onward the god-supported children of Priam. O you children of Priam, the king whom the gods love, how long will you allow the Achaeans to go on killing your people? Until they fight beside the strong-builded gates? A man lies fallen whom we honored as we honor Hector the Brilliant, Aeneas, who is the son of great-hearted Anchises. Come then, let us rescue our good companion from the
So he spoke, and stirred the spirit and the strength in each man. Then Sarpedon spoke in abuse to brilliant Hector. Where now, Hector, has gone that strength that was yours? You said once that without companions and without people you could hold this city alone, with only your brothers and the lords of your sisters. I can see not one of these men now. I know not where they are. No, but they slink away like hounds who circle the lion, while we, who are here as your companions, carry the fighting. I have come, a companion to help you from a very far place. Lycia lies far behind, by the whirling waters of Xanthos. There I left behind my own wife and my baby son. There I left my many possessions which the needy man eyes longingly. Yet even so I drive on my Lycians, and myself have courage to fight my man in battle, though there is nothing of mine here that the Achaeans can carry away as spoil or drive off. But you stand here, not even giving the word to the rest of your people to stand fast and fight in defense of their own wives. Let not yourselves, caught as in the sweeping toils of the spun net, be taken as war spoil and plunder by the men who hate you, men who presently will storm your strong-founded citadel. All these things should lie night and day on your mind forever, supplication to the lords of your far-renowned companions, to fight unwearying and hold off the strength of an...
Sarpedon spoke, and his word bit into the heart of Hector. Straightway in all his armor he sprang to the ground from his chariot, and shaking 2 sharp spears ranged everywhere through the army, stirring men up to fight and waking the hateful warfare. And these pulled themselves about and stood to face the Achaeans, while the Argives held in their close order and would not be broken. As when along the hallowed threshing floors the wind scatters chaff, among men winnowing, and fair-haired Demeter in the leaning wind discriminates the chaff and the true grain, and the piling chaff whitens beneath it. So now the Achaeans turned white underneath the dust of the feet of the horses, drove far into the brazen sky across their faces, as they rapidly closed and the charioteers wheeled back again. They drove the strength of their hands straight on, as violent Ares defending the Trojans mantled in the dark night the battle and passed everywhere, since he was carrying out the commandments of Phoebus Apollo, him of the golden sword, who had bidden him wake the heart in the Trojans, as he saw that Pallas Athene was gone away now, she who stood to defend the Danaans. And out of the rich secret chamber Apollo sent forth Aeneas, and dropped strength in the heart of the people's shepherd. So Aeneas stood among his friends, who were happy as they saw him coming back, still alive, and unwounded, and full of brave spirit. Yet they asked him no question, for the rest of their fighting work would not let them, that the silver bow god woke, and manslaughtering Ares, and hate whose wrath is relentless.
Now the 2 Iantes and Odysseus and Diomedes stirred the Danaans to fight these, since themselves they did not fear the force of the men of Troy, nor their charges onward, but stayed where they were, like clouds, which the son of Cronos stops in the windless weather on the heights of the towering mountains, motionless when the strength of the north wind sleeps. And the other tearing winds, those winds that when they blow into tempests, high screaming, descend upon the darkening clouds and scatter them. So the Danaans stood steady against the Trojans, nor gave way. And Atreus' son ranged through the masses with his many orders. Be men now, dear friends, and take up the heart of courage, and have consideration for each other in the strong encounters, since more come through alive when men consider each other, and there is no glory when they give way, nor warcraft either. He spoke, and made a swift cast with his spear, and struck down a great man, Deicuon, companion of high-hearted Aeneas, Pergasus' son, whom the Trojans honored as they honored Priam's children, since he was a swift man to fight in the foremost. Powerful Agamemnon struck his shield with spear, nor could the shield hold off the spear, but the bronze smashed clean through and was driven on through the belt to the deep of the belly. He fell thunderously, and his armor clattered.
Now Aeneas killed 2 great men of the Danaans, the sons of Diocles, Orsilochus and Crathon, men whose father dwelt in Pherae, the strong-founded, rich in substance, and his generation was of the river Alpheus, who flows wide through the country of the Pelians, and who got a son, Ortilochus, to be lord over many men. But the son of Ortilochus was high-hearted Diocles. And to Diocles in his turn were 2 twin sons born, Orsilochus and Crathon, both well skilled in all fighting. These 2, as they were grown to young manhood, followed along with the Argives in their black ships to Ilion, land of good horses, winning honor for the sons of Atreus, Agamemnon, and Menelaus. Now fulfillment of death was a darkness upon them. These, as 2 young lions in the high places of the mountains, had been raised by their mother in the dark of the deep forest. Lions, which as they prey upon the cattle and the fat sheep, lay waste the steadings where there are men, until they also fall and are killed under the cutting bronze in the men's hands. Such were these 2 young men who, beaten under the hands of Aeneas, crashed now to the ground as if they were 2 tall pine trees. As these fell, warlike Menelaus took pity on them, and he strode out among the champions, helmed in bright bronze, shaking his spear. And the fury of Ares drove him onward, minded that he might go down under the hands of Aeneas. But Antilochus, the son of high-hearted Nestor, watched him, and he strode among the champions in fear for the shepherd of the people, lest he be hurt and all their labor slip away into nothing. So as Aeneas and Menelaus raised hand and sharp spear, standing to face each other and furious to do battle, Antilochus took his stand close beside the shepherd of the people. Nor did Aeneas hold his ground, though yet a swift fighter, as he saw two men staying with each other against him. These, when they had dragged back the bodies among the Achaean people, dropped the poor youths into the hands of their company, and themselves wheeled about once more to fight among the foremost. There these killed Pylomenes, the equal of Ares, lord of the Paphlagonian men in armor, high-hearted. Menelaus, the spear-famed son of Atreus, stabbed him with a spear as he stood his ground and struck the collarbone, while Antilochus struck down Medon, his charioteer and henchman, Antimenes' brave son, as he wheeled the single-foot horses about, with a stone striking mid-elbow, and from his hands the reins, pale with ivory, dropped into the dust groundling. Antilochus, charging, drove the sword into this temple, so that gasping he dropped from the careful wrought chariot, headlong, driven deep in the dust, his neck and shoulders. And there, since he chanced to light in a depth of sand, he stuck fast while his horses trampled him into the dust with their feet. These Antilochus lashed and drove back into the host of the Achaeans. Hector saw them across the ranks and drove on against them, crying aloud, and with him followed the Trojan battalions in their strength. And Ares led them with the goddess Enyo, she carrying with her the turmoil of the shameless hatred, while Ares made play in his hands with the spear gigantic, and raged now in front of Hector and now behind him. Diomedes of the great war cry shivered as he saw him, and like a man in his helplessness who, crossing a great plain, stands at the edge of a fast-running river that dashes seaward, and watches it thundering into white water, and leaps a pace backward, so now Tydeus' son gave back and spoke to his people. Friends, although we know the wonder of glorious Hector to be a fighter with a spear and a bold man of battle, yet there goes some god beside him who beats off destruction. And now, in the likeness of a man mortal, Ares goes with him. Come then, keeping your faces turned to the Trojans, give ground backward, nor be we eager to fight in strength with divinities. He spoke, and now the Trojans had come very close upon them. There Hector cut down two men, well skilled in warcraft, Anchialus and Menestheus, both in a single chariot. As these fell, great Telamonian Aias pitied them, and stood close in and made a cast with a shining javelin, and struck Amphius, Selgos' son, who rich in possessions and rich in cornland had lived in Pysos, but his own destiny brought him companion in arms to Priam and the children of Priam. Now Telamonian Aias struck him beneath the war belt, and far shadowing spear was fixed in the lower belly, and he fell thunderously. And shining Aias ran forward to strip his armor, but the Trojans showered spears upon him, sharp spears and glittering, and the great shield caught many. Setting his heel on the chest of the corpse, he pulled out the brazen spear, yet could no longer strip the rest of the glorious armor from his shoulders, since he was battered with spears thrown, and he dreaded the strong circle made by the haughty Trojans, who many and valiant stood over him, gripping their great spears. And though he was a mighty man, and a strong and proud one, thrust him away from them so that he gave ground backward, staggering.
So they went at their work, all about the strong encounter. But Heracles' son, Tlepolemus, the huge and mighty, was driven by his strong destiny against godlike Sarpedon. Now as these, in their advance, had come close together, the own son and the son of Zeus, cloud gathering, it was Tlepolemus of the two who spoke the first word. Man of counsel of the Lycians, Sarpedon, why must you be sulking here? You who are a man unskilled in the fighting. They are liars who call you issue of Zeus, the holder of the Aegis, since you fall far short in truth of the others, who were begotten of Zeus in the generation before us. Such men as, they say, was the great strength of Heracles, my own father, of the daring spirit, the heart of a lion. He came here on a time for the sake of Laomedon's horses, with 6 vessels only, and the few men needed to man them, and widowed the streets of Ilion, and sacked the city. But yours is the heart of a coward, and your people are dying. And I think that now, though you are come from Lycia, you will bring no help to the Trojans, even though you be a strong man. but beaten down by my hand, will pass through the gates of Hades. In turn, the lord of the Lycians, Sarpedon, answered him. In truth, Lepolemus, he did destroy Ilion, the sacred, through the senselessness of one man, the hardy Laomedon, who gave Heracles an evil word in return for good treatment, and would not give up the horses for whose sake he had come from afar. But I tell you, what you will win from me here will be death and black destruction, and broken under my spear, you will give me glory, and give your soul to Hades, of the famed horses. So spoke Sarpedon, and with the other lifted his ash spear, Lepolemus. And in the single moment, the long shafts shot from their hands, Sarpedon striking him in the middle of the throat, and the agonizing spear drove clean through, and over his eyes was mantled the covering of mist of darkness. But Lepolemus in turn had struck Sarpedon in the long spear in the left thigh, and the spear smashed on through in fury, scraping the bone. But his father fended destruction away from him. But his brilliant companions carried godlike Sarpedon out of the fighting, weighted down as he was by the long spear, which dragged, yet not one of them noticed nor took thought, in their urgency, to pull out of his thigh the ash spear, so he might stand. Such hard work did they have attending him. On the other side, the strong aggrieved Achaeans carried Lepolemus out of the fighting. But brilliant Odysseus, who had held a hardy spirit, saw what had happened, and his heart was stirred up. But now he pondered two ways within, in mind and in spirit, whether first to go after the son of Zeus, the loud thundering, or whether he should strip the life from more of the Lycians. Yet, as it was not the destiny of great-hearted Odysseus to kill with sharp bronze the strong son of Zeus, therefore Athene stirred his anger against the host of the Lycians. And there he killed Coronos and Chromios and Alistair, Halios and Alcandros and Pretanes and Nomion. And now might brilliant Odysseus have killed yet more of the Lycians, had not tall Hector of the shining helmet sharply perceived him, who strode out among the champions, helmed in bright bronze, bringing terror to the Danaans. But Zeus' son Sarpedon was glad as he saw him come up, and piteously bespoke him. Son of Priam, do not leave me lying for the Danaans to prey upon, but protect me, since otherwise in your city my life must come to an end, since I no longer return back to my home house, the land of my fathers, bringing joy to my own beloved wife and my son still a baby. He spoke, but Hector of the shining helm did not answer, but swept on past him in his eagerness with all speed, to push back the Argives and strip the life out of many. Meanwhile, his brilliant companions laid godlike Sarpedon under a lovely spreading oak of Zeus of the Aegis, and strong Pelagon, one of his beloved companions, pushed perforce through and out of his thigh the shaft of the ash spear. And the mist mantled over his eyes, and life left him. But he got his breath back again, and the blast of the north wind, blowing, brought back to life the spirit gasped out in agony. But the Argives, under the strength of Ares and bronze-armored Hector, did not ever turn their backs and make for their black ships, nor yet stand up to them in fighting, but always backward gave way, as they saw how Ares went with the Trojans.
Who then was the first and who the last that they slaughtered? Hector, Priam's son, and Ares the brazen? Godlike Teuthras first, and next Orestes, driver of horses, Trecus the spearman of Aetolia, and Oenomaus, Helenus son of Enops, and Oresbius of the shining guard, who had lived in Hyle much concerned with his property, in a place hard on the Caphisian mere. Beside him other men of Boeotia lived and held the fine fertile country.
Now, as the goddess Hera of the white arms perceived how the Argives were perishing in the strong encounter, immediately she spoke to Pallas Athena her winged words. For shame now, Atritone, daughter of Zeus of the Aegis. Nothing then meant the word we promised to Menelaus, to go home after sacking the strong-walled city of Ilion, if we are to let cursed Ares be so furious. Come then, let us rather think of our own stark courage. So she spoke, nor did the goddess grey-eyed Athena disobey her. But Hera, high goddess, daughter of Cronos the mighty, went away to harness the gold-bridled horses. Then Hebe in speed set about the chariot the curved wheels, 8-spoked and brazen, with an axle of iron both ways. Golden is the wheel's felly imperishable, and outside it is joined, a wonder to look upon, the brazen running rim, and the silver naves revolve on either side of the chariot, whereas the car itself is lashed fast with plating of gold and silver, with double chariot rails that circle about it, and the pole of the chariot is of silver, to whose extremity Hebe made fast the golden and splendid yoke, and fastened the harness, golden and splendid, and underneath the yoke Hera, furious for hate and battle, led the swift-running horses.
Now in turn Athena, daughter of Zeus of the Aegis, beside the threshold of her father, slipped off her elaborate dress, which she herself had wrought with her hand's patience, and now assuming the war tunic of Zeus who gathers the clouds, she armed in her gear for the dismal fighting, and across her shoulders she threw the betasseled terrible aegis, all about which terror hangs like a garland, and hatred is there, and battle of strength, and heart-freezing onslaught, and Theron is set the head of the grim, gigantic Gorgon, a thing of fear and horror, portent of Zeus and the Aegis. Upon her head she set the golden helm with its 4 sheets and 2 horns, wrought with the fighting men of 100 cities. She set her feet in the blazing chariot and took up a spear, heavy, huge, thick, wherewith she beats down the battalions of fighting men against whom she of mighty father is angered.
Hera laid the lash swiftly on the horses, and moving of themselves groaned the gates of the sky that the hours guarded, those hours to show whose charge is given the huge sky, and Olympus to open up the dense darkness, or again to close it. Through the way between they held the speed of their goaded horses. They found the son of Cronos sitting apart from the other gods upon the highest peak of rugged Olympus. There the goddess of the white arms, Hera, stopping her horses, spoke to Zeus, high son of Cronos, and asked him a question. Father Zeus, are you not angry with Ares for his violent acts, for killing so many and such good Achaean warriors for no reason and out of due order to grieve me? And meanwhile, Kypros and Apollo of the silver bow take their ease and their pleasure, having let loose this maniac who knows nothing of justice. Father Zeus, would you be angry with me if I were to smite Ares with painful strokes and drive him out of the fighting?
Then, in turn, the father of gods and men made answer. Go to it then, and set against him the spoiler Athena, who beyond all others is the one to visit harsh pains upon him. So he spoke, nor did the goddess of the white arms, Hera, disobey, but lashed on the horses, and winged their way unreluctant through the space between the earth and the starry heaven. As far into the hazing distance a man can see with his eyes, who sits in his eyrie, gazing on the wine-blue waters, as far as this is the stride of the gods' proud neighing horses. Now, as they came to Troy land, and the 2 running rivers, Simois and Scamandros, dashed their water together, where the goddess of white arms, Hera, stayed her horses, slipping them from the chariot and drifting close mist about them, and Simois grew a grass ambrosia for them to graze on.
Now these 2 walked forward in little steps like shivering doves, in their eagerness to stand by the men of Argos, after they had come to the place where the most and the bravest stood close huddled about the great strength of the breaker of horses, Diomedes, in the likeness of lions who rend their meat raw, or wild pigs, boars, in whom the strength diminishes never. There, standing the goddess of the white arms, Hera shouted, likening herself to high-hearted bronze-voiced Stentor, who could cry out in as great a voice as 50 other men. Shame, you Argives, poor non-entities, splendid to look on. In those days when brilliant Achilles came into the fighting, never would the Trojans venture beyond the Dardanian gates, so much did they dread the heavy spear of that man. Now they fight by the hollow ships and far from the city. So she spoke and stirred the spirit and strength in each man. But the goddess grey-eyed Athena made straight for Tydeus' son, and found the king standing by his horses and chariot, cooling the wound that Pandarus made with the cast of his arrow. For the sweat made him sore underneath the broad strap of the circled shield. This made him sore, and his arm was tired. He held up the shield strap and wiped the dark blot of blood away from it. The goddess laid hold of the harnessed horses and spoke to him. Tydeus got him a son who was little enough like him, since Tydeus was a small man for stature, but he was a fighter. Even on that time when I would not consent to his fighting, nor drawing men's eyes, when he went by himself without the Achaeans, as a messenger to Thebes among all the Cadmeans. Then I invited him to feast at his ease in their great halls. Even so, keeping that heart of strength that was always within him, he challenged the young men of the Cadmeans, and defeated all of them easily. Such a helper was I, who stood then beside him. Now beside you also I stand and ever watch over you, and urge you to fight confidently with the Trojans. And yet the weariness has entered your limbs from many encounters, or else it is some poor-spirited fear that holds you. If so, you are no issue, then, of the son of wise Oeneus, Tydeus. Then in answer, powerful Diomedes spoke to her. Daughter of Zeus, who holds the aegis, goddess, I know you, and therefore will speak confidently to you and hide nothing. It is no poor-spirited fear, nor shrinking that holds me. Rather, I remember the orders you yourself gave me, when you would not let me fight in the face of the blessed immortals. The rest of them, except only if Aphrodite, Zeus's daughter, went into the fighting, I might stab at her with the sharp bronze. Therefore now have I myself given way, and I ordered the rest of the Argives all to be gathered in this place beside me, since I see that this who is lord of the fighting is Ares. Then in turn the goddess grey-eyed Athena answered him, Son of Tydeus, you who delight my heart, Diomedes, no longer be thus afraid of Ares, nor of any other immortal. Such a helper shall I be standing beside you. Come then, first against Ares, steer your single-footed horses, and strike him from close. Be not afraid of violent Ares, that thing of fury, evil wrought, that double-faced liar, who even now protested to Hera and me, promising that he would fight against the Trojans and stand by the Argives. Now, all promise is forgotten. He stands by the Trojans.
So speaking, she pushed Sthenelus to the ground from the chariot, driving him back with her hand, and he leapt away from it lightly, and she herself, a goddess in her anger, stepped into the chariot beside brilliant Diomedes, and the oaken axle groaned aloud under the weight, carrying a dread goddess and a great man. Pallas Athena then took up the whip and the reins, steering first of all straight on against Ares, the single-foot horses. Ares was in the act of stripping gigantic Periphas, shining son of Acesios, far the best of the men of Aetolia. Blood-stained Ares was in the act of stripping him, but Athena put on the helm of death, that stark Ares might not discern her. Now, as manslaughtering Ares caught sight of Diomedes the brilliant, he let gigantic Periphas lie in the place where he had first cut him down and taken the life away from him, and made straight against Diomedes, breaker of horses. Now, as they in their advance had come close together, Ares lunged first over the yoke and the reins of his horses with the bronze spear, furious to take the life from him. But the goddess, grey-eyed Athena, in her hand catching the spear, pushed it away from the car, so he missed and stabbed vainly. After him, Diomedes of the grey war cry drove forward with the bronze spear, and Pallas Athena, leaning in on it, drove it into the depth of the belly where the war belt girt him. Picking this place, she stabbed, and driving it deep into the fair flesh, wrenched the spear out again. Then Ares the brazen bellowed with a sound as great as 9,000 men make, or 10,000 when they cry as they carry into the fighting the fury of the war god. And a shivering seized hold alike on Achaeans and Trojans in their fear at the bellowing of battle insatiate Ares. As when out of the thunderhead the air shows darkening after a day's heat when the stormy wind uprises, thus to Tydeus' son Diomedes, Ares the brazen showed as he went up with the clouds into the wide heaven. Lightly he came to the god's citadel, headlong Olympus, and sat down beside Cronian Zeus, grieving in his spirit, and showed him the immortal blood dripping from the spear cut. So in sorrow for himself, he addressed him in winged words. Father Zeus, are you not angry looking on these acts of violence? We who are gods forever have to endure the most horrible hurts by each other's hatred as we try to give favor to mortals. It is your fault we fight, since you brought forth this maniac daughter, accursed, whose mind is fixed forever on unjust action. For all the rest, as many as our gods on Olympus are obedient to you, and we all have rendered ourselves submissive. Yet you say nothing, and you do nothing to check this girl, letting her go free, since yourself you begot this child of perdition. See now, the son of Tydeus, Diomedes the haughty, she has egged on to lash out in fury against the immortal gods. First he stabbed the Cyprian in the arm by the wrist. Then, like something more than human, he swept on even against me. But my swift feet took me out of the way. Otherwise, I should long be lying there in pain among the stark dead men, or go living without strength because of the strokes of the bronze spear. Then, looking at him darkly, Zeus, who gathers the clouds, spoke to him. Do not sit beside me and whine, you double-faced liar. To me, you are most hateful of all gods who hold Olympus. Forever quarreling is dear to your heart, wars and battles. Truly the anger of Hera, your mother, is grown out of all hand, nor gives ground. And try as I may, I am broken by her arguments, and it is by her impulse, I think, you are suffering all this. And yet, I will not endure long to see you in pain, since you are my child, and it was to me that your mother bore you. But were you born of some other god and proved so ruinous, long since you would have been dropped beneath the gods of the bright sky. So he spoke and told Paeon to heal him, and scattering medicines to still pain upon him, Paeon rendered him well again, since he was not made to be one of the mortals. As when the juice of the fig in white milk rapidly fixes that which was fluid before, and curdles quickly for one who stirs it, in such speed as this, he healed violent Ares. And he bewashed him clean and put delicate clothing upon him. And rejoicing in the glory of his strength, he sat down beside Cronion. Meanwhile, the two went back again to the house of great Zeus, Hera of Argos, with Athena, who stands by her people, after they stopped the murderous work of manslaughtering Ares.
So left to itself was the grim battle of Trojans and Achaeans. Back and forth the fighting pressed on across the plain as they sent their bronze-fitted spears straight at one another, between the flowing waters of Xanthos and Simois. Ajax, son of Telamon, a wall of defense for the Achaeans, first broke the Trojan lines and brought light to his companions, striking a man who was best among the Thracians, the son of Alsorus, Acamas, a good man and mighty. Ajax struck him first on the ridge of his horsehair-crested helmet and fixed him between the eyes. Into the bone the brazen point passed, and darkness enclosed his eyes. Then Diomedes of the war cry killed Axillus, the son of Teuthras, who lived in strong-built Arisbe. A rich man, he was a friend to mankind. For he welcomed all men, dwelling as he did in a house by the wayside. but no man now warded off his sorrowful destruction, coming out to defend him, and Diomedes stripped both of life. Axylus himself and his attendant, Calesius, who was driver of his horses, and both went down to the realm beneath the earth. And Euryalus, son of Mecistheus, killed Dresus and Opheltius, and then went after Aesepus and Pedasus, whom in time past the water nymph Abarbarea bore to blameless Eucalion. Eucalion was the son of noble Laomedon, the eldest in birth, whom his mother bore in secret darkness while tending his sheep. Eucalion lay with the nymph in love and sex, and she conceived and bore twin sons. But the son of Mecistheus undid the strength of their shining limbs and stripped the armor from their shoulders. Then Polypoetus, steadfast in battle, slew Asthiolos, and Odysseus killed Pedetes from Percote with his bronze spear, and Teucer killed noble Aretaon, and Antilochus, son of Nestor, dispatched Abyleus with his shining spear shaft, and lord of men Agamemnon dispatched Elatos. He had lived by the banks of lovely flowing Satniois in steep Pedasos, and the warrior Laetus slew Phylacus as he fled, and Eurypylus killed Melanthon. And then Menelaus of the war cry took Adrestus alive, for his 2 horses, bolting in panic across the plain, were caught in a branch of tamarisk, and shattering the curved chariot at the yoke pole's end, they made for the city, where others, bolting in panic, had fled. And Adressus was spun out of his chariot, head first in the dust upon his face, beside the wheel. And standing there beside him was the son of Atreus, Menelaus, holding his long shadowed spear. Then Adrestus, grasping his knees, beseeched him, "Take me alive, son of Atreus, take the worthy ransom. Many valuables lie in the house of my rich father, bronze and gold, and iron wrought with labor. From these my father would satisfy you with priceless ransom, were he to know that I am alive by the ships of the Achaeans." So he spoke, and was persuading the spirit in Menelaus' breast, and he was about to give Adrestus forthwith to his attendant, to lead down to the Achaeans' swift ships. But Agamemnon came running toward him, and shouting out, he spoke his word. "O soft one, O Menelaus, why are you so caring of these men? I suppose only the noblest things were done in your house by the Trojans. Let not a man of them escape sheer destruction in our hands, not even he whom the mother carries in her womb, the male child, may even he not escape, but together, all of them, may they be expunged from Iliad, without burial and without a trace." So speaking, the noble warrior turned his brother's heart, urging what was justified. And Menelaus with his hand shoved the warrior Adrestus from him. Lord Agamemnon struck him beneath the ribs. He fell back, face upward, and the son of Atreus, stepping with his foot upon the dead man's chest, drew out his ash spear. Then Nestor, shouting aloud, called to the Argives, "O friends, Danaan warriors, companions of Ares, let no man now tarry behind to throw himself upon the spoils in order to reach the ships with the biggest haul, but rather let us kill men. Then at your leisure these things too you can plunder from the bodies of those who died all along the plain." So speaking, he rallied the strength and spirit of each man.
Then once more would the Trojans have gone up into Ilion, defeated by their lack of spirit before the warlike Achaeans, had not Priam's son Helenos, far the best augur of birds, spoken to Aeneas and Hector as he stood beside them. "Aeneas, and you too, Hector, since on you both above all rest the Trojans' and Lycians' toil of war, because you are the best in every course, both fighting and strategy, take your stand here. Check your people before the gates, patrol in every direction, before they fall, fleeing back into the arms of their women and become a source of joy to our enemies. Then, when you both have roused all lines of battle, we will fight with the Danaans, standing firm here, hard-pressed though we surely be, for necessity propels us. But Hector, you make your way to the city and speak to your mother and mine. Let her summon the elder women to the temple of gleaming-eyed Athena on the city height, and open with her key the doors of the sacred shrine, and place a robe, one which seems to her to be the loveliest and most ample in her house, and which is most precious to her. Let her place this upon the knees of the statue of Athena of the lovely hair, and pledge to sacrifice to her in the temple 12 young cows, yearlings unbroken, if she would have mercy on the city and on the wives of the Trojans and their infant children, if she would ward off the son of Tydeus from holy Ilion, savage spearman, violent master of the rout, who I say has become the mightiest of Achaeans. We did not so fear Achilles, leader of men, who they say is sprung from a goddess, but this one rages beyond all bounds, nor has any man power to contend with his strength. So he spoke, and Hector did not disobey his brother. At once he sprang from his chariot and his armor to the ground, and brandishing his sharp spears, he made his way to every place throughout the army, rallying the men to fight, and stirred the dread battle. The Trojans wheeled about and stood facing the Achaeans, and the Argives withdrew and ceased their slaughter. They thought some one of the immortals from the star-strewn heaven had descended to defend the Trojans. Just so had they wheeled. And Hector called to the Trojans, shouting loud, "High-spirited Trojans and allies far renowned, be ready men and defend the city from outrage, so that I may go to Ilion and speak with the elder counselors and our wives and pray to the divine ones and promise hecatombs." So speaking, Hector of the shimmering helm departed. The black oxskin of his shield struck him at both neck and ankles, the rim which ran on the edge of his bossed shield. Then Glaucus, the son of Hippolochus and the son of Tydeus, came together in the space between both armies, straining to fight. And when they had advanced almost upon each other, Diomedes of the war cry first addressed the other. "Who are you, brave friend of men consigned to death? For I have never seen you in battle where men win glory before this time. But now, striding far in front of all men in your bold courage, you stand to wait my long-shadowed spear. And they are sons of broken-hearted men who face my might. But if you are one of the immortals come down from heaven, I would not go to battle with the gods of heaven. For not long at all, did the son of Dryas live, powerful Lycurgus, who competed with the gods of heaven, who in time past drove the nurses of raving Dionysus down the mountain slopes of holy Nysa, and all of them as one scattered their sacred staffs to the ground when struck by the cattle goad that man-slaughtering Lycurgus wielded. And Dionysus, fleeing, plunged beneath a wave of the salt sea, and Thetis took him, terrified, in her embrace, for powerful trembling held him at the man's bellowing. Then the gods who live at ease were enraged with Lycurgus, and the son of Cronus struck him blind. Nor was he still long for life once he incurred the hatred of all immortal gods, so I would not wish to do battle with the blessed gods. But if you are a man, of mortals who eat the fruit of worked land, draw near so that you may more swiftly arrive at death's border." And in turn the glorious son of Hippolochus addressed him, "Great-hearted son of Tydeus, why do you ask my lineage? As a generation of leaves, so is the generation of men. The wind scatters some leaves to the ground, but the forest grows others that flourish and in the time of spring come to succeed them. So a generation of men either grows or it dies. But if you indeed wish to learn these things, so as to know well my family's lineage, many men know of it."
There is a city, Ephyra, in a corner of horse-pasturing Argos, where Sisyphus ruled, who was born most cunning of men. Sisyphus, the son of Aeolus, he fathered a son Glaucus. Then Glaucus fathered blameless Bellerophon. And to Bellerophon the gods gave beauty and also attractive manliness. But Proitus intended evil things against him in his heart. And since he was more powerful by far, he drove Bellerophon from the land of Argives, since Zeus had subjugated them beneath Proitus's scepter. For the wife of Proitus, regal Antea, was mad to lie with him in secret love, but she did not persuade wise-thinking Bellerophon, for he was noble-hearted. So speaking a lie, she addressed King Proitus. "May you die, O Proitus, or kill Bellerophon, who desired to lie in love with me, I who was not willing." So she spoke, and anger seized the king at what he heard. Yet he refrained from killing Bellerophon, for in his heart he felt shame to do so, but sent him to Lycia and gave him baneful signs, scratching on a folded tablet many destructive things, and instructed him to show them to his father-in-law, so that he might die. And Bellerophon went to Lycia under blameless escort of the gods. And when he came to Lycia and the flowing river Xanthus, the lord of wide Lycia honored him graciously. For 9 days he gave him hospitality and sacrificed 9 cattle. But when the 10th dawn shone forth her rosy fingers of light, then it was he questioned him and asked to see the symbols, whatever it was he had brought with him from his son-in-law Proitus. And when he was given his son-in-law's evil message, first he ordered Bellerophon to slay the invincible Chimera, a thing of divine origin, not of men, a lion in front, its hind part a serpent, and its middle a goat, breathing forth a fearsome raging blaze of fire. But Bellerophon killed it, following signs from the gods. Second, he now fought the legendary Solymi. It was, he used to say, the most violent battle of men he entered. The third time he killed the man-battling Amazons. And then the king contrived another cunning trick for him as he returned. Choosing the best men from wide Lycia, he set an ambush. But it was these men who did not return back home, for blameless Bellerophon slew them all. And when the king perceived that he was from the noble lineage of a god, he detained Bellerophon there, and indeed offered him his daughter, and gave him half of all his royal honor. And the Lycians cut out a plot of land surpassing all others, a beautiful plot, with orchard and tilled fields for him to enjoy. And the king's daughter bore 3 children to wise Bellerophon, Isandros and Hippolokos and Laodamea. And with Laodamea Zeus all devising lay, and she bore godlike Sarpedon of the bronze armor. But when Bellerophon too became hateful to all gods, he wandered alone across the Alean plain, consuming his own heart, avoiding the paths of men. And his son Isandros was killed by Ares, insatiate of war, as he fought the glorious Solymi. And Artemis of the golden reins killed his daughter in anger. And Hippolochus begot me, and I say I am born of him. He sent me to Troy and gave many directives to me, always to be best and to be better than all others, not to disgrace the line of my fathers, who were far the best in Ephyra and in broad Lycia. Of such descent and blood do I claim to be. So he spoke, and Diomedes of the war cry rejoiced. He fixed his spear in the nourishing earth, then with friendly words addressed the shepherd of the people. Now then, surely you are my guest friend from my father's side of long ago. For noble Oeneus once received blameless Bellerophon as guest friend in his halls, detaining him for 20 days. They even gave to each other splendid gifts of friendship. Oeneus gave a war belt bright with crimson, and Bellerophon a 2-handled cup of gold, and I left it in my home when setting forth. I do not remember Tydeus, since I was still small when he left me, that time the Achaean people perished at Thebes. Now therefore I am guest friend to you in the heart of Argos, as you to me in Lycia, whenever I should come to their country. Let us avoid each other's spears, even in the thick of battle. For there are many Trojans and their famed allies for me to kill, whom the gods might put in my hands, or let me catch with my feet. And in turn many Achaeans are there for you to kill, whomever of them you can. Let us exchange armor with each other, so that these others here will know that we claim to be guest friends from our fathers.
Having so spoken, they both leaped from the chariots and took each other's hands and pledged their trust. But Zeus, the son of Cornus, took away the wits from Glaucus, who exchanged with Diomedes' son and Titus armor of gold for that bronze 100 oxen's value for 9. But as Hector came to the Sicyan gates and rampart, the wives and daughters of the Trojans ran to surround him. asking about their sons and brothers and kinsmen and their husbands. But he urged them to pray to the gods, each woman in turn, for whose had been bound upon many. When he came to the sumptuous house of Priam, built with its smooth wrought colonnades within it, were 50 chambers of polished stone, close built to one another, where the sons of Priam slept beside their wedded wives. On the other side, facing them inside the courtyard, were his daughters, 12 roof chambers of polished stone, close built to one another, where the sons-in-laws of Priam slept beside their modest wives. There Hector's mother, giver of kindness, came to meet them. Leading Lodike, the most outstanding and beautiful of her daughters, and clung to him with her hand and spoke to him and said his name. Child, why have you come, leaving the reckless fighting? Truly the sons of Achaeans of cursed name have worn you out with their battling round that city, and your spirit has impelled you to come here, to lift your hands to Zeus in supplication from the high place of the city. But wait, while I bring you wine, honey sweet, for you to make libation to Zeus, the Father, and the immortals first, and then yourself have enjoyment should you drink it. Wine greatly strengthens the spirit in a weary man, and as you have been wearied protecting your people. And then great Hector of the shimmering helm answered her, Do not to me offer up wine, sweet to the spirit, my lady mother, lest you sap my limbs of strength, and I forget my courage. And I shrink from pouring a libation of dark gleaming wine to Zeus. With unwashed hands a man cannot pray to the son of Cornus, of the dark clouds spattered with blood and gore. But you to the temple of Athena of the spoils go with burnt offerings, summoning the elder women, and place a robe, one which seems to you to be the loveliest and most ample, in your house, and which is most precious to you. And place this on the knees of the statue of Athena of the lovely hair, and pledge to sacrifice to her in the temple 12 young cows, yearlings, unbroken, if she would have mercy on the city and on the wives of the Trojans and their infant children. If she would ward off the son of Titus from holy Ilion, savage spearman, violent master of the rout. But you go to the temple of Athena of the spoils, and I will seek after Paris, to summon him. If he should choose to hear me speak, would that the earth would grape to swallow him on the spot, for the Olympian has raised him to be a great affliction to the Trojans and to the great-hearted Priam and to his children. If I could see him on his way down into the house of Hades, I would declare my heart had forgotten sorrow. So he spoke, and his mother going to the house called for her handmaids, and they gathered the elder women throughout the city. And she herself went down into the scented chamber, where robes of intricate design, the work of women of Sidon, whom Alexandros, godlike in beauty, himself led from Sidon, sailing upon the wide deep sea on that journey on which he brought away high-born Helen. Taking up one of these, Hecuba carried it as a gift to Athena. The robe that was most beautiful in decorations and the largest, which gleamed like a star, it had been lying beneath the others. Then she set out her way, and many women elders went with her. And when they came to the temple of Athena on the Citadel height, Theano of the lovely cheeks opened the door for them. The daughters of Chryseis, wife of Antenor, breaker of horses, for the Trojans had appointed her priests of Athena. With a wailing cry, all the women raised their hands to Athena and taking the robe. Theano of the lovely cheeks lay it on the knees of the statue of lovely-haired Athena, and praying she entered, the daughter of mighty Zeus. Lady, Athena, protector of the city, shining of goddesses, break the spear of Diomedes, and grant that he drop headlong before the Scaean gates. So, we will now, without delay, sacrifice you in your temple 12 young cows, yearlings, unbroken, if you would have mercy on the city and on the wives of the Trojans and their infant children.
Thus she spoke beseeching, but Pallas Athena turned away her head. So the women were praying to the daughter of almighty Zeus, but Hector went to the house of Alexandros, a thing of beauty, which he himself had built by men who were the very best, craftsmen in Troy's rich soiled land, and who built for him a sleeping chamber, hall, and courtyard, close by that of Priam and Hector on the citadel height. Therein entered Hector, beloved by Zeus, and in his hand he held a spear of 11 cubits length. Before him gleamed the bronze point of the spear shaft, round which ran a golden binding ring.
He found Alexandros in his splendid chamber, handling his armor, his shield, and breastplate, and turning over his curved bow. Argive Helen was sitting with her serving women and directing her maid's fine handwork. And seeing him, Hector reviled him with contemptuous words. Unnatural man, it is not good to store this anger in your heart. Men are perishing about the city in steep walls. As they do battle, it is on your account the battle shouts and war blaze all around the city. You would comfort another man were you to see him anywhere hanging back from hated war. Up now, lest the town is soon made hot by enemy fire.
In turn, godlike Alexandros addressed him. Hector, since you fairly rebuked me, you are beyond what is fair. On this account I will speak to you, and you mark and hear me. It was not so much in anger and resentment of the Trojans. I was sitting in my room. No, I wished to yield myself to grief. Just now my wife was coaxing me with gentle words, urging me into battle. And it seems to me that this will be better. Victory shifts from man to man. But come, wait a bit. Let me put on the armor of Ares, or go. And I will come after. I expect I'll catch you up. So he spoke, and Hector of the shimmering helm said nothing to him.
But Helen addressed him softly. Brother-in-law of me, an evil-thinking dog who strikes cold fear, would that on the day when first my mother gave me birth, some foul weather storm of wind carrying me had borne me to a mountain or a swelling wave of the tumultuous sea, where the wave would have swept me away before these deeds had happened. But since the gods have so decreed these evils, then would I were the wife of a better man, a man who knew what righteous blame was and the many reproaches that men make. But the wits of this man here are not steady now, nor will they be hereafter, and I think that he will reap the fruit of this.
But come now, come in and take your seat upon the stool. Brother-in-law, since the toil of fighting has mostly stood astride your heart, because of me, a dog, and Alexander's infatuation, we on whom Zeus has laid this evil fate, so that even after this there will be songs of us for men to come. Then answered her great Hector of the shimmering helm, do not have me sit, Helen. For all your love you will not persuade me, for my spirit has already sent me to defend the Trojans, who have great longing for me when I am away. But you roused this one and let him hurt, that he might catch me up well inside the city.
For my part, I am going home so that I may see my household and my beloved wife and little son. For I do not know whether, returning once more to them, I will come back again, or if, already now, the gods will defeat me beneath the hands of the Athenians. So speaking, Hector of the shimmering helm departed, and quickly he reached his well-established home. But he did not find white-armed Andromache in his halls, for she with her child and fair-robed attendant had taken her stand upon the tower, weeping and shedding tears. And when Hector did not find his blameless wife, he paused upon the threshold as he was going, and spoke among the servants.
Come, maids, and tell me clearly, where has white-armed Andromache gone from the hall? To some of my sisters, or of my brother's fair-robed wives, or has she set out for the temple of Athena, where the other Trojan woman with lovely hair perpetuated, dread goddess? And in turn his ready housekeeper addressed him. Hector, since you strongly bid me to speak the truth, it is not to some of your sisters, or of your brother's fair-robed wives, Nor had she set out for the temple of Athena, where the other Trojan woman with lovely hair perpetuates the dread goddess. But she has gone to the great tower of Iliad, because she heard the Trojans are worn down, and that Achaean strength is great. But now she has arrived at the tower in urgent haste, like a mad woman. The nurse with her carries the baby.
The house speaker spoke, and Hector ran from the house back the same way through the well-built streets. When he arrived at the Scaean gates, having crossed the great city, there where he intended to pass through to the plain, there his worthy wife came to meet him, running. Andromache, daughter of great-hearted Aeson, who once lived below wooded Placos, in Thebes below Mount Placos, ruling the Cilician men. His daughter was held as wife by bronze-armored Hector. She met him then, and her attendant came with her, the child held against her breast, tender-hearted, just a baby, the cherished only child of Hector, beautiful like a star, whom Hector used to call Scamandrios, but all others Astyanax, lord of the city, for his father alone protected Ilion. And looking at his child in silence, Hector smiled, but Andromache came and stood close to him, shedding tears, and clung to him with her hand and spoke to him, and said his name. Inhuman one, your strength will destroy you, and you take no pity on the child and young one, or on me who have no future, who will soon be bereft of you. The Achaeans will soon kill you, the whole of them rushing in attack. And for me it would be better with you lost to go down beneath the earth, for no other comfort will there be hereafter when you meet your fate but grief. I have no father or lady mother. It was godlike Achilles who slew my father when he sacked the well-established town of the Cilicians, high-gated Thebes, and killed Aeson. Yet he did not strip his body, for in his heart he thought it shameful, but he cremated him with his decorated war gear, and heaped a burial mound over. And around it elms were grown by nymphs of the mountain, daughters of Zeus who wields the aegis. And they who were my 7 brothers in our halls, they all in a single day entered the house of Hades. All of them swift-footed godlike Achilles slew, as they watched over their shambling cattle and white sheep. And my mother, who was queen under wooded Placos, when he led her here with the rest of his plunder, he set her free again, accepting untold ransom. And in the hall of her father, Artemis, who showers arrows, struck her down. Hector, so you are father to me, an honored mother, and my brother, and you are my strong husband. So have pity now, and stay here by the ramparts. Do not make your child fatherless, your wife a widow. Station your men by the wild fig tree, where the city is easiest to scale and the walls can be overrun. 3 times they came there and tested it, the best men with the 2 Aeantes and illustrious Idomeneus, and with the sons of Atreus and Tydeus' daring son. Perhaps some seer well skilled told them of it, or it was their own spirit that urged and compelled them. And great Hector of the shimmering helm answered her, surely all these things concern me too, my wife, but greatly I would dread what they would think, the Trojans and the Trojan women with their trailing robes, if like a coward I should shirk away from fighting. My spirit does not allow me, for I have learned to be brave always and to fight among the front rank of Trojans, winning great glory for my father and for me. But I know this well in my mind and in my heart. There will sometime be a day when holy Ilion is destroyed, and Priam and the people of Priam of the fine ash spear. But it is not the coming suffering of the Trojans that so much distresses me, nor of Hecuba herself, nor of Lord Priam, nor of my many and brave brothers who will fall in dust at the hands of enemy men, so much as distress for you, when some bronze-armored Achaean leads you off in tears, taking away your day of freedom. And in Argos you will work the loom for another woman, and carry water from the spring of Messaius,
or Hyperia time and again under compulsion, and necessity will lie harsh upon you. And one day someone seeing you shedding tears may say, "This is the wife of Hector, who used to be the best of the horse-breaking Trojans in waging battle, at that time when men fought round Ilion." So one day someone may speak, and for you the pain will be new again, bereft of such a husband to ward off the day of slavery. But may the heaped earth cover me over dead before I ever hear your cry as you are dragged away.
So speaking, shining Hector reached out for his son, but the child turned away, back to the breast of his fair-belted nurse, crying, frightened at the sight of his own father, struck with terror seeing the bronze helmet and the crest of horsehair, nodding dreadfully as he thought from the topmost of the helmet. They burst out laughing, his dear father and lady mother. At once shining Hector lifted the helmet from his head and placed it gleaming on the earth. Then he rocked his beloved son in his arms and kissed him, and prayed aloud to Zeus and to the other gods. "Zeus and you other gods, grant now that this child too, my son, will become, even as I am, conspicuous among Trojans, likewise skilled in courage, and rule Ilium in strength. Then one day may someone say of him, 'This man is far better than his father,' as he returns from war, and may he bear back blood-stained spoils of armor, having killed an enemy man, and his mother's heart rejoice." So speaking, he placed in the hands of his beloved wife his son, and she took him to her perfumed breast, laughing as she cried, and her husband took pity, watching, and with his hand he caressed her and spoke to her and said her name. "Foolish one, do not, I beg you, distress your heart too much. No man against fate will hurl me to Hades, for no man, I think, escapes destiny. Not the cowardly, nor the brave, once he is born. But go to the house and tend your work, to your loom and distaff, and direct your handmaidens to ply their work. War is the concern of men, and me most of all, who live in Ilion." So speaking, shining Hector took up his helmet crested with horsehair, and his beloved wife went home, turning to look back all the while, letting the full tears fall. Soon she reached the well-established home of man-slaying Hector, and inside found her many handmaids, and she stirred all of them to lamentation. They lamented Hector in his own house while he was yet alive, for they did not think that he would come home again, returned from war, escaping the might and hands of the Achaeans. Nor did Paris linger in his high-roofed house, but when he had put on his glorious armor, elaborate in bronze, then he sped through the city, confident in the swiftness of his feet. As when a horse, confined to a stall, fed on barley at the manger, breaking his tether, runs with pounding feet across the plain to immerse himself in the fair flowing waters of his accustomed river, triumphant, and he holds his head high, his mane streaming about his shoulders, emboldened by his beauty. His knees bear him lightly to the pasture and places horses love. So Paris, son of Priam, from the heights of Pergamos, set out radiant in his armor like the sun, laughing out loud, his swift feet carrying him. Quickly he found shining Hector, his brother, as he was about to turn from the place where he had fondly spoken with his wife. Godlike Alexandros addressed him first. "Elder brother of mine, to be sure I have delayed you as you hurried by my tarrying. I did not come in proper time, as you were urging." Answering him spoke Hector of the shining helm. "Strange one, no man who is fair could slight your work in battle since you are brave, but you hang back by choice and are not willing. And for that I grieve deep in my heart when I hear insults about you from the Trojans, who suffer so much hardship on your account. But let us go. We will redress these matters later, if ever Zeus grants us to dedicate in our halls a feast bowl of freedom to the heavenly gods who live forever, after driving out of Troy the strong grieved Achaeans."
Hector rushed through the gates, and his brother Paris came with him, their hearts eager for battle. Zeus sometimes gives a tailwind to sailors, At just the moment their arms and legs can push no more their polished firewood oars. So these two appeared to the Trojans. Each took out his man, Paris killing Menetheius, son of Oxide Philomedusa, and Arethusa, whose iron mace ruled Arne. Hector's spear blade sliced Aeneas's neck beneath his bronze helmet. His limbs went limp. Somewhere in the crush of battle, Glaucus, son of Hippolochus and Lycian commander, hit Iphinius on the shoulder with his spear as he clambered up behind his racing mares. He fell from his chariot and his limbs went slack. Athena's grey eyes had all this in focus, and when she saw the Greeks being beaten, she swooped down from the peaks of Olympus to sacred Ilion. Apollo, who wanted victory for the Trojans, saw her coming as he watched from his lookout, Pergamum, and he rose up to meet her. They met by the ancient oak tree. Lord Apollo, son of Zeus, spoke first. Daughter of great Zeus, why have you come again from Olympus? What mission are you on now? Is it to turn the tide of battle for the Greeks, since you have no pity for the Trojans' losses? I have a better idea. Let's halt the bloodshed for today. They can fight later with Ilion on the line. Since you deathless ones have your heart set on destroying this city. And the grey-eyed goddess Athena replied, so be it, Apollo. This is just what I had in mind in coming from Olympus to the Trojans and Greeks. But how do you intend to stop them fighting? Lord Apollo, son of Zeus, replied, we could rouse the hard spirit of Hector and have him challenge one of the Greeks to fight against him, man to man. The Greeks would be indignant and rouse someone to battle Hector in single combat. Grey-eyed Athena agreed to his plan, and Helenus, Troy's seer and Priam's son, understood in his heart what these gods had agreed to. He went up to Hector and spoke to him in convincing tones. Hector, son of Priam, Zeus's equal in wisdom, will you listen to me? I am your brother. Have all the Greeks and Trojans sit down, challenge the best of the Greeks to fight you, man to man in single combat. It is not your fate to meet your end now. Thus I have heard from the gods eternal. Thus Helenus and Hector was persuaded. He went out in front among the Trojan ranks, holding a spear broadside, and they all sat down. Agamemnon had his Greeks sit down, and Athena and silver-bowed Apollo sat like vultures in Zeus's tall oak, enjoying the warriors who sat rank on rank, bristling with shields, helmets, and spears, as a fresh blast of the west wind ripples the sea and the sea blackens beneath it. So sat the ranks of Trojans and Greeks across the plain.
And Hector spoke to them. Hear me out, Trojans and Achaean warriors, until I have spoken what my heart commands. Zeus on high has made our oaths nothing. Hostile to both sides, he means for us to fight until you either take the towers of Troy or are beaten down beside your seafaring ships. There are among you the best of all Greece. If any of you have the will to fight me, none other than Hector, come forward now. I declare these terms. with Zeus as my witness. If your champion cuts me down with bronze, he can strip my armor and take it back to your ships. My body, though, he will return to my home to be burned in honor by Trojans and their wives. If I kill him, if Apollo gives me that glory, I will take his armor to holy Ilion and hang it in the temple of the archer god. The corpse I will send back to your hollow ships, so you long-haired Achaeans can give it burial and heap up a tomb by the broad Hellespont. So someone in generations yet to come will say as he sails by on the darkening sea, that is the tomb of a man long dead, killed in his prime by glorious Hector. Someone will say that, and my fame will not die. So he spoke, and they were all hushed and silent, ashamed to refuse and afraid to accept. Finally, Menelaus stood up. He was groaning inwardly, but spoke to them in contemptuous tones. It seems we're all good at threatening the Trojans, but when it comes down to it, we're women, not men. This day will go down in infamy if no Danaan meets Hector's challenge now. May you all turn to mud, sitting here without any guts and no call to glory. I'll put on armor myself. Win or lose, it's all in the hands of the immortal gods. And with that, he put on his armor. And yes, Menelaus, your life would have flickered out then in Hector's palms, because he was far stronger, had not the Achaean commanders run up and grabbed you. Agamemnon, too, the great warlord, holding you back with his right hand, saying, have you lost your royal mind, Menelaus? There's no call for you to behave like this. Get hold of yourself. You don't volunteer in the spirit of rivalry to fight someone you're no match for. This is Priam's son Hector we're talking about. Everyone fears him. Even Achilles tightens up at the thought of facing him in battle, and he's far better than you. Just sit down here with your troops now. The Achaeans will come up with another champion, and even if he's a fearless glutton for combat, he'll be glad to bend his knees and rest if he ever gets out of this one alive. Agamemnon said all the right things and changed his brother's mind. Relieved, Menelaus' aides took off his armor. Then Nestor stood up and spoke. It's a sad day for Greece, a sad day. Old Peleus the charioteer would groan, the Myrmidons' great counselor and king, who questioned me once in his house and reveled in all our heroic lineages. If he were to hear of all these men cowering before Hector, he would lift his hands to the immortal gods and pray for his soul to leave his body and sink into Hades. Oh, Father Zeus and Athena and Apollo, if only I were young again, as in the days the Pylians and spearmad Arcadians gathered near the rushing Celadon and fought under Phoea's walls by the streams of Iardanus. On their side Erithalion, a man like a god, stood forth as champion, wearing the armor of King Areithous, the mace man, as men and satin-waisted women called him, because he fought with neither bow nor spear, but broke battalions with his iron mace. Well, Lycurgus killed him by guile, not strength, in a narrow pass where his mace of iron did him no good. Before he could react, Lycurgus skewered him with his spear. Down he went, and Lycurgus stripped from him the armor he had gotten from bronze Ares, and he wore that armor whenever he went to war. And when Lycurgus was an old man in his halls, he gave it to Erithalion, who had been his squire. Wearing that armor, he challenged all our best. They all trembled with fear. No one dared but me. My heart pumped me up for battle, although I was the youngest of them all.
And so we fought, and Athena gave me glory. That was the tallest and strongest man I've ever killed. An enormous hulk sprawled out on the ground. If I were as young now and my strength still firm, helmeted Hector would have a fight on his hands. But now, here you are, the best of the Achaeans, and not one is ready to face off with this Trojan. The old man scolded them, and 9 stood up. First up was the warlord Agamemnon, followed by Tydeus' son Diomedes, and the 2 Ajaxes clothed in fury. Next were Idomeneus and his companion Meriones, who weighed in like Ares, and Eurypylus, Eumaeus' fine son, and uprose Thoas and brilliant Odysseus, all of them willing to do battle with Hector. Then the horseman Nestor spoke out again. Now, cast lots to see who will be chosen. Whoever it is will enrich the Achaeans, and enrich his own heart if he gets out alive from the grim business of bloody combat. He spoke, and each man marked his lot and cast it into Agamemnon's helmet. Hands lifted to the gods, the troops said their prayers. Someone would say, with a glance at the sky, "Let it be Ajax, Father Zeus, or Diomedes, or the king of golden Mycenae himself." Nestor shook the helmet, and out jumped the lot of the man they all wanted. It was Ajax's. A herald took it down the line from left to right and showed it to each of the Achaean elite. They all disclaimed it until he came to Ajax, who held out his hand. The herald gave him the lot. When Ajax saw it was his, he smiled inwardly and threw it on the ground by his foot and said, "My friends, the lot is mine, and I'm glad for it, because I think I'm going to beat Hector. But listen, while I'm putting on my battle gear, pray to Lord Zeus, the son of Kronos, silently to yourselves so the Trojans won't hear, or pray openly, since there's no one we fear. No one can drive me off against my will by force or skill. I was born and bred in Salamis, and I know I am no fool." Thus Ajax. You could hear the Greeks saying their prayers to Lord Zeus, eyes lifted to broad, flat sky. "Father Zeus, on Ida above, grant the splendor of victory to Ajax. But if you love Hector and care for him too, vouchsafe to both equal power and glory." While they prayed, Ajax was clapping on gleaming bronze armor, and when every inch of his skin was covered, he hustled forward like the giant god of war himself, when he enters a soul-devouring battle that men have joined, but Zeus has ordained. Ajax was that big, a human barricade, a Greek wall, the gristle that was his face arranged in a smile. And with every huge stride, the long shadow of his spear sagged and quivered. The Greeks liked what they saw, but the Trojans trembled, and Hector felt his heart pounding in his chest. It was impossible for him, though, to melt back into the ranks. He had issued the challenge. Ajax kept coming, holding a shield that was like a city tower, 7 folds of oxhide mastered with bronze, the work of Tychius, whose shop was in Hyle, the best leather worker on earth, who had made the shimmering shield from 7 tough hides and an 8th layer of bronze. Telamonian Ajax held it in front of his chest now, and put his face in Hector's as he said, "Take a good look, Hector. This is what the heroes are like in the Greek army, even when Achilles isn't here smashing skulls. He's back there with the ships now, nursing his grudge against Agamemnon. But still, we have a few good men to fight you, more than a few. It's your move." Hector's helmet gathered in the fading light. "Telamonian Ajax, Zeus-born, the captain. Don't try to unnerve me, as if I were some kid or woman who wouldn't know one end of a spear from another. I've been in a few battles, killed a few men, and I know a few moves. I can go with a shield to the right or the left, dodge through charging horses, or fight hand-to-hand with fancy footwork. But I am not going to try anything fancy on you. I'm going to hit you straight on, if my aim is good."
The taunts were over. Hector carefully balanced his spear, and when he threw it, its long shadow swept over the earth, and it bored through the bronze skin of Ajax's shield and through 6 oxhide layers. But the 7th layer of leather stopped it. It was Ajax's turn now. His long-shadowed spear crashed through the round of Hector's shield and ripped into the intricate breastplate, the point shearing his shirt and nicking his ribs. As Hector twisted aside from black fatality, They wrenched their spears back out and went at each other again, like lions after raw meat or wild boars in rut. Hector stabbed his spear dead center into Ajax's shield, but the bronze point crumpled on its surface. And Ajax was upon him, thrusting his spear hard through Hector's shield. The force of the blow stunned him, and the point grazed his neck, drawing dark blood. This didn't stop Hector. He gave ground and picked up a stone, gripping it in one hand, a huge black slab lying in the plain, and heaved it onto Ajax's massive shield, hitting it on the boss. The bronze rang like a gong. Ajax, in turn, picked up a much bigger rock, the size of a millstone, and, whirling it around, put his enormous strength into the throw, crushing Hector's shield and buckling his knees. He lay curled on his back under the shield, but Apollo quickly put him on his feet again. And they would have gone at each other with swords had not the heralds, Zeus' messengers and men's, come forward from both sides. Talthybius and Idaeus, prudent men both. They held their staffs between the two combatants, and Idaeus made this formal pronouncement. Fight no more, dear sons, nor battle more. Zeus beyond the clouds loves you both, and you are both spearmen, as we all know. Now it is night, and it is good to yield tonight. Telamonian Ajax said in response, Have Hector speak these words, Idaeus. He was the one who challenged our best to fight. It's his call. I'll go along with what he says. And great Hector, helmeted in gold, replied, Ajax, since a god has given you size and strength and wisdom too, and you are the best of the Achaeans with a spear, let us call a truce to our hostilities for today. Another time we will fight again until Zeus grants one of us the victory. Now it is night, and it is good to yield tonight. You to make glad the Greeks beside your ships, and especially the kinfolk and friends you have. Myself to make glad throughout Priam's city the Trojans and their wives in long trailing robes, who will for my sake throng Iliad's shrines. But now we should exchange glorious gifts, so that the Greeks and Trojans will say of us, they fought each other in soul-devouring strife, but agreed to part in the spirit of friendship. And he gave him his silver-studded sword, along with its scabbard and tooled belt. Ajax gave him his own belt, bright with scarlet. Then they parted. Ajax went to the Greeks, Hector to the Trojans, who were glad to see him, coming back to join them, having escaped with his life from the grim hands of Ajax. They led him back to the city, scarcely believing he was really safe. On their side, the Greeks led Ajax to Agamemnon, glad he had won.
When they were in Agamemnon's quarters, the warlord sacrificed an ox for them, a bull of 5 years to almighty Cronion. They flayed and dressed it, jointed the limbs and sliced them skillfully, skewered the pieces, roasted them carefully, and drew them off the spits. When they were done and the feast was ready, feast they did, and no one lacked an equal share. The long chine was given in honor to Ajax by the commander-in-chief, Lord Agamemnon. When they had enough of food and drink, the first to spin out his plan was Nestor, whose advice had always seemed best before. He was full of goodwill in the speech he made. Son of Atreus and Greek leaders all, many of our flowing-haired boys are dead, their blood spilled by Ares near the Scamander, their souls bound for Hades. And so there is a need for the army to pause from combat, and at dawn collect the corpses and wheel them back here by ox and mule cart. We'll burn them near the ships, so that when we return to our land, we may bear their bones home to their children. Near the pyre, we will heap a common barrow out of the plain, and up against it we will build a high wall, working fast, a defense for our ships and for ourselves, and set it in close-fitting gates so there will be a way to drive chariots through. Just outside the wall, we will dig a deep trench as a hazard for enemy troops and horses, should the proud Trojans ever press us hard. Thus Nestor and all the kings assented. Meanwhile, on the Acropolis of Troy, an unruly assembly mobbed Priam's doors. Wise Antenor led off with this speech. Hear me, Trojans and Dardanian allies, that I may speak my heart. All right then, let us give Helen of Argos to Atreus' sons, her and her possessions for them to take away. We are fighting in false faith and can have no profit from it. This is our only hope. He had his way and sat down. Then up stood rich-haired Helen's husband, godlike Paris, who answered him with these winged words. I don't like what you are saying, Antenor. You know how to speak better than this. But if you really mean what you are saying, then the gods must have destroyed your wits. That is what I have to say to the Trojans, and I'll say it straight out. I won't give her back. But the treasure I brought with her from Argos, I will give back, and some of my own. He had his say and sat down. Then up rose Dardanian Priam, peer of the gods in council, full of goodwill in the speech that he made. Hear me, Trojans and Dardanian allies, that I might speak my heart. For the present, take your dinner throughout the city as usual, and each man of you be alert and on watch. At dawn, Idaeus will go to the Greek ships to tell Atreus' sons, Menelaus and Agamemnon, the word of Alexander, who is the cause of this war, and to propose an armistice to burn the dead. Later we will fight again until the deity decides between us and bestows the victory. He spoke, they listened, and they did as he said. The army took their support by platoons. At dawn, Idaeus went down to the ships and found the Greek warlords assembled beside the stern of Agamemnon's vessel. The wind from the Aegean carried his voice. Son of Atreus and Achaean princes all, Priam and the other lords of Troy bid me tell you, and may it be sweet to your ears, the word of Alexander, the cause of our strife. All of the treasure he brought back to Troy in a ship's hold, would he had died beforehand, he will give back and add some of his own. But the former wife of renowned Menelaus he will not give back, though the Trojans bid him, as they bid me also, propose, if you are willing, an armistice until we can burn the dead. Later, we will fight again until the deity decides between us and bestows the victory.
He spoke, and they were all hushed in silence until Diomedes' martial voice boomed out. Accept nothing from Alexander, not even Helen. Even a fool can see the nooses tightening around the Trojans. The Greeks cheered when they heard this, delighted with Diomedes' blunt reply, and Lord Agamemnon addressed Idaeus. Idaeus, you yourself hear the Greeks' answer, and it is my pleasure too. As for burning the corpses, I do not begrudge it at all. One does not stint the dead or deny to them the swift consolation of fire. May Zeus, Hera's thundering consort, witness our oaths. and he lifted up his staff to the gods. Idaeus went back to sacred Ilion, where Trojans and Dardanians sat in assembly awaiting his return. He stood in their midst and delivered his message, and they set to work to bring in the dead and gather wood. Likewise, the Greeks, hurrying from their ships, brought in their dead and gathered wood. The sun's light lay new on the fields as it rose from the deep, soft waters of ocean and climbed the sky. The armies met on the plain. It was difficult to recognize each of the dead, but they washed the clotted blood with water, and shedding hot tears, lifted them onto carts. Great Priam would not allow his people to wail aloud, so in silence they heaped the corpses on the pyre, grieving at heart, and when they had burned them, they returned to sacred Ilion. And the Greeks too heaped the corpses on their pyre, grief in their hearts, and having burned them, returned to the ships. It was twilight before the following dawn, when chosen Greek troops gathered at the pyre. Working fast, they heaped around it a common barrow extending out onto the plain, and up against it they built a high wall to protect their camp, complete with tight gates so there would be a way to drive chariots through. Just outside the wall they dug a trench, deep and wide, and in it planted stakes. As the Greeks toiled, their hair flowing around their shoulders and bronze chests, the gods, seated around lightning Zeus, marveled at their work. Poseidon, lord of the islands, was the first to speak. Father Zeus, is there now any mortal in all the wide world who will tell the gods what he intends? Do you see that the Greeks have built a wall and trench around their ships without offering us bulls by the hundred? Fame of this will reach as far as dawn spreads light, and men will forget the wall that Apollo and I built with toil for the hero Laomedon. This provoked a troubled, gloomy response. What a thing for you to say, you, the Temblor. Some lesser god might fear this ploy, but not you, whose fame will reach as far as dawn spreads light. Choose your time. When the Greeks have left with their ships for home, smash the wall to bits and sweep it out to sea, and cover the great beach again with sand, so that the Achaeans' wall becomes a dwindling thought. As they spoke to each other in this way, the sun went down, and the Greeks' work was done. They slaughtered oxen and took their supper outside their huts. Wine ships from Lemnos had just sailed in, sent in by Jason's son, Eunaeus, the son Hypsipyle bore to the great adventurer. Eunaeus had shipped for the sons of Atreus, Agamemnon and Menelaus, a special consignment, 1,000 liters of sweet red. The other Greeks went on board to barter for their wine, some with bronze, others with iron, hides, cattle, or slaves. They made a rich feast. All night long the Greeks feasted, and the Trojans feasted with their allies throughout the city. And all night long Zeus the counselor devised evil for them, thundering terribly. Pale fear seized them, and no man dared drink before spilling wine to Cronos' mighty son. Sleep was welcome when it finally came.
Now, as dawn flung out her golden robe across the earth, Zeus, who loves the lightning, summoned all the gods to assembly on the topmost peak of ridged Olympus. He harangued the immortals, hanging on his words. Hear me, all you gods and all goddesses too, as I proclaim what the heart inside me urges. Let no lovely goddess, and no god either, try to fight against my strict decree. All submit to it now, so all the more quickly I can bring this violent business to an end. And any god I catch breaking ranks with us, eager to go and help the Trojans or Achaeans, back he comes to Olympus, whipped by the lightning, eternally disgraced. Or I will snatch and hurl him down to the murk of Tartarus, half the world away, the deepest gulf that yawns beneath the ground, there where the iron gates and brazen threshold loom, as far below the house of death as the sky rides over earth. Then he will know how far my power tops all other gods. Come, try me, immortals, so all of you can learn. Hang a great golden cable down from the heavens. Lay hold of it, all you gods, all goddesses too. You can never drag me down from sky to earth, not Zeus, the highest, mightiest king of kings, not even if you worked yourselves to death. But whenever I'd set my mind to drag you up, in deadly earnest I'd hoist you all with ease, you and the earth,
you and the sea all together. Then loop that golden cable round the horn of Olympus, bind it fast, and leave the whole world dangling in midair. That is how far I tower over the gods. I tower over men. A stunned silence seized them all, struck dumb. Zeus's ringing pronouncements overwhelmed them so. But finally, clear-eyed Athena rose and spoke. Our father, son of Cronus, high and mighty, we already know your power far too well. Who can stand against you? Even so, we pity these Argive spearmen, living out their grim fates, dying in blood. Yes, we'll keep clear of the war as you command. We'll simply offer the Argives tactics that may save them, so they won't all fall beneath your blazing wrath. Zeus, who drives the storm clouds, smiled and answered, Courage, Athena, third-born of the gods. Dear child, nothing I said was meant in earnest. Trust me, I mean you all the goodwill in the world. With that he harnessed his bronze-hoofed horses onto his battle car, his pair that raced the wind with their golden manes streaming on behind them, and strapping golden armor around his body, Zeus himself took up his whip that coils lithe in gold and climbed aboard. A crack of the lash, the team plunged to a run, and on the stallions flew, holding nothing back as they winged between the earth and starry skies, and gaining the slopes of Ida with all her springs, the mother of wild beasts, they reached Gargaran Peak, where the groves of Zeus and Zeus's smoking altar stand. There the father of men and gods reigned in his team, set them free, and around them poured a dense mist. And Zeus assumed his throne on the mountaintop, exulting in all his glory, gazing out over the city walls of Troy and the warships of Achaea. Quickly, the long-haired Achaeans took their meal throughout the shelters. Then they armed at once. And on their side, the Trojans put on harness too, mustering throughout the city. A smaller force, but nerved to engage in combat even so. Necessity pressed them to fight for sons and wives. All the gates flung wide, and the Trojan mass surged out. Horses, chariots, men on foot, a tremendous roar went up. And now, as the armies clashed at one strategic point, they slammed their shields together. Pike scraped pike with the grappling strength of fighters armed in bronze, and their round shields' bosses pounded hide to hide, and the thunder of struggle roared and rocked the earth. Screams of men and cries of triumph breaking in one breath. Fighters killing, fighters killed, and the ground streamed blood.
As long as morning rose and the blessed day grew stronger, the weapons hurled side to side and men kept falling. But once the sun stood striding at high noon, then Father Zeus held his sacred golden scales. In them he placed two fates of death that lays men low, one for the Trojan horsemen, one for the Argives named Bronze. And gripping the beam mid-half, the Father raised it high, and down went Archaea's day of doom, Achaea's fate, settling down on earth that feeds us all, as faith of Troy went lifting toward the sky. And Zeus let loose a huge crash of thunder from Ida, hurling his bolts in a flash against Achaea's armies. The men looked in horror, while terror seized them all.
Neither Idomeneus nor Agamemnon dared stand his ground, nor did the great and little Ajax, old campaigners. Nestor alone held out, the noble horseman, Achaea's watch and ward, but not of his own will. One horse was finished, hit by a shaft that fair-haired Helen's lord, magnificent Paris, winged at its brow's high peak, where the forelock crowns the skull, most fatal spot. It reared in agony, arrow piercing its brain, and flung the team in panic, writhing round the brazen point as the old horseman hewed the trace horse clear, hacked away the straps, sudden strokes of his sword. But on came Hector's team in the rush and buck of battle, sweeping their driver Hector on in fury fighting. And then and there old Nestor would have died if Diomedes had not marked him fast, the Lord of War gave a harrowing shout, trying to rouse Odysseus. Why are you running, royal son of Laertes, cool tactician? Turning your back in battle like some coward. Cutting and running so, take care that no one spears you in the back. Hold firm with me. We'll fight this wild maniac off the old man here. But long-enduring Odysseus never heard him. Down he dashed to the hollow Argive ships. So all on his own, Diomedes charged the front, lurched to a halt before old Nestor's team, and winged a flight of orders at the horsemen. Old soldier, these young fighters wear you down. Your strength goes slack and old age dogs your steps. Your driver's worthless, your horses drag their weight. Come up you now, climb toward my chariot, so you can see the breed of Trost's team, and the flare of their own terrain as they gallop back and forth, one moment in flight, the next in hot pursuit. I took them both from Aeneas, driving terrors. Your own good team, our aides will handle them. We'll steer clear of these racers straight at the Trojans now, the great breakers of horses. We'll let Hector see the spear in my hand is mad for bloodshed too.
And the old charioteer rose to the challenge. Ares got his team, Phenelus, loyal Eurymedon, as the two commanders boarded Diomedes' car. Nestor grasped the glistening reins in both fists, lashed the team, and they charged straight at Hector, charging straight at them as Tydeus hurled a spear, and missed his man, but he picked the driver off. Eniopus, son of proud Thebes, gripping the reins, he slashed him beside the nipple, stabbed his chest, and off the car he pitched, his horses balking, rearing. There on the spot the man's strength and life collapsed, and blinded grief for his driver overpowered Hector, stunned for his friend, but he left him lying there, dead, and swept on, out for another hardy driver. Nor did his team go long without a master. Hector found one quickly, Iphitus. Daring son, Archeptolemus, mounted him up behind his racers, thrust the reins in the fighting driver's hand.
Now there would have been havoc, irreversible chaos, the Trojans penned in the walls of Troy like sheep. But the father of men and gods was quick to the mark. A crash of thunder. Zeus let loose a terrific bolt in blazing white. At the hooves of Diomedes' team, it split the earth. A blinding, smoking flash. Molten sulfur exploding into the air. Stallions shying, cringing against the car, and the shining reins flew free of Nestor's grip.
His heart quaking, he cried to Diomedes, "Quick, Tydides, swing these stallions round and fly. Can't you see? Victory comes from Zeus, but not for you. He hands the glory to Hector, today at least. Tomorrow it's ours, if he wants to give us glory. There is not a man alive who can fight the will of Zeus, even a man of iron. Zeus is so much stronger."
But Diomedes, lord of the war cry, answered, "Right, old soldier. All you say is true. But here's the grief that cuts me to the quick. One day this Hector will vaunt among his Trojans. Diomedes ran for his ships. I drove him back. So he'll boast, I know. Let the great earth gape and take me down that day."
But the noble horseman Nestor shouted back, "Nonsense, steady Tydeus' son. Such loose talk. Let Hector call you a coward. Scorn your courage. The Trojans and Dardan troops will never believe him, nor will the wives of the lusty Trojan shieldsmen. Never. You flung their lords in the dust, laid them low in their prime."
And with that he swung their race around, mid-flight, back again to the rout. Trojans and Hector after them, shouting their savage cries and pelting both men now with spears and painful arrows. Helmet flashing, rangy Hector hurled a resounding yell, "Diomedes, once the Danaan riders prized you first of men with pride of place, choice meats and brimming cups. Now they will disgrace you, a woman after all. Away with you, girl, glittering little puppet. I'll never yield, you'll never mount our towers, never drag our women back to your ships of war. I'll pack you off to the god of darkness first."
Fighting words, and Diomedes was torn two ways. He'd half a mind to turn the team and take him face to face. 3 times Tydides was tempted, heart and soul. 3 times from the crags of Ida Zeus let loose his thunder. The master strategist handing down a sign to the Trojans, victory thunder turning the tide of war their way. and Hector called to his men in a ringing voice, Trojans, Lycians, Dardan fighters hand to hand, now be men, my friends, call up your battle fury. The father nods his head in assent, I see. At last he grants me glory, triumph, the Argives' bloody death. Fools erecting their rampart, flimsy and futile, not a worth a second thought. They'll never hold me back in my onslaught now. With a bound my team will leap from the trench they dug. As soon as I reach their hollow ships, torches, don't forget now. One of you bring me lethal fire. I'll burn their ships, I'll slaughter all their men. Argive heroes panicked in smoke along their hulls.
And with that threat he called out to his horses, Golden and Whitefoot, Blaze and Silver Flash, now repay me for all the loving care Andromache, generous Aeton's daughter, showed you on a plenty. First of the team she gave you honey-hearted wheat. She even mixed it with the wine for you to drink when the spirit moved her, before she served me, though I'm proud to say I am her loving husband. After them, fast, full gallop, so we can seize the shield of Nestor. Its fame hits its skies, solid gold, the hand grips and the shield itself, to strip from the stallion-breaking Diomedes' back the burnished armor Hephaestus forged with all his skill. If only we lay our hands on these, I'm filled with hope they'll take to their racing ships this very night.
So he gloried, but Queen Hera stirred in outrage. She shook on her throne, and Mount Olympus quaked as she cried in the face of the rugged god Poseidon, You ruthless, the earth-shaker with all your power, not even a twinge of pity deep in your heart for all these Argives dying, the same fighters who pile your gifts at the Asia port and Hellas. Gifts by the shipload, hordes to warm your heart, and you used to plan their victory. If only we gods who defend the Argives, had the will to hurl the Trojans back and hold off the thundering Zeus. There he would sit and smolder, dethroned in a desolate splendor up on Ida.
Deeply shaken, the god who rocks the earth replied, Hera, what wild words! What are you saying? I for one have no desire to battle Zeus, not you and I and the rest of the gods together. The king is far too strong, he'll crush us all. So they harangued each other to a standstill. But as for Achaea's forces, all the ground that the broad trench enclosed from ships to wall was crammed with chariots, teams and men in armor who packed into close quarters. Yes, and the one man who packed them there, a match for rushing Ares, Hector the son of Priam. Now Zeus gave Hector glory, and now he might have girded the ships with fire, blazing fire. But Queen Hera impelled Agamemnon, out on the run already, to go and rouse his men. He made his way through Achaea's ships and shelters, flaring his great crimson cape with a strong hand, and stopped at Odysseus' huge black-bellied hull, moored mid-line so a shout could reach both wings. Up shore to Telamonian Ajax's camp, or down to Achilles', trusting so to their arms' power and battle strength, they'd hauled their trim ships up on either flank. Agamemnon's cry went piercing through the army. Shame, disgrace! You Argives, you degraded, splendid in battle dress, pure sham! Where have the fighting taunts all gone? That time you vaunted you were the finest force on earth. All that empty bluster you let fly at Lemnos, gorging yourselves on longhorn cattle meat, and drunk to the foam on brimming bowls of wine, bragging how each man can stand up to 100, no, 200 Trojan fighters in pitched battle. Now our whole army is no match for one, for Hector. He'll glut our ships with blazing fire any moment. Father Zeus, when did you ever strike a mighty king with such mad blindness, then tear away his glory? Not once, I swear, did I pass some handsome shrine of yours, sailing my oar-swept ship on our fatal voyage here, but on each I burned the fat and thigh of oxen, longing to raise Troy's sturdy walls to the fruits. So, Father, at least fulfill this prayer for me. Let the men escape with their lives with nothing else, nor let these Trojans mow us down in droves. So he prayed, and the Father, filled with pity, seeing Atrides weep. The god bent his head that the armies must be saved, not die in blood. That instant he launched an eagle, truce of Zeus's signs that fly the skies. A fawn, clutched in his talons, sprung of a running doe, but he dropped it free beside the handsome shrine where Achaean soldiers always sacrificed to Zeus, whose voice rings clear with omens. Seeing the eagle sent their way from Zeus, they roused their war lust, flung themselves on the Trojans with a vengeance. There, massed in formation as they were, not a single man would claim the outstripped Diomedes, Tydeus' son, launching his high-strung team across the trench to reach the front and battle hand-to-hand. The first by far to kill a Trojan captain, Agelaus, the son of Phradmon, he just turned his chariot round in flight, and once he'd swerved, Diomedes' spear went punching through his back, gouging his shoulder blade and driving through his chest. He split from a chariot, armor clanging against him. Diomedes plowed on, and after him came the Atridae, Agamemnon and Menelaus, following in their wake the great and little Ajax armed in fury, Idomeneus after them, and Idomeneus' good aid, Meriones, a match for the butcher of god of war. Eurypylus after them, Euaemon's gallant son, and Teucer came up ninth, tensing his reflex bow and lurking under the wall of giant Ajax's shield. As Ajax raised the rim, the archer would mark a target, shoot through the line. The young man he hit dropped dead on the spot. And quick as the youngster ducked under his mother's skirts, he ducked under Ajax's shield, and the gleaming shield would hide him head to toe.
Who was the first Trojan the marksman Teucer hit? Orsilochus first, then Ormenus, Ophilastes, Ditor, and Chromius, princely Lycophontes, Polyaemon's son Amapoon, and Melanippus too. Corpse on corpse, he dropped to the earth that rears us all. And King Agamemnon, thrilled at the sight of Teucer whipping arrows off his bow, reaping the Trojan ranks, strode up and sang his praises. Teucer, lovely soldier, Telamon's son, pride of the armies, now you're shooting, you'll bring a ray of hope to your men, your father too. He raised you when you were little, a bastard boy, no matter. Telamon tended you in his own house. Far off as he is, you'll set him up in glory. I tell you this, so help me, it's the truth. If Zeus with his storm shield and Queen Athena ever let me plunder the strong walls of Troy, you are the first after myself. I'll place some gift of honor in your hands, a tripod, or a purebred team with their own car, or a fine woman to mount and share your bed. And Teucer gave his captain a faultless answer. Great field marshal, why bother to spur me on? I go all out as it is. With all the power in me, I've never quit, not from the time we rolled them back to Troy. I've stalked with my bow and picked them off in packs. 8 arrows I've let fly with long, sharp barbs, and all stuck in the flesh of the soldiers quick to fight. But I still can't bring this mad dog Hector down. The archer loosed a fresh shaft from his bowstring, straight for Hector, his spirit longing to hit him. But he missed, and cut Gorgythion down instead. A well-bred son of Priam, a handsome prince, with an arrow pierced his chest. Gorgythion, whom Priam's bride from Aesimi bore one day, lovely Castianara's, lithe as a deathless goddess. As a garden poppy burst into red bloom, bends down, drooping, its head to one side, weighed down by its full seeds and a sudden spring shower, so Gorgythion's head fell limp over one shoulder, weighed down by his helmet. Quick with another arrow, the archer let fly from his bowstring straight for Hector, his spirit straining to hit him. Shot and missed again, as Apollo skewed his shaft. But he leveled Archiptolemus, Hector's daring driver, charging headlong, caught him square in the chest besides the nipple, and off his car he pitched, as the horses balked, rearing, pawing the air. There on the spot, his strength and life collapsed, and blinding grief for the driver overpowered Hector. Stunning for his friend, but he left him lying there and cried out to his brother, Cabriones, close by, "Take the reins!" Cabriones rushed to obey, but Hector kept down from the burnished car and hit the earth with a yell. He seized a rock and went for Teucer, mad to strike the archer, just plucking a bitter arrow from his quiver, notching it in the string and drawing it back the bow to his right shoulder, when Hector, helmet flashing, caught him where the collarbone bridges the neck and chest, the deadliest spot of all. There Hector struck, hurling the jagged rock at Teucer, drawing in fury, snapped the string and his hand went numb at the wrist. He dropped to a knee, dazed, the bow slipped from his grip. But giant Ajax would never fail his fallen brother. He ran to straddle and hide him with his shield as a brace of comrades shouldered up the fighter. Echius' son, Mecistius, helping good Alastor, bore him back to the hollow warships, groaning hard.
And again the Olympian father fired up the Trojans, ramming Argives back against their own deep trench. Hector far in the lead, bristling in all his force like a hound that harries a wild boar or lion. Hot pursuit, snapping quick at his heels, hindquarters and flanks, but still on alert for him to wheel and fight. So Hector harried the long-haired Argives, killing the last stragglers, man after lagging man, and they fled in panic. Back through stakes and across the trench they fled, and hordes were cut down at the Trojans' hands. The rest. Only after they reached the shipways, stood fast and shouting out to each other, flung their arms to all the immortals, each man crying out a prayer. But Hector swerved his horses round at the trench's edge, wheeling back and forth, tossing their gorgeous manes, with Hector's eyes glaring bright as a Gorgon's eyes, or Ares's, man-destroying Ares's. A total rout. And white-armed Hera saw it, and filled with pity, the goddess's words went winging toward Athena. Look, daughter of Zeus, whose shield is thunder, don't we care for them any longer, all our Argives dying down there in droves? This is our last chance. They're filling out their fates to the last gasp, hacked to pieces under a single man's assault. This maniac, Hector, I cannot bear him any longer. Look at the savage slaughter he has made. Eyes blazing, Athena answered, let him die 1,000 deaths! Hector's wife and his battle frenzy blotted out by the Argives here on Hector's native soil. But father rages now, that hard black heart. Always the old outrage, dashing all my plans. Not a thought for the many times I saved his son Heracles, worked to death by the labors of Eurystheus. How he would whine to those high skies till Father Zeus would rush me down from the clouds to save his life. If only I'd foreseen all this, I and my cunning. That day Eurystheus sent him down to death, to the Lord who guards the gates, to drag up from the dark world the hound of grisly death. He never would have fled the steep cascading Styx. But Zeus hates me now. He fulfills the plans of Thetis, who cupped his chin in her hand and kissed his knees, begging Zeus to exalt Achilles, scourge of cities. But the day will come when father, well I know, calls me his darling gray-eyed girl again. So now you harness the racing team for us, while I go into the halls of storming Zeus and buckle on my gear and arm for combat. Now I'll see if Hector, for all his flashing helmet, leaps for joy when the two of us come blazing forth on the passageways of battle, or one of his Trojans, too, will glut the dogs and birds with his fat and flesh, brought down in blood against the Argive ships. The white-armed goddess could not resist. Hera, queen of the gods, daughter of giant Cronus, launched the work, harnessed the golden-bridled team, while Athena, child of Zeus, whose shield is thunder, letting fall her supple robe at the father's threshold, rich brocade, stitched with her own hands' labor, donned the battle shirt of the Lord of Lightning, buckled her breastplate, geared for wrenching war, then onto the flaming chariot Pallas set her feet, and seized her spear, weighted, heavy, the massive shaft she wields to break the battle lines of heroes the mighty father's daughter storms against. A crack of the whip, the goddess Hera lashed the team, and all on their own force the gates of heaven thundered open, kept by the seasons, guards of the vaunting sky, and Olympus heights empowered to spread the massing clouds or close them round once more, and straight through the great gates she drove them. But as Father Zeus caught sight of them from Ida, the god broke into a sudden rage and summoned Iris to run a message on with a rush of golden wings. Quick on your way now, Iris, shear the wind, turn them back, don't let them engage me here. What an indignity for us to clash in arms. I tell you this, and I will fulfill it too. I'll maim their racers for them, right beneath their yokes, and those two goddesses, I'll hurl them from their chariots, smash their car, and not once in the course of 10 slow wheeling years will they heal the wounds my lightning bolt rips open. So that gray-eyed girl of mine may learn what it means to fight against her father. But with Hera, though, I'm not so outraged, so irate. It's always her way to thwart my will wherever I command.
So he thundered, and Iris ran his message, racing with gale force away from the peaks of Ida, up to steep Olympus, cleft and craggy. There, at the outer gates, she met them face to face and blocked their path, sounding Zeus's orders. Where are you rushing now? What is this madness blazing in your hearts? Zeus forbids you to fight for Achaea's armies. Here is father's threat. He will fulfill it too. He'll maim your racers for you, right beneath their yokes. And you two goddesses? He'll hurl you from your chariots, smash your car, and not once in the course of 10 slow wheeling years will you heal the wounds his lightning bolt rips open. So you, his grey-eyed girl, you may learn what it means to fight against your father. But with Hera, though, he's not so outraged, so irate. It's always your way to thwart his will, whatever Zeus commands. You insolent brazen bitch. You really dare to shake that monstrous spear in father's face?
And Iris, racing the wind, went veering past, and Hera turned to Pallas, calling off the conflict. Enough! Daughter of Zeus, whose shield is thunder, I cannot let us battle the Father any longer, not for mortal men. Men, let one of them die, another live, however their luck may run. Let Zeus decide the fates of the men of Troy and men of Argos both, to his deathless heart's content. That is only right. So she complied and turned their racers back. The seasons loosed their purebred, sleek-maned team, tethered them to their stalls, piled on ambrosia, and leaned the chariot up against the polished walls that shimmered in the sun. The goddesses themselves sat down on golden settles, mixing with the immortals, Athena and Hera's hearts within them dashed.
At the same time, Zeus the father whipped his team and hurtling chariot straight from Ida to Mount Olympus, soon to reach the session of the gods. Quick at Zeus's side, the famous lord of earthquakes freed the team, canted the battle chariot firmly on its base, and wrapped it well with a heavy canvas shroud. Thundering Zeus himself assumed his golden throne as the massive range of Olympus shook beneath his feet. Those two alone, Athena and Hera, sat apart from Zeus. Not a word would they send his way, not a question. But the father knew their feelings deep within his heart and mocked them harshly. Why so crushed, Athena, Hera? Not overly tired, I trust, from all your efforts there in glorious battle, slaughtering Trojans. The men you break with all your deathless rage. But I, with my courage, my hands never conquered. For all their force, not all the gods on Olympus heights could ever turn me back. Ah, but the two of you. Long ago, the trembling shook your glistening limbs before you could glimpse the horrid works of war. I tell you this, and it would have come to pass. Once my lightning had blasted you in your chariot, you could have never returned to Mount Olympus, where the immortals make their home. So he mocked, as Athena and Queen Hera muttered between themselves, huddled together, plotting Troy's destruction. True, Athena held her peace and said nothing, smoldering at the father, seized with wild resentment. But Hera could hold the anger in her breast no longer, suddenly bursting out, Dread Majesty, son of Cronus, what are you saying? We already know your power far too well. Who can stand against you? Even so, we pity these Argive spearmen, living out their grim fates, dying in blood. Yes, we'll keep clear of the war as you command. We'll simply offer the Argives tactics that may save them, so they won't fall beneath your blazing wrath.
And Zeus, who marshals the thunderheads, replied, Tomorrow at dawn's your chance, my ox-eyed queen. Look down then, if you have the taste for it, Hera, and you will see the towering son of Cronos killing still more hordes, whole armies of Argive soldiers. This powerful Hector will never quit the fighting, not till swift Achilles rises beside the ships. That day they battle against the high sterns, pinned in the fatal straits and grappling for the body of Patroclus. So runs the doom of Zeus. You and your anger, rage away. I care nothing for that. Not even if you go plunging down to the pit of earth and sea, where Cronos and Iapetus make their beds of pain, where not a ray of the sun can warm their hearts, not a breeze. The depths of Tartarus wall them round. Not if you venture down as far as the black abyss itself. I care nothing for you, you and your snarling anger. None in the world a meaner bitch than you. So he erupted, but the white-armed goddess Hera answered not a word. Now, down in the ocean sank the fiery light of day, drawing the dark night across the grain-giving earth. For the men of Troy the day went down against their will, but not the Argives. What a blessing! How they prayed for the nightfall coming on across their lines. But again, still bent on glory, Hector mustered his Trojan cohorts, pulled them back from the ships toward the river rapids, to wide open ground where they found a sector free and clear of corpses. They swung down from their chariots onto earth to hear what Hector, dear to Zeus, commanded now. He clutched a thrusting lance, 11 forearms long. The bronze tip of the weapon shone before him, ringed with a golden hoop to grip the shaft. Leaning on this, the prince addressed his men. Hear me, Trojans, Dardans, all our loyal allies. I had hoped by now, once we destroyed them all the Achaeans and all their hollow ships, we might turn home to the windy heights of Troy. But night came on too soon. That's what saved them. That alone. They and their ships along the churning surf. Very well then. Let us give way to the dark night. Set out our supper. Unyoke our full maned teams and pile the fodder down before their hooves. Drive cattle out of the city, fat sheep too. Quickly, bring on rations of honeyed mellow wine and bread from the halls, and heap the firewood high. Then all night long till the breaking light of day we keep the watchfires blazing, hundreds of fires, and the rising glare can leap and hit the skies, so the long-haired Achaeans stand no chance tonight to cut and run on the sea's broad back. Never, not without a struggle. Not at their royal ease are they going to board those ships. No, no, let every last man of them lick his wounds, a memento at home, pierced by arrow or spear as he vaults aboard his decks. So the next fool will cringe at the thought of mounting hateful war against our stallion-breaking Trojans.
Now let heralds dear to Zeus cry out through the streets of Troy, that boys in their prime and old gray-haired men must take up posts on the towers built by the gods, in bivouac round the city. And as for our wives, each in her own hall must set big fires burning. The night watch, too, it must be kept unbroken, so no night raiders can slip inside the walls with our armies camped afield. That's our battle order, my iron-hearted Trojans, just as I command. Let the order I issue now stand firm and clear, and the stirring call to arms I sound tomorrow morning, my stallion-breaking Trojans. My hopes are rising now. I pray to Zeus and the great array of deathless gods that we will whip the Achaeans howling out of Troy, drive them off to death, those dogs of war that deadly fates drove here in their black ships. So now, for the night, we guard our own positions, but tomorrow at daybreak, armed to the hilt for battle, wake in slashing war against their hollow hulls. I'll soon see if the mighty Diomedes rams me back from the ships and back against our walls, or I kill him with bronze and strip his bloody armor. Tomorrow Tydeus' son will learn his own strength, if he has the spine to stand the onrush of my spear. In the front ranks he'll sprawl, I think, torn open, a rout of his comrades down around their captain, just as the sun goes rising into dawn. If only I were as sure of immortality, ageless all my days, and I were prized as they prize Athena and Apollo, as surely as this day will bring the Argives death. So Hector urged his armies. The Trojans roared assent. The fighters loosed their sweating teams from the yokes, tethered them by the reins, each at his own chariot. They herded cattle out of the city, fat sheep too, quickly brought on rations of honeyed, mellow wine and bread from the halls, heaped the firewood high, and up from the plain the wind swept the smoke, the sweetness and the savor swirling up the skies. And so their spirits soared as they took positions down the passageways of battle, all night long, and the watchfires blazed among them, hundreds strong, as stars in the night sky, glittering round the moon's brilliance, blaze in all their glory, when the air falls to a sudden windless calm. All the lookout peaks stand out, and the jutting cliffs, and the steep ravines, and down from the high heavens bursts the boundless bright air, and all the stars shine clear, and the shepherd's heart exults. So many fires burned between the ships and the Xanthus whirling rapids, set by the men of Troy, bright against their walls. 1,000 fires were burning there on the plain, and beside each fire sat 50 fighting men, poised in the leaping blaze, and champing oats and glistening barley, stationed by their chariots, stallions waited for dawn to mount her glowing throne.
Thus the Trojans kept watch, while a tremendous panic, the companion of icy fear, fixed on the Achaeans. An unbearable anxiety settled on all the captains, as when two winds stir up the fishy sea, north wind and west wind blowing suddenly out of Thrace, and immediately a dark wave crests, pushing a line of seaweed along the shore. Even so, the hearts of the Achaeans were torn in their breasts. The son of Atreus, struck in his heart by a great sorrow, went here and there, commanding his clear-voiced heralds to call secretly every man by name to the place of assembly, but not to shout too loud. Agamemnon himself worked amidst the foremost. They sat down, much troubled, and Agamemnon rose, pouring tears like a spring of black water that over a rocky cliff rains down its dark water. Even so, groaning, he spoke to the Argives these words: "Friends, leaders, and advisors of the Argives, Zeus, the son of Cronos, has bound me in a deep blindness. The wretch, who once promised me and agreed that I would sail home after sacking the high-walled city. But now he has devised a wicked deception, and enjoins me to return in shame to Argos after having lost many warriors. Well, such is the pleasure of Almighty Zeus, who has loosed the crowns of many cities, and will still others to come, for his power is the highest. But come, let all obey what I say. We shall flee on our ships to the beloved land of our fathers. We shall never take Troy of the broad highways." So he spoke, and the company fell into silence. For a long time they remained silent, sorrowing, the sons of the Achaeans. But at last Diomedes, good at the war cry, spoke. "Son of Atreus, I will first disagree with you in your foolishness, as is right, my king, here in public assembly. So don't get mad. My valor you did first insult amongst the Danaans, saying I was not a man of war, and without courage. But young and old of the Achaeans know that this is what happened. The son of cunning Cronos gave you a two-edged gift. Above all, he granted you to be honored by the scepter, but he did not give you valor. There is the greatest authority. If your spirit enjoins you to sail home, then go. The road is open. Your ships stand near the sea. They followed you from Mycenae in vast numbers. But the other long-haired Achaeans will remain until we take Troy. And if they too wish to flee in their swift ships to the beloved land of their fathers, then I and Sthenelus will fight on until we win the goal of Ilion. We have come with divine approval." So he spoke, and all the sons of the Achaeans assented, applauding the words of horse-taming Diomedes. Then Nestor, the horseman, arose and spoke. "Son of Tydeus, you are powerful in the fight, and in council you are the best of your peers. Not one Achaean will make light of what you say, nor deny its truth. But you have not said all there is to be said, for you are still young. You might even be my son, the youngest born. And you speak sense to the chiefs of the Argives, for you have spoken in accord with the way things seem. But come, I, who am older than you, I will explain all. I will clarify every issue. Nor will any man scorn my word, not even the ruler Agamemnon. Without attachment to clan, without law, without a hearth, is the man who loves icy war among the people. But let us obey Black Night and make ready our dinner. Let there be sentinels posted along the ditch beyond the wall. I hereby command the young men to do this. And you, son of Atreus, lead, for you are the most kingly. Make a meal for the old men. It is suitable. It is not unsuitable. Your tents are filled with wine that the ships bring daily over the broad sea from Thrace. You have every kind of entertainment. You rule over many. When we get many together, you will follow that man who proposes the best plan. I think we Achaeans have a great need for some good and intelligent counsel, seeing that the enemy is kindling the fires close to the ships. Who could be happy about this? This night will bring ruin to our army, or save it."
So Nestor spoke, and everybody listened and took heed. The sentinels in their armour hastened around Nestor's son Thrasymedes, shepherd of the people, Ascalaphos and Ialmenos, sons of Ares, and Meriones, and Apharius, and Deipeiros, and the son of Creon, the good Lycomedes. These were the 7 leaders of the sentinels, and with each one went 100 young men. They sat down in rows, holding long spears in the middle ground between the ditch and the wall. There they built a fire, and each man prepared his meal. But the son of Atreus brought the elders of the Achaeans in a body into his tent, and before each man he placed a satisfying meal. They put forth their hands to the good cheer set ready before them. But when they had cast off all desire for drink and food, old man Nestor, whose past advice had always seemed best, first of all began to weave a plan. Wishing them well, he rose and addressed them. Most glorious son of Atreus, the king of men, Agamemnon, with you I will end, and with you I begin. Because you are king of many, and Zeus has given you the sceptre and good judgment so that you might take counsel for the people. Therefore it is proper that you deliver a superior plan, but that you listen to, and that you fulfill for another what his heart impels him to say, if it is to our advantage. What we finally undertake depends on you. But let me say what seems to me to be the best. No one else will have a better thought than mine, which I have had for a long time, and still have, from the time when you, Agamemnon, nurtured of Zeus, went to Achilles' tent and enraged him. You took the girl Briseis, not at all according to our advice. I explicitly warned you against doing this very thing, but you gave in to your proud spirit and dishonored a very powerful man whom the gods have highly honored. You went and you seized his prize, and you hold her still. But let us even now consider how we might soothe him and persuade Achilles with noble gifts and honeyed words. King Agamemnon answered, Old man, it is not a false tale you have told of my blindness. I have been blind. I don't deny it. A man is worth many people if Zeus loves him in his heart. Even now he honors this man while he destroys the army of the Achaeans. But since I have been blind, giving in to my vile persuasions, I would like to make amends and to give boundless penalty tokens. Let me enumerate to all of you the great things I'll give. 7 unfired tripods, 10 talents of gold, 20 shining cauldrons, 12 powerful horses, winners all, who have taken prizes through their speed. Nor will you ever lack booty, nor lack in precious gold when you have as many swift horses as I have won, as many prizes as I have won through my horse's swiftness of foot. I will give Achilles 7 women from Lesbos, skilled with their hands, whom he himself once captured when he sacked that well-built city, women of surpassing beauty that I chose from the spoil. These I shall give him, along with a woman I took from him, the daughter of Briseis, and I shall swear an oath. Never did I enter her bed, nor mix with her in love, as is the custom of men and women. All these things shall be ready to his hand, and if the gods shall grant us to sack the high city of Priam, then he can load his ship with all the gold and bronze he wants at the division of the spoils, and he can take 20 Trojan women, those who are most beautiful after Argive Helen. And if we return to Achaean Argos, the rich land, may he be my son. I will honour him like Orestes, my darling who is raised in the midst of abundance. I have 3 daughters in my well-built hall, Chrysothemis and Laodike and Iphianassa. Of these he may take as wife whichever he wants, no bride price necessary, and lead her to the house of Peleus. I will give her a dowry too, so much as no man ever gave. 7 towns, densely populated, Cardamyle, Enope, and grassy Hyre, and holy Pherae, and Anthea, rich in meadows, and beautiful Ipaea, and vine-girt Pedasus, all of them close by the sea on the edge of sandy Pylos. The men who dwell within them are rich in sheep and rich in cattle. They will shower him with many gifts, as if he were a god. They will gladly obey his scepter-given commands.
All this I will bring to pass, if only he gives over his rage. Let him yield. Hades can never be soothed or overcome, for which reason he is most hated of all the gods by men. So let him submit to me, for I am more kingly and the older in age.
Gerenian Nestor then answered Agamemnon,
son of Atreus, covered in glory, king of men Agamemnon, these gifts you offer Achilles, son of Peleus, can no man despise. But come, let us send some chosen men who may go as quickly as possible to the tent of Achilles, son of Peleus. And those whom I choose, let them agree to go. First of all, Phoenix, beloved of Zeus, may he lead. Then, big Ajax and the good Odysseus. As heralds, let Odeus and Eurybates follow along. So bring water now for our hands, and order all to keep silent, so that we may pray to Zeus, son of Cronos, if he will take pity.
So spoke Nestor. He had spoken words pleasing to all. Immediately the heralds poured water over their hands. Youths filled bowls to the brim with drink, which they served to all. But first a dollop for the gods. When they had poured out an offering, they drank as much as each man wished. Then they went from Agamemnon's hut, the son of Atreus. The horseman Gerenian Nestor looked at each man, especially Odysseus, and gave strict orders to members of the embassy that they persuade Achilles, the son of Peleus. The two men walked along the shore of the turbulent sea, praying hard to the shaker of the earth, that they might persuade Achilles, the grandson of Iacchos. They came to the huts in the swift ships of the Myrmidons. They found Achilles refreshing his spirit in the bright and beautiful sound of the lyre, wonderfully made. The bridge on it was silver, lute from the time when he burned Aetion. With it now he refreshed his spirit as he sang of the famous deeds of men. Patroclus sat opposite him all alone, silent, waiting until the grandson of Iacchos should finish his singing. The two men came up, and Odysseus stood before Achilles, who, amazed, leaped from his seat holding the lyre. Patroclus too rose when he saw them. Achilles, the fast runner, spoke, greeting the two men.
Welcome. Some sorry need must bring you here, but you come as friends. Of all Achaeans, you are the most dear to me, though I am very angry.
So speaking, he led them to his tent, and he invited them to sit on chairs covered in purple cloths. He spoke at once to Patroclus, who stood nearby.
Son of Menetius, bring out the big bowl, mix it in stronger wine, and give each man a cup. These men who have come beneath my roof are most dear.
Patroclus obeyed his comrade. He placed a chopping block in the glare of the fire. On it he laid the back of a sheep and a fat goat, and the backbone of a big porker brimming with fat. Automedon gripped the meat while Achilles sliced it. He cut small pieces and threaded them on spits. The son of Menetius, a man like a god, stoked up the fire. When the fire had burned and the flame had abated, Patroclus scattered the coals and placed the spits upon them. He sprinkled delicious salt on the flesh, supporting the spits by means of andirons. When the meat was cooked, he stacked it on plates. Patroclus took bread and set it out on the table in lovely baskets, while Achilles served the meal. Achilles sat down opposite godlike Odysseus, who sat against the wall. He urged his companion Patroclus to make the gods an offering. Patroclus cast pieces of meat into the fire. Then they ate the succulent meal before them.
When they had satisfied their desire for drink and food, Ajax nodded to Phoenix. Odysseus noticed, and, filling his cup with wine, he toasted Achilles. Hail to you, Achilles! There is no lack of the abundant feast, either in the tent of Agamemnon, son of Atreus, nor here either, where there is fine fare aplenty. But now this succulent feast is not our concern. God nurtured Achilles. We are terribly afraid. We see complete disaster looming before us. We doubt that we can save our well-benched ships. We fear they will be destroyed if you do not don your mantle of power. For the Trojans, intrepid in their hearts, have set up camp outside the walls near the ships, along with their allies of wide renown. Their campfires burn all along the battle line, nor do they think they will go on holding back, but soon they will fall on our dark ships. Zeus, the son of Cronos, sends lightning on their right. Hector, exulting, rages like a madman, trusting in Zeus. Nor does he care about men or gods. A mighty insanity has taken hold of him. He prays for dawn. He boasts he will cut the ensigns from our ships' sterns, and that he will set them afire and destroy the Achaeans' confused from the smoke that consumes the hulls. And I greatly fear in my heart that the gods will bring this to pass, that it will be our fate to die on the windy plains of Troy, far from Argos rich in herds. But come, Achilles, we implore you to save the sons of the Achaeans, even at this late hour, cowering as they are at the war din of the Trojans. You'll be sorry if you don't, nor will you find a remedy for the harm once done. No, think now how you might ward off that evil day for the Danaans. Did not your father Peleus say to you on that day when he sent you from Phthia to Agamemnon, O my son, Athena and Hera will give you strength if you restrain the heart rampant in your breast. Moderation is best. Keep aloof from strife that only brings evil. In this way, the Argives will honor you more, both the young and the old. Thus your father advised you. Do not forget his words. Let it go. Give up your bitter anger. Agamemnon will reward you richly if you cast aside your rage. Now hear me out. I will tell you what Agamemnon has for you in this tent. 7 unfired tripods, 10 talons of gold, 20 shining cauldrons, 12 powerful horses, winners who have taken prizes through their speed. Never will you lack for booty, nor want for precious gold when you have the prizes Agamemnon has won through his horse's swiftness of foot. He will give you 7 women of Lesbos, women of surprising beauty and skilled with their hands, whom you yourself once captured when you sacked the well-built city. These he shall give you, along with the women he took from you, the daughter of Briseis. And Agamemnon shall swear an oath, never did he enter her bed, nor mix with her in love, as is the custom among men and women. All these things are immediately available, and if the gods shall grant that we sack the high city of Priam, then you can load your ship with all the gold and bronze you want at the division of the spoils, and take 20 Trojan women, those who are most beautiful, after Argive Helen. And if we return to Achaean Argos, the rich land, he will make you his son. He will honor you like Orestes, his darling, whom he raises in the midst of abundance. He has 3 daughters in his well-built hall, Christomesis, Laticon, and Ephisnacia. Of these you may take as wife whichever you want, no bride price necessary, and lead her to the house of Peleus. He will give you a dowry too, so much as no man has ever given, 7 towns densely populated, Caudomile, Inope, and grassy Hire, the holy Pharia, and Entheia, rich in meadows, and beautiful Aepia and vine-girt Pedassos, all of them close by the sea on the edge of sandy Pylos. The men who dwell with them are rich in sheep and rich in cattle. They will shower you with many gifts, as if you were a god. They will gladly obey your scepter-given commands. All this he will bring to pass, if only you give over this rage of yours. But if your hatred for the son of Atreus and all his gifts is too great, at least take pity on the Achaeans, ravaged throughout, men who will honor you as if you were a god. For now you might attain great glory in their eyes. Now is the time you might put to death Hector, who comes in close, thinking only of his destructive rage. He thinks there is no one of the Danaans, whom the black ships have carried here, who is equal to himself.
In answer, Achilles the fast runner spoke to him. Wise Odysseus, son of Laertes, god-nourished, I must speak to you directly, just as I see it, and how I think it will come to pass, so that you might not sit there, and me here, wasting our time in idle talk. I hate that man like the gates of Hades' house, who conceals one thing in his heart, but says another. I will say to you how matters seem to me. I don't think Agamemnon, the son of Atreus, can persuade me, nor any other of the Danaans, for there is no thanks for endlessly fighting the enemy. The same lot comes to him who holds back as to him who fights eagerly. In like honor are the shirker and the brave. Death is the same reward for the man who does much and for him who does nothing. It is of no advantage to me that I have suffered pains in my heart, ever risking my life in these contendings. Like a bird who brings tidbits to her chicks, whatever she can find but goes herself without, So I have spent many sleepless nights and bloody days past fighting with men on account of their wives. I laid waste 12 cities from my black ships, and 11 by land, throughout the Troad. From these I captured a huge quantity of fine booty. Always I would give the spoil to Agamemnon, son of Atreus. And he, hanging back by the ships, took it all, apportioning a small amount, but keeping most for himself. So he gave some prize to the chiefs and the big men, they have their prizes. But from me alone of the Achaeans he took my bedmate, dear to my heart. Well, let him lie beside her and take his pleasure. But why, I ask, must Argives fight against the Trojans? Why has the son of Atreus gathered an army and brought them here? Was it not for the sake of fair-haired Helen? I suppose of all men the sons of Atreus alone love their wives? No, every good and sensible man loves and cherishes his wife, even as I loved that woman with all my heart, though she was a captive of my spear. As matters stand, Agamemnon has taken my prize out of my arms. Surely he has deceived me. He will not persuade me. I know him too well. He shall not persuade me. So, Odysseus, I think he should take counsel how, with you and all the other captains, he might ward off the consuming fire. Why, he has accomplished so much without me. He has built a wall, and he has dug a ditch along it, wide and grand. He has fixed stakes within it. Even so, he cannot stop the force of Hector, killer of men. So long as I fought among the Achaeans, Hector never roused the battle cry away from the walls, but ventured only as far as the Scaean gates and the oak tree. There once he awaited me alone, but scarcely did he escape my attack. But as it is, because I will not war against shining Hector, tomorrow, after sacrifice to Zeus and the other gods, and heaping high my ships, you will see me at the crack of dawn launch forth on the salt sea, that is, if you even care, sailing on the Hellespont teeming with fish, and my men eagerly rowing. And if the mighty shaker of the earth grants us fair voyage, on the third day we'll arrive in the rich ploughland of Phthia. There I have much wealth that I left behind when I came here. I will add to it much more, gold and ruddy bronze and lovely women and gray iron, loot that I gained by lot through King Agamemnon, the son of Atreus, though he has seized with violence the prize that he once gave me. You tell him everything, openly, in order that the other Achaeans may be angry if he hopes by deceit to rob any other of the Danaans, clothed as he is in shame. For never would he dare to look me in the face. What a dog.
No, I shall give him no advice, nor shall I do anything on his behalf, for he has deceived me and done me harm. No, never again will he trick me with words. I am through with that. May he go in comfort straight to hell. Zeus, I suppose, has taken away his wits. I despise his gifts. He isn't worth a hair. Not if he gave me 10 times as much, or 20 times as much as he possesses, even if he acquired still more. Not if he offered me as much as Orchomenos holds, or Egyptian Thebes, where the greatest wealth is stored in their houses, a city of 100 gates through each of which 200 men sally forth with their horses and cars. Not if he gave me as many things as there are sands by the sea or dust in the road. Not even then would Agamemnon persuade my heart before he has paid the full price for the anguish that torments my heart. As for Agamemnon's daughter, I would not marry her, not if she rivaled Aphrodite the golden in beauty, or equaled flashing-eyed Athena in craft. No, I will not marry her. Let her choose some other Achaean, one of the same class, one of a higher station than I, for if the gods will save me and I come home, Peleus will find me a wife. There are many daughters of the Achaeans throughout Hellas and Phthia, daughters of the chiefs who guard the towns. From these I shall choose a wife and make her my own, if I wish. Many times my proud heart urged me to marry a suitable helpmate to rejoice in the riches that old Peleus acquired. Not worth a life is all the wealth that they say Ilion once possessed, that well-peopled city, in the time of peace before the coming of the sons of the Achaeans. No, nor the wealth that the stone threshold of Phoebus Apollo, the archer, contains in rocky Pytho. You can always take cattle by rapine and stout sheep, and you can acquire tripods in the same way, and chestnut mares. But the life of a man does not come again. It cannot be captured or taken once it has passed the barrier of the teeth. My mother Thetis, the goddess with silver feet, says that a twofold fate carries me toward my death. If I remain and fight to take the city of the Trojans, then my homecoming is no more, but my fame will be forever. If I return to my home in the land of my fathers, there will be no glorious renown, yet I will live long, and the doom of death will not soon find me. And I strongly advise you others also to sail to your homes. You can no more hope for steep Ilion. Zeus, whose voice is heard from afar, holds his hands in protection over her, and her people are emboldened. Go now and tell the chiefs of the Achaeans what I have said. For that is the burden of old men, so that they may concoct some other plan, a better one, some way to save the ships and the host of the Achaeans beside the hollow ships. The plan they have devised will not work so long as I stand apart in my anger. But let Phoenix remain here and take his rest, so that he may follow me to my beloved native land tomorrow if he wants. But I will not force him to go. Thus Achilles spoke. They all fell into silence, numbed by his words, for he had rejected them utterly. At last, old man Phoenix the horse driver spoke, bursting into tears, because he feared for the ships of the Achaeans. If you are really thinking about going home, excellent Achilles, nor are you at all willing to help us ward off consuming fire from our swift ships because a rage has settled on your heart, how can I, my dear child, be left here without you, alone? It was to you that the horseman, old man Peleus, sent me on that day when he sent you forth from Phthia to Agamemnon, still a child, knowing nothing of the horrors of war, nor of assemblies where men show themselves to be excellent. For this reason, he sent me along to teach you everything, how to be a speaker of words and a doer of deeds. For this reason, my child, I would not want to be left apart from you, not even if a god should stand by me personally and promise to wipe away old age and replace it with glowing youth, such as I had when I first left Hellas, where the women are beautiful.
I fled a quarrel with my father Amnitor, son of Ormenos, who grew angry because of the whore with the beautiful hair. My father loved her, but he dishonored his bedmate, my mother, who constantly asked me, clasping my knees, to sleep with the women, so that she might come to despise the old man. And I did that. My father knew at once and called down many curses on my head, and he called on the hateful Erinyes that never should my dear grandson take a seat on his knees. The gods fulfilled his curses, Zeus who lives beneath the god, and the dread Persephone. So then I contemplated how I might kill my father with the sharp sword. But one of the deathless ones stopped my anger, reminding me of what people would say, and the insults of men. The Achaeans would call me the murderer of my father. Then my heart could no longer be stayed to remain at all in the halls of my angry father. My fellows and relatives surrounding me begged me to stay there in his halls, and they sacrificed many good sheep and crooked horn shuffling cattle, and many swine rich with fat were stretched to be singed over the flame of Hephaestus. And much wine was drunk from the jugs of the old man. For 9 nights they watched over me. Taking turns they held guard, nor did their fires ever go out, and one burning beneath the portico of the well-fenced court, the other on the porch in front of the doors of my chamber. But when the 10th dark night came on, I broke the well-fitted doors of the chamber and easily leaped over the wall around the court, avoiding the guards and the slave women. I then fled afar through spacious Hellas. I came to Thea, which with its deep soil, the mother of Sheet, to Peleus the king. He happily received me, and he loved me as a father loves his only son, the heir to his many possessions. He made me rich, and he gave me to rule over many people.
I lived in the furthermost part of Thea, presiding over the Dolopians. I made you such as you are, like to the gods, Achilles loving you from my heart, and you would never go to the feast with another, nor take meat in the halls before I set you on my knees and fed you with a tasty morsel cut for you, and then gave you wine. Often you wet the shirt on my breast, blubbering out the wine in your sorry helplessness. So I have suffered much and labored hard, realizing that the gods would never grant me an offspring. I made you my child, godlike Achilles, so that you could protect me from shameful ruin. But Achilles, now you should control your mighty spirit, not have a heart without pity. Even the gods can be persuaded, whose worth and honor and strength is greater. Men turn their anger aside by beseeching with incense and gentle prayers, and pouring out wine and the smell of sacrifice when one has crossed the line and made a mistake. Prayers are the daughters of great Zeus, lamb wrinkled and with eye askins. Prayers made it their concern to follow their blindness, but blindness is strong and fast-moving, so that she outruns them all, and goes before prayers over all the earth, bringing harm to mankind. But prayers come afterward, trying to heal. Whoever respects the daughter of Zeus when they come near, prayers will help him. They hear him when he asks for something, but whoever denies and strongly refuses prayers, they go and they pray to Zeus, the son of Cronos, that blinders may follow him and cause him to fall and to pay the full price. Achilles, you should see that honor attend these daughters of Zeus, who like to bend the minds of upright men. If the son of Aeacus were not bearing gifts and naming others to come later, but remained furious angry, I would not counsel you to cast aside your anger and come to the defense of the Argives, even though they are much in need. But as it is, he gives you many things right away and promises others later. He has sent forth the best men to beseech you, choosing them from throughout the army, who are those men dearest to you. Do not scorn them, not their coming here.
Or no one could blame you for being angry. And so we have heard of the famous deeds of warriors of a long time ago, when a ferocious anger would come upon them. They could still be won by gifts, turned aside by words. I have in mind a deed from the olden days, how it was, not something recent. I'll tell it to you who are all my friends. The Curetes and the Aetolians, steadfast in war, were fighting around Calydon and slaughtering one another, the Aetolians defending lovely Calydon, the Curetes eager to destroy it by war. For golden-throned Artemis had sent an affliction against them, angry because Oeneus had failed to offer to her the first fruits of his burgeoning orchard. While the other gods dined on great sacrifices to the daughter of Zeus alone, he did not offer a sacrifice, either because he forgot or thought it not important. Blindness struck him deep in his heart. She became angry, the archer goddess, begotten of Zeus, and sent forth a fierce wild boar with white tusks, who did much harm, wasting the orchard land of Oeneus. Many a tall tree did he tear up and throw to the ground, roots and all, and the blossoms of apples. Meleager, the son of Oeneus, killed the boar after he had gathered hunters and hounds from many cities. The boar was not to be overcome by a few men. He was huge, and he sent many men to an unhappy pyre. But around the head and shaggy skin of the pig there arose a great clamor and shouting between the Curetes and the great-hearted Aetolians. So long as Meleager, dear to Ares, fought, so long it went badly for the Curetes, nor were they able to remain outside the wall, although they were very many. But when anger came to Meleager, which also swells in the breasts of other sensible men, anger against his own mother Althea, then he stayed in bed with his beautiful wife, Cleopatra of the beautiful ankles, the daughter of Marpessa. Marpessa's father was Oeneus. Her husband was Idas, one of the strongest men on the earth at that time. Idas even raised his bow against Phoebus Apollo because of Marpessa, the girl with the beautiful ankles. Marpessa's father Oenos, and her mother, then called Marpessa Alcyone, because her mother, suffering the fate of the sorrowing halcyon bird, wept when Apollo, who works from a long ways off, snatched away her daughter. Meleager lay by Cleopatra's side, nursing a bitter anger because of the curses of his enraged mother, who prayed ardently to the gods, grieving over her dead brother. Althea pounded the rich earth, crying out to Hades and to terrible Persephone. She knelt down and wet the folds of her gowns with tears, begging that they bring death to her son. Theranis, that walks in darkness, with a brittle heart, heard her from Erebos. Soon there came the noise of the Curetes at the gates and the thud of walls being battered. The Aetolian elders begged Meleager. They sent their best priests of the gods, who promised a great gift if Meleager would come out. Where the fattest plain of lovely Calydon lies, there they urged him to pick up a splendid district 50 acres big, the half of it wine country, the other half to be clear ploughland, cut from the plain. The old man, Oeneus, Meleager's father, the horse-driver, begged him again and again, standing on the threshold of his high-roofed chamber, shaking the joined doors, supplicating his son. And his sisters and revered mother begged Meleager too. He only denied them the more. Meleager's companions were most true and dear to him, but even so, they could not persuade his heart before the chamber was under attack. The Curetes were on the walls, and the great city was going up in flames. Only then did Cleopatra, Meleager's nicely belted wife, beg him, wailing, to describing to him all the horrible things that happen to people when a city is taken. Men murdered, fire consuming the city, men leading away little children and low-girdled women. His spirit was stirred when he heard about those evil things. He got up to go. Meleager put on his shining armor, and so he warded off the evil day for the Aetolians, giving in to his spirit. To Meleager thereafter they did not give the gifts, many and dear, but still he warded off the evil. Don't think like that. Don't let some spirit turn you in that direction. It is a harder thing to do to ward off fire once the ships are burning. But come, while there's still gifts to be had. The Achaeans will honor you like a god. If you enter without gifts the battle that destroys men, you will not enjoy an equivalent honor, even if you win the war.
Achilles, the fast runner, answered him. Phoenix, dear fellow, old man nurtured of Zeus, you see I have no need of this honor. I think that I am honored in the allotment of Zeus, which will sustain me beside the beaked ships so long as there is breath in my lungs and my legs still move. I will tell you something else, and please take it to heart. Do not confuse my spirit with your weeping and wailing, as you do the pleasure of the warrior son of Atreus. You should not love him so that you are hated by me, who loves you. It is a better thing that you trouble those who trouble me. Be a captain like me. Share half of my honor. This embassy will carry my message. You stay here on a soft bed. At the break of dawn we will give thought whether we will go home or remain. As he spoke, he silently signed to Patroclus with his brows to charge him to spread a thick bed for Phoenix, so that the others might quickly leave the hut. But Ajax, the godlike son of Telamon, spoke. Zeus-born, son of Laertes, resourceful Odysseus, let us leave. I don't think we are going to accomplish our purpose. We must quickly announce our message to the Danaans, not a welcome one, for I imagine that they anxiously await it. Achilles has let the great heart in his breast go wild. Cruel man, and he cares nothing for the love of his companions, nor how we honored him beside the ships above all others. A pitiless man. You know, if a brother is killed, or a child, a man will take a penalty payment for the dead, and the killer stays there in his own land once he's paid that high price. The heart and the proud spirit of the kinsman are restrained by receiving the penalty payment. But you, the gods have put a stubborn and evil spirit in your breast on account of a single girl. We offer you 7 girls, and those by far the best, and other things beside. Have a generous heart. Respect your hall. We have come from the mass of the Danaans under your roof. We want to be dearest and above all the other Achaeans. Answering him, Achilles the fast runner said, Zeus-born Ajax, son of Telamon, captain of the people, everything you say seems to me to be spoken in accord with my own mind. But my heart seethes with anger whenever I think of that, how the son of Atreus treated me with indignity among the Argives, as if I were some kind of man in flight, without status. But you return and give this message. I will not think of bloody war before good Hector, the son of wise Priam, comes to the tents and ships of the Myrmidons, killing Argives, and sets fire to the ships. Around my hut and black ship, I think that Hector will be stopped, eager though he is for battle. So he spoke. Each of them took up a two-handled cup and poured out an offering. Then they returned back along the line of ships, Odysseus leading the group. But Patroclus ordered his companions and female slaves to spread a thick bed for Phoenix as soon as possible. Obeying him, the female slaves spread the bed as ordered, fleeces and a rug and a linen sheet. There the old man lay down and awaited the bright dawn. But Achilles slept in the innermost part of his well-built hut. Beside him lay a woman whom he had taken from Lesbos, Diomede of the lovely cheeks, the daughter of Phorbas. Patroclus slept on the other side. Beside him slept the nicely belted Iphis, whom Achilles had given him when he took Skyros, the steep city of Inuus. The embassy arrived at the huts of the sons of Atreus. The sons of the Achaeans received them with golden cups, standing about on this side and that, and they questioned the embassy. First Agamemnon, king of men, asked, Tell me, Odysseus, much praise, great glory of the Achaeans. Either he is willing to ward off the consuming fire from the ships, or he has refused, because anger still holds his proud spirit. Much enduring, good Odysseus then answered, O son of Atreus, most glorious king of men, Agamemnon, that man is not willing to extinguish his anger, but is filled with still more anger. He rejects you and your gifts. For you, he advises that you consider how you will save the ships and the army of the Achaeans. As for himself, he threatens that when dawn appears, he will drag his well-benched curved ships into the sea. He also said that he would advise others to sail home too, because there is no more hope that you can win the goal of steep Ilion. Zeus, whose voice is heard from afar, holds his hands over her. Her people are filled with courage. So he spoke. These men who followed me there, Ajax and the two heralds, prudent men, can confirm the tale. Old man Phoenix has gone to sleep there, as Achilles urged, so he can follow in the ships to his beloved fatherland tomorrow, if he wants. He will not force him. So spoke Odysseus, and everybody fell into silence, amazed at his words, for he had spoken very strongly in his address to the gathering. For a long time, the sons of the Achaeans were silent in their grief, but at last Diomedes, good at the war cry, spoke. O son of Atreus, most glorious king of men, Agamemnon, I wish you had never sought in supplication the son of Peleus, offering him 1,000 gifts. He was arrogant before, but now you have led him to still more arrogance. But we will let him be. Either he goes or he stays. He will come back and fight when the spirit in his breast urges him and a god rouses him. But come, let us act on what I say. Go now to your rest once you have satisfied your hearts with food and wine. There is strength and force in them. But when beautiful dawn appears with her fingers of rose, quickly array your people and horses before the ships and urge them on, and yourselves fight among the foremost. So he spoke, and all the captains assented, inspired by the words of Diomedes, the tamer of horses. Then, after pouring a drink offering, each man went to his tent. There they lay down and took the gift of sleep.
They slept then, all the rest along the shipways, captains of Achaia, overcome nightlong by slumber. But their high commander Agamemnon lay beyond sweet sleep and cast about in tumult of the mind, as when the lord of fair-haired Hera flashes, bringing on giant storms of rain or hail, or wintry blizzard sifting on gray fields, or the wide jaws of drear and bitter war. So thick and fast the groans of Agamemnon came from his heart's core, and his very entrails shook with groaning. Aye, when he looked out in wonder and dismay upon the plain where fires burned, a myriad before Troy, and heard flute sounds and pipes, nocturnal hum of men encamped there. When he looked again at his Achaeans and their ships before high Zeus, he tore his hair out by the roots and groaned from the well of his great heart. But this expedient came into his mind, to visit Nestor, first of all, and see what plan, if any, could be formed with him, some well-wrought plan that might avoid the worst for the Danaans. And rising, he pulled his tunic on over his ribs and tied his smooth feet into good rawhide sandals, took a great tawny lion skin for mantle, dangling to his heels, and gripped a spear. Now Menelaus, like his brother, shaken, lay unsleeping, open-eyed, foreboding anguish for the Argives, who had come for his sake many a long sea mile to Troy to wage the daring war. He rose and cloaked his broad back with a spotted leopard skin, picked up a bronze-rimmed helmet for his head, and took a long spear in his fist to go arouse his brother, lord of all the Argives, whom as a god the common folk revered. He found him buckling on his handsome baldric, close to the ship's stern, and he turned in joy to see Menelaus come. Then Menelaus, lord of the war cry, said, "Why under arms, dear brother? Will you call for a volunteer to look the Trojans over? Hardly one will take that duty on, I fear, alone to circle and scout the dangerous enemy in the starry night. It will take nerve to do it." Agamemnon answered, "You and I must have some plan of action, Menelaus, and a good one too, some plan to keep the troops and ships from ruin. Zeus's mood has changed. He cares for Hector's offerings more than ours. In my lifetime, I have not seen or heard of one man doing in a day's action what Hector did to the Achaean army. One man, son of neither god nor goddess, in one day's action. But for years to come, that havoc will be felt among the Argives. Go now, wake Idomeneus and Aias. Go on the run along the ships, and I will turn out Nestor, if he'll come to join us at the first sentry post and give commands. He is the one they should most willingly obey. His own son heads a company with Idomeneus' lieutenant, Meriones. We put the sentries mainly in their charge." Said Menelaus in reply, "But how do you intend this order? Am I to stay with those two waiting till you come, or track you on the run after I tell them?" The Lord Marshal Agamemnon answered, "Stay in their company. We might not meet coming and going. There are many paths through the encampment. When you go, speak out. Tell them to rouse themselves, but courteously, giving each man his patronymic and his rank, and do not feel it is beneath you. We must do service too. That is the way the Lord Zeus burdened us when we were born."
With these words, making clear what he commanded, he sent his brother off, while he himself went on toward Nestor. Close to his hut and ship, he found him in a bed of fleece. Nearby, his glinting arms were lying, a round shield, 2 lances, and a helmet burnished bright. There lay his many-faceted kilt or loinguard, girded on when the old man armed for war, to take his soldiers forward, undeterred by doleful age. He heaved up on his elbow, lifting his head, and peering in the dark, he asked, "Who are you, going about alone amid the host by night when others sleep? Looking for some stray mule or some companion? Speak, don't stand there silent. What do you want?" Then the Lord Marshal Agamemnon answered, "Nestor, son of Neleus, pride of Achaeans, know me for Agamemnon, son of Atreus, plunged by Zeus into the worst trouble a man could know, for as long as I draw breath, as long as my own legs will carry me. I roam this way because no sleep will come to settle on my eyes. The war stays with me and what the army suffers. How I fear for our Achaeans. Quietude of heart I have none. Fever of dread is in my brain, my heart leaps from my ribs, my knees give way. If you will act, and even you are sleepless, let us inspect the sentries and make sure they are not drugged by weariness, not lying asleep, their duty all forgotten. Hard enemies are encamped nearby. We cannot say for sure they'll not attack by night." Earl Nestor of Gerenia answered, "Lord Marshal of the army, Agamemnon, Zeus the Profound will not achieve for Hector all that the man imagines now or hopes for. I think he too will have his difficulties, and more if ever Achilles drops his anger. But I will come with you, and gladly. Why not awaken others to join us? Diomedes, who is a wonder with a spear, Odysseus, and Ajax the fast one and the son of Phyleus. Someone might go as well and waken Ajax the tall one, and Idomeneus. Their ships are not so near, any of them. Moreover, dear and respected as your brother is, I have hard words for him. You may resent it, I will not hide it. See the way he sleeps and leaves the toil and worry to you alone. He should be up and asking help of all our noblest, now the inexorable need has come upon us. The Lord Marshal said, Sir, I should say, accuse him another time. He often does go easy and holds off, not out of laziness or lightness of mind, but following my lead, deferring to me. This time, though, he was the first to rise and came to me. I sent him off to summon the very men you name. Let us go on. We'll come across them at the sentry post outside the gates. All were to gather there. Earl Nestor of Gerenia replied, No Argive then can take it ill. No one will disregard him when he calls to action. With this, he pulled his tunic to his waist, tied his smooth feet into good rawhide sandals, and gathered round him with a brooch his great red double mantle lined with fleece. He picked a tough spear capped with whetted bronze, and made his way along the Achaean ships. Coming first on Odysseus, peer of Zeus and Stratagems, he gave a call to wake him. Clear in the sleeper's shrouded mind it rang, and he burst startled from his hut to ask, Why are you out wandering through the army, you alone in the starry night? What brings you?
Earl Nestor of Gerenia replied, Son of Laertes and the gods of old, Odysseus, master mariner and soldier, do not be vexed at this, the Achaeans' peril warrants it. Now come along with us, and we shall find another man to waken, someone fit to advise retreat or war. The great tactician stepped inside and picked a painted shield to hang from his broad shoulders. Then he went after them. The next in line was Diomedes, and outside his hut they found him with his gear of war. Around him his men were sleeping, pillowed on their shields, with spears driven upright and butt spikes in the ground, point after point of bronze, reflecting light into the distance, like a glare of lightning flung by Father Zeus. But the hero slept, a bull's hide spread beneath him, and a bright unfolded rug beneath his head. Beside him Nestor of Gerenia took his stand, and jogged him with his foot, then lectured him. Up, get up, Diomedes. Will you snore the whole night through? Do you not know the Trojans have taken up positions near the ships, where the beach rises, only a stone's throw off? At this the hero, starting up from sleep, gave back a rough reply. Hard as a knife is what you are, old man. By night and day you never rest. Are there no younger men who might go round about to wake the captains one by one? Can no one hold you down? Then Nestor said, No doubt of it, dear lad. There's reason in what you say. I have indeed able young sons and soldiers, many of them, any of whom could go and bear the summons. Terrible pressure is upon us, though. The issue teaches on a razor's edge for all Achaeans, whether we live or perish. Go and rouse Meges. Rouse Aias the runner. Is it if as a younger man you'd spare my age? Diomedes took for full-length cape the skin of a great tawny lion, picked a spear, and ran to rouse the others and conduct them. Filing out among the sentries, then they found that not one captain was asleep. Each man sat up, all wakeful, under arms. As shepherd dogs keep bristling watch, their ears pricked up at the approach of a wild beast roaming down hills through woodland towards the fold. They hear an outcry far away of men and watchdogs, and their rest is at an end. So for these sentries rest had been dispelled, as they kept watch on that bad night, forever facing the plain, peering when they could catch a sound of Trojans moving, and old Nestor, in his relief at seeing them, said heartily, That is the way to keep your watch, dear lads. Sleep must not capture one of you, or all may well give cause for gloating to the enemy. He crossed the moat then, and the peers who came to attend the council followed him, as did Meriones and Nestor's son, whom they had asked to join them. Once across they sat down in the clear, an open space, not littered with dead bodies. The same place where Hector, in his power, had turned back from slaughtering Argives when the night came down and shrouded all. Here then they sat and talked, and first to speak was Nestor. Friends, he said, is there no man who trusts his own brave heart enough to make a foray on the Trojans?
killing some isolated god perhaps, or picking up information, overhearing plans they exchange among themselves. Have they a mind to stay afield, here by the ships, or to re-enter Troy since they defeated us? A man might learn these things and get away unhurt to join us, and his feat would be renowned among all people under heaven. A handsome prize will be awarded him. Every commander of a ship division gives him a black ewe with a suckling lamb. No token of honour like it. Afterward he can attend all feasts and drinking parties.
Now at this challenge everyone grew still, but Diomedes in their midst spoke out. Nestor, pride and excitement, urged me on to make a foray into the enemy camp, so close at hand here. If some other soldier goes along, it will be better though. More warmth to it. 2 men can make a team, one will catch on quicker than the other, when there's a chance of bringing something off, while one man's eyes and wit may move more slowly. Volunteers aplenty desire to go with Diomedes. Alas the tall, short alas. Meriones, the eager son of Nestor, the spearman Menelaus, then Odysseus, that rugged man, wished to pierce the lines, bold for adventure as he always was. Now the Lord Marshal Agamemnon said, Diomedes, my own right arm, you name with your own companion. Take the one you want, the best of those whose hands are up. You have plenty to choose from. No damned bashfulness that might incline you to pass by the strongest and make a lesser man, through difference to birth or to rank higher than your own. He said this, fearing for his red-haired brother, Menelaus. But Diomedes said, if this is the command, and I may choose, could I pass by the kingly man, Odysseus? Shrewd as he is, and cool and brave, beyond all others in rough work, Pallas Athena loves that man. If he were by my side, we'd go through fire and come back, the 2 of us. No man knows war as he does. Rejoined the Lord Odysseus. Diomedes, no good flattering me or carping me either. Not before men who know me through and through. We should be on our way. How the night passes. Dawn is near. High stars have all gone down. 2/3 of night are gone. 1/3 is left us. Then both men buckled on grim gear of war. Diomedes was given by Thrasymedes a 2-edged sword, for his own was at the ship, and a shield too. Upon his head he pulled a bull's hide helmet with no ridge or plume, a so-called cut-down made to guard the skulls of rugged men at arms. Meriones handed Odysseus his bow and quiver, gave him a 2-edged sword, and fitted on a helmet that was first a cap of hide with bands of leather crisscrossed on them. A boar's white teeth were thickly set, disposed with cunning on all sides. A felt lining padded the cap. This helm Autolycus brought in the old days out of Iliad, where he had made a breach in the palace walls of Amintor, the son of Ormenus. He gave it to Amphidamus, the Kythran. Scandia-bound Amphimedus, in return for hospitality, gave it to Molos, and Molos handed it to his own son, Meriones, to wear in battle. Now it capped Odysseus's head. Grimly encountered, the 2 moved out into the darkness, leaving all their peers behind, off to the right. Along their path, Pallas Athena sent a heron gliding down the night. They could not see it passing, but they heard its cry. Heartened by the fisher bird, Odysseus prayed, O child of Zeus, who bears the storm cloud, hear me. In hard hours, ever at my side, you follow every move I make. Tonight, befriend me most, Athena. Before we two retire on the ships, let us bring off some feet to gall the Trojans.
In his turn, Diomedes, lord of the war cry, prayed, O tireless one, hear me as well. Be with me as with Tydeus once, my father, when he advanced as messenger to Thebes ahead of all Achaeans, left the Achaeans on the Asopus River under arms. His words to the Cadmeans were like honey, but terrible were the actions he devised as he withdrew, bright goddess, with your blessing. Now in the same way bless me, guard me now. For my part I shall offer at your altar a virgin heifer, a yearling never yoked, her horns all sheathed in gold. These were their prayers, and Pallas Athena, Zeus's daughter, heard them. Falling silent after invoking her, they made their way like lions through black night toward kills and carnage, braving spears and blood. Neither were Trojan leaders permitted sleep by Hector, but he called them all together, all who were lords and captains of the Trojans, to put his plan before them. Who volunteers to undertake this mission and see it through for a great prize? He will have satisfaction. A chariot and 2 mettlesome fine horses, best of those beside the Achaean ships, for the man who dares to win fame for himself by a night patrol along the ships, to learn if they are guarded as before. It may be the Achaeans were so battered by our charge that now they will talk of sailing, and are so weary that now they will have no will for a night watch. The listening Trojans all grew mute and still. Among them there was one by the name of Dolon. Rich in gold and rich in bronze, this man was heir to the great herald Eumedes, and a good runner, puny though he seemed, an only son with 5 sisters. He spoke before the Trojans in response to Hector. Hector, pride and excitement urged me on to make this night patrol close to the ships for information. Only lift up your staff and swear that my reward will be that team and brazen car that bear the son of Peleus. For my part, I take oath not to be blind on this patrol or let you down. I'll make it straight through all the camp until I reach the ship of Agamemnon, where there the Achaean captains must be debating battle or retreat. Hector complied, held up his staff, and swore. May Zeus in thunder, consort of Hera, witness this. No other Trojan rides that car behind that team. I say that you will do so. It is to be your glory. So he swore an oath to incite the man, and swore in vain. At once the runner slung his curving bow over his shoulders, and for cloak the skin of a gray wolf. He took a cap of weasel, picked up a javelin, and headed down for the line of ships, leaving the Trojan camp. But he would not return with news for Hector. When he had left the troops and tethered horses, trotting eagerly on the seaward path, Odysseus caught sight of the man coming and whispered to Diomedes, "Who is this, now headed towards us from the camp? A scout, on night patrol along the ships, or bent on rifling some dead bodies? I can't say. Let him just pass into open ground a little and we can catch him from behind. If he outruns us, once we are in between him and his base, attack with a spear throw. Force him on the ships, not to let him cut back to the town."
The two conversed in whispers, then lay still, flattened among dead bodies off the path, while the unwary man came running by. But when he had passed them 50 yards or so, a field's width, say, a team of mules could plow, being faster at this work than oxen. Dragging a bolted plowshare in a furrow, both ran after him, and at the sound of feet he stood stock still, for in his heart he had hoped that at a nod from Hector, fellow Trojans were on their way to fetch him back. Now only a spear throw distant from him, maybe less, he recognized the Achaean enemies, and took to his heels. The two veered after him, and when the 2 hounds, well trained in tricks of game, hang on behind a young buck or hare, through wooded land, and the quarry races on, emitting shrieks of dead, so Diomedes and Odysseus, raiders of cities, chased their man after they cut him off from his own army. Seaward he fled, and now, when he seemed headed straight into the sentry's army, Athena set Diomedes raging not to give some other lucky Achaean the first shot, by being too slow to catch up. Poising his lance, Diomedes managed a great burst of speed and called out, "Halt, or else my spear goes through you. Plunging death is coming at my hands. You cannot get away." In fact, he threw, but missed deliberately. The spearhead passed above the man's right shoulder and struck fast before him in the ground. In panic fear, the runner tripped and stopped. A chattering noise came from his mouth, and he turned faint and pale. The two men, panting, soon came up with him to pin his arms. But now, in tears, he begged them, "Take me alive. I can arrange a ransom. Iron and bronze and gold I have at home, and father will not count the cost, if only he knows me safe amid the Achaean ships." The shrewd captain, Odysseus, answered him, "Courage, you need not feel your death so near. Tell me this, though, and plainly. What has brought you out of your camp and this way towards the ships, alone, by night, when others take their rest? Would you despoil some corpse among the dead, or were you sent by Hector to find out our dispositions at the ships? Or did you wish to find out yourself?" Dolon replied, his legs shaking under him, "Carried away, I was against my own good sense, by Hector. He said Achilles' team would be my prize, his chariot too, all trimmed with bronze. He told me to go through the black night, now swifting passing, and to approach our enemies, to learn if guards are posted at the ships as usual, or if the Achaeans pushed at our hands are in accord to sail, and, being far gone in weariness, have no will for a night watch." At this great Tactean smile, he said, "By heaven, quite a reward was in your grasp. The horses, the car, owned by a great fighter, Achaeo's grandson. That is a fractious team for mortal men to master, not for Achilles. But he was born of an immortal mother. Tell me this now. Give me a plain answer. Where is Hector? Where did you leave him when you took this path? His arms, where are they lying? Where are his horses? How have the other Trojans planned their watches and hours for sleep?" Dolon again made answer. "Hector, with his staff, holding a council beside the funeral mound of the patriarch Ilos. Far from the battlefield, no one watches in your sense, sir, are being stood no sentries chosen to guard the camp. At every fire, the necessary number are awake and keep one another vigilant. Detachments of allies, though, are everywhere asleep, and leave the sentry duty to the Trojans. Allies have no families near at hand."
The great tactician Odysseus said to him, "And how are they encamped? Mixed in with Trojans or separately? Tell me about each one. I must know this." Dolon replied, "I'll tell you. Nearest the sea are Carians and Paeones with Leleges, Caucones and Pelasgians. Up the Scamandros are the Lycians, Mysians, Phrygian horsemen, and Maeonians. But why do you question me on these details? If you are bent on raiding a Trojan company, yonder are Thracians, just arrived, far out on the left wing, apart from everyone. Their king is Rhasus Ionides. His horses, the most royal I have seen, whiter than snow and swift as the sea wind. His chariot is a masterwork in gold and silver, and the armor, huge and golden, brought by him here is marvelous to see, like no war gear of men but of immortals. You'll take me to the ships now, will you not? Or will you leave me here, bound hand and foot, while you go forward, testing what I have told you for accuracy and advantage to yourselves?" Diomedes frowned and looked at him and said, "As I see it, you need not hold this thought of slipping through our hands, now you are in them, accurate though your facts may be. Suppose we let you go, or let you go for ransom. Later, by God, you'll come down on the ships to spy again or to make open war. Resign your life now at my hands. You'll make no further trouble for the Argives." Even as he spoke, the man leaned forward, reaching to touch his chin, beseeching. But he brought his sword blade in a flash down on the nape and severed the two tendons. In the dust, the head of the still crying man was muffled. Now they pulled off his cap of weasel skin, his gray wolf jacket, javelin and bow, and Lord Odysseus held these trophies high to Athena, hope of soldiers. He appealed to her, "Joy in this armor, goddess, first on Olympos, first of immortals in our invocation. Give us more luck, send us against the Thracian bivouac and horses." He rid himself of Dolan's gear by lifting it into a tamarisk tree. He bundled it and made it easier to see by breaking tamarisk shoots and twigs from underneath, so he and Diomedes could not miss it on their way back in the night now swiftly passing. Onward they pressed now, braving spears and blood, and came soon to the bivouac of Thracians at the camp's edge. Here weary troops were sleeping, armor beside them canted on the ground in 3 well-ordered rows. The chariot teams were tethered, each one near their charioteer, and in the center Rhasus slept. Beside him snowy horses were tethered by the reins that ran from the chariot rail. Odysseus first distinguished him and whispered, pointing him out to Diomedes, "There is the man. There are the horses Dolan, whom we killed, described. Come, put your back in it, your heart. Why stand here in arms for nothing? Go and tie the horses, or let me do it while you kill the men." Gray-eyed Athena filled Diomedes' heart with fury. Whirling left and right he struck, and pitiable sounds came from the bodies cleft by the sword's edge. Earth ran red with blood. As on a flock of goats or sheep, unshepherded and undefended, a baleful lion falls, the son of Tydeus fell upon those Thracians until he had killed 12, and at his shoulder Odysseus, adept at war, moved up to drag out by the heels each man he killed, thinking by this to save the beautiful horses from shying at the bodies when they passed, being unused to seeing dead men yet.
When Diomedes reached the Thracian king, he took a 13th precious life away, as the man gasped in sleep, nightmare upon him. Meanwhile, patient Odysseus freed the horses, hitching them together by the reins, and drove them off. He used his bow to whack them, missing the whip fixed in the painted chariot ready to his hand. With a low whistle, he made Diomedes look, but Diomedes waited, pondering what next to try in the way of outrage. Would he lift the pole and pilfer the king's chariot with his weapons, or take the life of still more Thracian men? His heart distended at the thought, when near him, out of the night air turning, Athena stood and said, "No, put your mind on getting back to your own camp, son of great-hearted Tydeus, unless you choose to run for it, supposing some other god may wake the Trojans now." Diomedes respected the goddess's voice and turned to mount the chariot. Odysseus used his bow for whip, and off they went to the ships of the Achaeans. No blind watch was kept by Apollo of the silver bow, who saw Athena following Diomedes. Irritated by her, he joined a company of Trojans and aroused Hippocleon, a noble cousin of Rhesus. Out of sleep, the man awoke and saw the empty ground where once fast teams had stood. He saw the soldiers massacred and soaking in their blood, and cried aloud at this, calling his friends. Soon there were other cries and a wild din of troops who ran up, staring at the horrors done in that sortie from the ships. Now those who did that work had reached on their return the spot where they had killed Hector's observer. Noble Odysseus here reined in the team, while Diomedes vaulted down to sweep the bloody trophies into Odysseus's hands, and then remounted, and he whipped the horses into a willing run. Of all the Achaeans, Nestor first heard the beat of distant hooves and said, "Friends, lords, and captains of the Argives, do I imagine it, or is it real? A drumming of distant hooves is in my ears. May it turn out already to be Odysseus and rugged Diomedes back again, with no time lost, and driving Trojan horses. I have been fearful that they might be hurt in the Trojan outcry." He had not yet finished all he was going to say, when up they came and set foot on the quiet ground. Their friends with warm hand grips and greeting gave them welcome. Nestor, lord of Gerenia, put the question, "Tell me, Odysseus, great in all men's eyes, how did you take these horses? How slip by into the Trojan camp? Or did some god come down to meet you and bestow them on you? Horses like the white flames of the sun. I join the fighting every day with Trojans, never, I think, malingering at the ships, old soldier that I am. But teams like these I never saw or heard of. Well, some god who crossed your path bestowed them, I suppose. I know both men are dear to the cloud herder Zeus and to his daughter, gray-eyed Athena." Odysseus, the resourceful man, replied, O Nestor, son of Neleus, light of Achaeans, a god might easily give still better horses, gods being so much stronger than ourselves. But these you ask about were new arrivals. Thracians, Excellency, Diomedes killed their master and a dozen fellow officers. A 13th man, a scout, abaft the ships we executed. Hector and his peers had sent him forward to observe the army. Down through the moat he drove the horses now, and laughed a rumbling laugh. Along with him the others crossed, exulting. When they reached Diomedes' quarters, they tied up the horses by their own well-cut reins before the trough, where the master's chariot horses fed on grain. Astern upon his ship, Odysseus hung the blood-stained gear of Dolon, pending a proper offering to Athena. Wading into the sea, the men themselves splashed at their coats of sweat, shins, napes, and thighs, until the surf had washed it from their skin, and they were cool again. Then out they came to take warm baths in polished tubs. Being bathed and rubbed with olive oil, the two sat down to take refreshment. From a full wine bowl, they dipped sweet wine and poured it to Athena.
La aurora del lecho que ocupaba junto al admirable Titono se levantaba para llevar la luz a los inmortales y a los humanos, cuando Zeus envió a las veloces naves de los aqueos la disputa dolorosa con la prodigiosa señal del combate en sus manos. Se detuvo ante la negra nave de enorme vientre de Ulises, que estaba en el centro, para que la voz llegara a ambos lados, lo mismo a las tiendas de Allante Telemoníada que a las de Aquiles, que las equilibradas naves a los extremos habían varado, fiados en su valor y en la fuerza de sus brazos. Allí se detuvo la diosa, dio un elevado y terrible chillido estridente e infundió gran brío a cada uno de los aqueos en su corazón, para combatir y luchar con denuedo. Y al instante el combate se les hizo más dulce que regresar en las huecas naves a la querida tierra patria. El Atrida dio un grito, mandó a los argivos ceñirse las armas, y él mismo se revistió con el segador bronce. Primero se colocó alrededor de las pantorrillas las grebas bellas, ajustadas con argénteas tobilleras. En segundo lugar, alrededor del pecho, se puso la coraza que Cínidas le había dado una vez en prueba de hospitalidad, pues a Chipre había llegado la gran fama de que los aqueos iban a zarpar con las naves en dirección de Troya. Por eso se la había regalado, para congraciarse con el rey. 10 eran las tiras de oro esmalte que tenía, 12 de oro y 20 de estaño. Serpientes esmaltadas dirigían sus cabezas hacia el cuello, 3 a cada lado, parecidas a arcoíris que el cronión fija en una nube, prodigio para los míseros humanos. A los hombros se colgó la espada, en la que clavos áureos resplandecían. La vaina que la guardaba era argéntea y estaba ajustada a áureos talabartes. Cogió el impetuoso broquel que cubre al mortal, elaborado con arte, bello, con 10 círculos de bronce en su contorno. En el interior tenía 20 bollones de estaño blancos, y en el centro de todos uno más de oscuro esmalte. El broquel estaba coronado por la górgona, de salvaje aspecto y fiera mirada, a la que rodeaban el terror y la huida. De él colgaba un áureo tahalí. Sobre su superficie estaba enroscada una serpiente esmaltada que tenía 3 cabezas entrelazadas, nacidas de un único cuello. En la cabeza se caló el morrión de doble crestón y 4 mamelones provistos de crines, cuyo penacho ondeaba terrible en la cimera. Escogió 2 fornidas lanzas guarnecidas de bronce, afiladas, cuyo bronce desprendía un brillo que llegaba lejos hasta el cielo. Además, tronaron Atenea y Hera en lo alto como honor para el rey de Micenas, rica en oro. Cada uno encargó entonces a su auriga sujetar los caballos en orden allí, al borde de la fosa, y ellos a pie, equipados con las armas, partieron a buen paso. Un griterío inextinguible se alzó ante la aurora. Muchos se destacaron de los cocheros al formar junto a la fosa. Estos se situaron a corta distancia, y en medio un tumulto maligno elevó el crónida y de lo alto lanzó gotas de rocío chorreantes de sangre desde el éter, porque iba a precipitar al Hades muchas valientes cabezas. Al otro lado, los troyanos, sobre el alcor de la llanura, formaron en torno del alto Héctor, del intachable Polidamante, de Eneas, honrado como un dios en el pueblo de los troyanos, y de los tres antenóridas, Pólibo, Agénor, de la casta de Zeus, y el mozo Acamante, semejante a los inmortales. Héctor iba entre los primeros con el broquel por doquier equilibrado. Como de entre las nubes surge la siniestra estrella fulgurante y se oculta otra vez tras las umbrías nubes, así Héctor a veces aparecía dando órdenes entre los primeros y otras veces entre los últimos. Entero por el bronce brillaba como el relámpago de Zeus, portador de la égida.
And the men, like gangs of reapers slashing down the reaping rows and coming closer, closer across the field of a warlord rich in wheat or barley, sways by the armfuls falling thick and fast, so Achaeans and Trojans closed and slashed, lunging into each other, and neither side now had a thought of fight that would have meant disaster. No, the pressure of combat locked them head to head, lunging like wolves in strife with wild groans exulted to see them. Glaring down at the melee, strife alone of immortals hovering over fighters. The other gods kept clear at their royal ease, reclining off in the halls where the roofs of each were built for the ages high on a rugged rigid Olympus. And all were blaming Zeus with his storming dark clouds because the father decreed to hand the Trojans glory. But the father paid no heed to them. Retiring peats apart from the other gods, he sat aloof, glorying in his power, gazing out over the city walls of Troy and the warships of Achaea. The flash of bronze, fighters killing, fighters killed. As long as morning rose and the blessed day grew stronger, the weapons hurtled side to side and men kept falling. But just when the woodsman makes his morning meal, deep in a mountain forest, army weary from chopping the big heavy trunks, and his heart has had enough, and sudden longing for tempting food overtakes the man and makes his senses well, just as the height of morning, the Argives smashed battalions, their courage breaking through, and they shouted ranks of cohorts on along the lines. And right in the midst sprang Agamemnon first, and killed a fighter, Bianor, veteran captain, then his aide, Elias, lashing on their team. Down from the car he'd leapt, squaring off, charging in full fury, full face straight into Agamemnon's spearhead ramming sharp. The rim of the bronze helmet could not hold it. Clean through heavy metal and bone, the point burst, and the brains splattered all inside the casque. He battered Ilias down despite the Trojans' rage, and the lord of fighters left them lying there, both dead, and their chests gleamed like bronze as he stripped them bare. Then on he went for Isis and Antiphus, killed and stripped, the two sons of Priam, one a bastard, one royal blood, and both riding a single car, the bastard driving, the famous Antiphus standing poised beside him. Achilles has caught them once on the spurs of Ida, bound them with willow ropes as they watched their flocks, and set them free for ransom. But now it was Agamemnon, lord of the far-flung kingdoms, catching up with Isis. He stabbed his chest with a spear above the nipple. Antiphus he hacked with a sword across the ear and hurled him from his chariot, rushing fast to rip the splendid armour off their bodies. He knew them both. He'd seen them once by the ships, when the swift Achilles dragged them in from Ida. Think how a lion, mauling the soft, weak young of a younger deer, clumped up in the jaws, cracks their backbones with a snap. He stormed in, invading the lair to tear their tender hearts out, and the mother doe, even if she's close by, what can she do to save her fawns? She's helpless. Terrible, trembling, racks her body too, and suddenly off she bounds through the glades and the thick woods, drenched in sweat, leaping clear of the big cat's pounce. so not a single Trojan could save those two from death. They fled themselves before the Argive charge. But next, Agamemnon killed Pisander and combat-hard Hippolochus, two sons of Antimachus, the cunning politic man, whom Paris bribed with gold and sumptuous gifts, so he was the first to fight the return of Helen to red-haired Menelaus. Now powerful Agamemnon caught his two sons, riding the same chariot, both struggling to curb their high-strung team. The reins slipped their grasp, both horses panicked as Agamemnon ramped in their faces like a lion, both fighters shouting from their chariot, pleading, "Take us alive, Artides! Take a ransom worth our lives. Vast treasures are piled up in Antimachus' house, bronze and gold and pale fly of well-wrought iron. Father would give anything, gladly. Priceless ransom if only he learns we're still alive in Argive ships."
So they cried to the king, cries for mercy, but only heard a merciless voice in answer. "Cunning Antimachus, so you are that man's sons. Once in the Trojan council he ordered Menelaus, there on an embassy joined by King Odysseus, murdered right on the spot. No safe conduct back to the land of Argos. You're his sons? Now pay for your father's outrage. Blood for blood." And he pitched Pisander off the chariot onto earth and plunged a spear in his chest. The man crashed on his back as Hippolochus leapt away, but him he killed on the ground, slashing off his arms with a sword, lopping off his head, and he sent him rolling through the carnage like a log. He left them there for dead, and just at the point where most battalions scattered, Agamemnon charged. The rest of his troops in armor quick behind him now. Infantry killing infantry, fleeing headlong, hard-pressed, drivers killing drivers, under the onrush dust in whirlwinds driven up from the plain. Hooves of stallions, rumbling thunder, bronze flashing, immense slaughter, and always King Agamemnon whirling to kill, crying his Argives on, breakneck on, like devouring fire roaring down onto dry, dead timber, squalls hurling it on, careening left and right, and brush ripped up by the roots goes tumbling under, crushed by the blasting fire, rampaging on. So under Atrides' onslaught, Trojans dropped in flight. Stampedes of massive stallions dragged their empty chariots, clattering down the passageways of battle. Stallions yearning to feel their master's hand at the reins. But there they lay, sprawled across the field, craved far more by the vultures than by wives. But Zeus drew Hector out of the range of the weapons, out of the dust storm, out of the mounting kills, the blood and rout of war as Atrides following hard, shouting his Argives on, furious, never stopping. The Trojans streaked in flight past Ilias' barrow, ancient son of Dardanus, past the midfield mark of the plain and past the wild fig and struggling to reach Troy, and always in hot pursuit and shrieking. Agamemnon splattered with gore, his hands, invincible hands. But once they reached the Skang gates and the great oak, there the two sides halted, waiting each other's charge. Yet stragglers still stampeded down the plain, like cattle driven wild by a lion lunging in pitch darkness down on the whole herd. But to one alone, a sudden death comes flashing. First he snaps its neck, clamped in huge jaws, then down in gulps he bolts in blood and guts. So King Agamemnon coursed his quarry, always cutting the straggler from the mass, and they fled in terror, squads amuck, spilling out of their chariots faced first or slammed on their backs beneath Atrides' hands, storming and thrusting his spear and lunging on. But just as he was about to reach the steep city, up under the walls, the father of men and gods, descending out of the heavens, took his throne on the high ridge of Ida with all her springs. Holding fast in his grip a lightning bolt, He drove Iris down in a rush of golden wings to bear his message. Away with you now, Iris, quick as the wind, and speed this word to Hector. So long as he sees Lord Marshal Agamemnon storming among the champions, mowing columns down in blood, Hector must hold back, command the rest of his men to fight the enemy, stand their headlong charge. But soon as a spear or bowshot wounds the king, and Atrides mounts his chariot once again, then I will lend Hector the power to kill, and kill till he cuts his way to the benched ships, and the sun sinks, and the blessed darkness sweeps across the earth.
So he commanded. Wind-quick Iris obeyed at once, and down from Ida's peaks she dove to sacred Troy, found the son of wise King Priam, shining Hector, standing amidst his teams and bolted cars, and swift as a breeze beside him, Iris called, Hector, son of Priam, a mastermind like Zeus, the Father has sped me down to tell you this. So long as you see Lord Marshal Agamemnon storming among the champions, mowing columns down in blood, you must hold back, command the rest of your men to fight the enemy, stand their headlong charge. But soon as a spear or bow shot wounds the king, and Atrides mounts his chariot once again, then Zeus will hand you the power to kill and kill, till you cut your way to the benched ships, and the sun sinks, and the blessed darkness sweeps across the earth. And Iris, racing the wind, went veering off. Hector leapt to the ground from his chariot, fully armed and brandishing 2 sharp spears, went striding down his lines, ranging flank to flank, driving his fighters into battle, rousing grisly war, and around the Trojans whirled, bracing to meet the Argives face to face. But against their mass, the Argives closed ranks, the fighting about to break, the troops squaring off, and Atrides, tense to outfight them all, charged first. Sing to me now, you muses who hold the halls of Olympus, who was the first to go against King Agamemnon? Who of the Trojans or famous Trojan allies? If Adamas, the rough and rangy son of Antenor, bred in the fertile land of Thrace, mother of flocks. Cisseus reared him at home when he was little, his mother's father who sired the fine beauty Theano. But once he hit the stride of his youth and ached for fame, Cisseus tried to hold him back, gave him a daughter's hand, but warm from the bridal chamber marched the groom, fired up by word that Achaea's troops had landed. 12 beaked ships sailed out in his command, trim vessels he left behind him in Percote, making his way to Troy to fight on foot, and here he came now, up against Agamemnon, closer, closing. Atrides hurled and missed, his spear shaft just slanting aside the man's flank, as if Adamas went for the waist beneath the breastplate. He stabbed home, leaning into the blow full weight, trusting his heavy hand, but failed to pierce the glittering belt, failed flat out. The point, smashing against the silver, bent back like lead, and seizing the spear shaft, powerful Agamemnon dragged it toward him, tussling like some lion, and wrenching it free from Iphidamas's slack grasp. He hacked his neck with a sword, and loosed his limbs. And there he dropped, and slept the sleep of bronze. Poor soldier, striving to help his fellow Trojans, far from his wedded wife, his new bride. No joy had he known from her for all his gifts, the full 100 oxen he gave her on the spot, then promised 1,000 head of goats and sheep from the boundless herds he'd rounded up himself. Now the son of Atreus stripped him, robbed his corpse, and strode back to his waiting Argive armies, hoisting the gleaming gear. But Coon marked him, Coon, Antenor's eldest son, a distinguished man-at-arms, and stinging grief went misting down his eyes for his fallen brother. In from the blind side he came, Agamemnon never saw him. Tensed with a spear and slashed him under the elbow, down the forearm, a glint of metal. The point ripped through his flesh, and the lord of fighting men, Atrides, shuddered. Not that he quit the foray even then. He sprang at Coan, gripping his big spear shaft, tough from the gusting wind that whipped its tree. Coan was just dragging his brother foot first, wild now to retrieve his father's son, calling for help from all the bravest men. But as Coan hauled the body through the press, Agamemnon lunged up, under his bossed shield, thrust home hard with polished bronze point, unstrung his limbs, and reared and lopped his head, and the head tumbled onto his fallen brother's corpse. So then and there, under royal Agamemnon's hands, the two sons of Antenor filled out their fates, and down they plunged to the strong house of death.
But the king kept ranging, battling ranks on ranks, and thrusting his spear and sword, and hurling heavy rocks so long as the blood came flowing warm from his wound. But soon as the gash dried and firm clots formed, sharp pain came bursting in on Atrides' strength, spear-sharp as the labor pangs that pierce a woman, agonies brought on by the harsh birthing spirits, Hera's daughters, who hold the stabbing power of birth, so sharp the throes that burst on Atrides' strength. And back he sprang in the car, and told his driver to make for the hollow ships, racked with pain, but he loosed a shrill cry to all his men. Friends, lords of the Argives, O my captains, your turn now. Keep on shielding our fast ships from this latest mass attack. Zeus, who rules the world, forbids me to battle Trojans all day long. A crack of the lash, and his driver whipped the team with streaming manes straight for the curved ships, and on they flew, holding nothing back, their heaving chests foaming, bellies pelted with dust, rushing the wounded warlord free and clear of battle. There, Hector's signal. Seeing Atrides hurt and speeding off the lines, he gave a ringing shout to his troops and allies. Trojans, Lycians, Dardan fighters hand to hand, now be men, my friends, call up your battle fury. Their best man cuts and runs. Zeus is handing me glory, awesome glory. Drive your horses right at these mighty Argives. Seize the higher triumph, seize it now. Hector, whipping the fight and fire in each man like a huntsman crying on his hounds, their white fangs flashing, harrying savage game, some wild boar or lion. So at Achaea's ranks he drove his fearless Trojans, Hector, son of Priam, a match for murderous Ares. The prince himself went wading into the front lines, his hopes soaring, and down he hurled on the fray like a sudden killer squall that blasts down on the dark blue sea to whip and chop its crests. Who was the first he slaughtered? Who the last? Hector, the son of Priam, now Zeus gave him glory. Asius first, Autonomous next, and then Apytes, Dolops, Clytius' son, and Opheltius, Agelaus, Aesymnus, and Orus, Hipponous, staunch in combat. These were the Argive captains Hector killed, then went for the main mass, like the west wind battering soft shining clouds the south wind wafts along. In deep explosive blasts it strikes, and the great swelling waves roll on, and the spray goes shooting up from under the wind's hurl, swerving, roaring down the sea. So wildly Hector routed the packed lines of fighters caught in his onslaught. Now there would have been havoc, irreversible chaos, fleeing bands of Achaeans flung back on their ships, if Odysseus had not shouted out to Diomedes, "What's wrong with us? Forgetting our battle fury? Come here, old friend, stand by me. What humiliation, if Hector with that flashing helmet takes our ships." Powerful Diomedes took his challenge quickly. "I'll stand and fight, by God, and take the worst, but little joy it will bring our comrades now. Zeus, the king of the clouds, has pitched on victory for the Trojans, not for us." But all the same, he hurled Thymbrius down to ground from his car. Diomedes speared his left breast as Odysseus killed the warlord's aide in arms, Melion, tall as a god, and left them there for dead, their fighting finished. Then both went thrashing into the lines to make a slaughter, as two wild boars bristling, ramping back for the kill, fling themselves on the yelping packs that hunt them. Back they whirled on attack, and laid the Trojans low, while Achaeans, just in flight from Hector's onset, leapt at the chance to gather second wind. At once they took 2 lords of the realm and seized their car, the 2 good sons of Merops out of Percote harbor, Merops, adept beyond all men in the mantic arts. He refused to let his 2 boys march to war, this man-killing war, but the young ones fought him all the way. The forces of Black Death drove them on, and Diomedes, a marvel with his spear, destroyed them both, stripped them of life-breath, and tore their gear away, and Odysseus killed Hippodamus, killed Hippyrachus.
And there, gazing down from his ridge on Ida, the son of Cronos stretched the rope of battle tense and taut, as the fighters kept on killing side to side. Diomedes hurled a spear that struck Agastrophus, Paion's warrior son, and smashed the joint of his hip, but his team was not close by for fast escape. A big mistake, the fool. His driver held them reined off at the side while he advanced through the front ranks on foot, plowing on and on till he lost his own life. But Hector quickly marked them across the lines. He charged them both full force with a savage shout, and Trojan battalions churning in his wake. Diomedes shuddered to see him coming on. The lord of the war cry called out to Odysseus quickly close beside him. "We're in for shipwreck, a breaker rolling down on us. Look, this massive Hector. Brace for him, stand our ground together, beat him back." He aimed and hurled, and his spear's long shadow flew. A clean hit, no miss, trained at the head of Hector, his helmet ridge. But bronze glanced off bronze, and never grazed firm flesh. The helmet blocked it, triple ply with great blank hollow eyes, a gift of Apollo. Sprinting a long way back, downfield and fast, Hector rejoined his men, and sinking down onto one knee, propped himself with a strong hand planted against the earth. And the world went black as night, across his eyes. But soon as Tydides followed up his spear, tracking its flight far down along the front where it stuck in sand, Hector caught his breath, and boarding his car, drove for his own main force, as he hurtled clear of the dark fates of death, Diomedes shouting after him, shaking his spear. "Now again you've escaped your death, you dog, but a close brush with death it was, I'd say. Now again your Phoebus Apollo pulls you through, the one you pray to, wading into our storm of spears. We'll fight again. I'll finish you off next time, if one of the gods will only urge me on as well. But now I'll go for the others, anyone I can catch." And he set to stripping his kill, Paion's spearman's son. But at once Paris, the lord of fair-haired Helen, drew his bow at the rugged Captain Diomedes, the archer leaning firmly against a pillar raised on the man-made tomb of Dardan's son, Ilus, an old lord of the realm in ancient days. As Diomedes was stripping the strong Agastrophus bare, tearing the burnished breastplate off his victim's chest, the shield from his shoulders and heavy-crested helmet, Paris, clenching the grip and drawing back his bow, shot. No wasted shot. It whizzed from his hand and punched the flat top of Tydides' right foot. The shaft dug through and stuck fast in the ground. And loosing a heady laugh of triumph, Paris leapt from his hiding place and shouted out in glory, "Now you're hit! No wasted shot, my winging arrow! But would to God I'd hit you deep in the guts and ripped your life away. Then my Trojans could catch their breath again, reprieved from death. They cringed at you like bleeding goats before some lion." But never flinching, staunch Diomedes countered. "So brave with your bow and arrows, big bravado, glistening love locks, roving eye for girls. Come, try me in combat, weapons hand to hand. Bow and spattering shafts will never help you then. And then you scratch my foot and you're vaunting all the same. But who cares? A woman or idiot boy could wound me so. The shaft of a good-for-nothing coward's got no points, but mine's got heft, edge. Let it graze a man. My weapon works in a flash and drops him dead. And his good wife will tear her cheeks in grief. His sons are orphans, and he, soaking the soil red with his own blood, he rots away himself. More birds than women flocking round his body." So he yelled, and the famous spearman Odysseus rushed in close and reared up to shield him. Slipping behind, Tydides dropped to a knee and yanked the winged arrow from his foot as the raw pain went stabbing through his flesh. Back, Diomedes jumped on his car and told his driver to make for the hollow ships. Tydides racked with pain.
That left the famous spearman Odysseus on his own. Not a single Argive comrade standing by his side, since panic seized them all. Unnerved himself, Odysseus probed his own great fighting heart. Oh, dear God, what becomes of Odysseus now? A disgraceful thing if I should break and run, fearing their main force, but it's far worse if I'm taking all alone. Look, Zeus just drove the rest of my comrades off in panic flight. But why debate, my friend? Why thrash things out? Cowards, I know, would quit the fighting now, but the man who wants to make his mark in war must stand his ground and brace for all he's worth, suffer his wounds or wound his man to death. Weighing it all, heart and soul, as on they came, waves of Trojan shieldsmen crowding him tighter, closing in on their own sure destruction. Like hounds and lusty hunters closing, ringing a wild boar till out of his thicket lair he crashes, whetting his white tusks sharp in his bent, wrenching jaws, and they rush in to attack, and under the barks and shouts you can hear the gnash of tusks, but the men stand firm, terrible, murderous as he is. So the Trojans ringed Odysseus dear to Zeus, rushing him straight on, but he lunged first, wounding lordly Diopedes, a spear shaft slicing into the Trojan's shoulder, then cut down Ton and Ennomus in their blood. Chersidamas next, vaulting down from his car. Odysseus caught him up under the bulging shield, with a jabbing spear that split him crotch to navel. The man writhed in the dust, hands clutching the earth. Odysseus left them dead and skewered Hippasus' son, one Charops, the blood brother of wealthy Succus, but Succus moved in quick as a god to shield his kin, standing up to his enemy, crying out, Odysseus, wild for fame, glutton for cunning, glutton for war, today you can triumph over the two sons of Hippasus, killing such good men and stripping off their gear, or beaten down by my spear you'll breathe your last. With that, he stabbed at Odysseus' balanced shield. Straight through the gleaming hide the heavy weapon drove, ripping down and in through the breastplate finely worked, and it flayed the skin clean off Odysseus' ribs. But Pallas Athena would never let it pierce her hero's vitals. Odysseus knew the end had not yet come, no final, fatal wound. And drawing back, he hurled his boast at Succus. Poor man, headlong death is about to overtake you. You've stopped my fighting against the Trojans, true, but I tell you here and now that a dark, bloody doom will take you down to date, gouged by my spear. You will give me glory now. You'll give me your life to the famous horseman Death. And spinning in terror, off he ran, but as he spun, Odysseus plunged a spear in his back between the shoulders. Straight through his chest, the shaft came jutting out, and down Succus crashed, Odysseus vaunting over him. Succus, son of Hippasus, skilled breaker of horses, so death in its rampage outraced you. No escape, no poor soldier. Now your father and noble mother will never close your eyes in death. Screaming vultures will claw them out of you, wings beating your corpse. But I, if I should die, my comrades in arms will bury me in style. He dragged the heavy spear of hardened Succus, squelching out of his own wound and bulging shield. As the fighter tore it out, the blood came gushing forth, and his heart sank. And seeing Odysseus bleeding there, the Trojan troops exulted, calling across the melee, charging him in a mass as edging. Backing off, he gave ground now, calling his own companions. 3 shattering cries he loosed at full pitch, till Odysseus' head would burst. 3 times Menelaus, tense for combat, heard his cries. And at once he called to Ajax, standing near. Ajax, royal son of Telamon, captain of armies, my ears ring with his cries. Odysseus never daunted, he sounds like a man cut off and overpowered, mauled by Trojan ranks in the rough assault. Quick, through the onset, better save him now. I'm afraid he may be hurt, alone with the Trojans. Brave as Odysseus is, a blow to all our troops.
And Atrides led the way, and Ajax took his lead, striding on like a god until they found Odysseus, dear to Zeus. But round him Trojans thronged like tawny jackals up in the mountains, swarming round a horned stag just wounded. A hunter's hit him with one fast shaft from his bow, and the stags escaped, sprinting at top speed so long as his blood runs warm and the spring in his knees still lasts. But soon as the swift arrow saps his strength, the ravening carrion packs begin their feasting off on a ridge in twilight woods, until some god, some power, drives a lion down against them, claw mad, and the panicked jackals scatter. The lion rends their prey. So packed around Odysseus, skilled and quick to maneuver, swarmed the brave bulk of Trojans. But still the hero kept on lunging, spearing, keeping death at bay. And in moved Ajax now, planted right beside him, bearing that shield of his like a wall, a tower. Trojans scattered in panic, bolting left and right, while the fighting son of Atreus led Odysseus through the onslaught, bracing him with an arm till a reinsman drove his team and car up close. But charging down on the Trojans, Ajax killed Doriclus, bastard son of Priam. He wounded Pandicus next, wounded Lysander, Pyrasus, then Pylartes. Wild as a swollen river hurling down on the flats, down from the hills in winter's spate, bursting its banks with rain from storming Zeus, and stands of good dry oak. Whole forests of pine it whirls into itself and sweeps along, till it heaves a crashing mass of driftwood out to sea. So glorious Ajax swept the field, routing Trojans, shattering teams and spearmen in his onslaught. Nor had Hector once got wind of the rampage. Far off on the left flank of the whole campaign, he fought his way, powering past Scamander's banks where the heads of fighters fell in biggest numbers, and grim, incessant war cries rose around tall Nestor and battle-hard Idomeneus. Hector amidst them now engaged them with vengeance, doing bloody work with lances flung and a master's horsemanship, destroying young battalions. Still the Achaeans never would have yielded before the prince's charge, if Paris, the lord of lovely, fair-haired Helen, had not put a stop to Machaon's gallant fighting, striking the healer squarely with an arrow triple-flanged that gouged his right shoulder. Achaeans' breathing fury feared for Machaon now. What if the tide turned and Trojans killed the healer? Idomeneus suddenly called to Nestor, "Pride of Achaea, quick, mount your chariot, mount Machaon beside you, lash your team to the warships, fast, full gallop. A man who can cut out shafts and dress our wounds. A good healer is worth a troop of other men." Nestor, the noble charioteer, did not resist. He mounted his car at once as Asclepius' son, Machaon, born of the famous healer, swung aboard. He lashed the team and on they flew to the ships, holding nothing back. That's where their spirits drove them on to go. But riding on with Hector, Cebriones saw the Trojan rout and shouted, "Hector! Look at us here, engaging Argives with a vengeance, true, but off on the fringe of brutal all-out war, while our central forces routed pell-mell, men and chariots flung against each other. Giant Ajax drives them. I recognize the man, that wall of a buckler slung around his shoulders. Hurry, head our chariot right where the fighting's thickest. There. Horse and infantry hurling into the slaughter, hacking each other down, terrific war cries rising." With that, Cebriones flogged their sleek team, and leaping under the whistling, crackling whip, they sped the careering car into both milling armies, trampling shields and corpses, axle under the chariot splashed with blood, blood on the handrails sweeping round the car, sprays of blood shooting up from the stallion's hoofs and churning, whirling rims. And Hector, straining to wade into the press and panicked ruck of men, charged them, break them down. He flung terror and stark disaster square in the Argive lines, never pausing, giving his spear no rest. Hector kept on ranging, battling ranks on ranks, slashing his spear and sword and flinging heavy rocks. But he stayed clear of attacking Ajax man to man.
But Father Zeus on the heights forced Ajax to retreat. He stood there a moment, stunned. Then, swinging his 7-ply oxhide shield behind him, drew back in caution, throwing a fast glance at his own Achaean troops like a trapped beast, pivoting, backpedaling, step by short step, like a tawny lion when hounds and country field hands drive him out from their steadings filled with cattle. They'll never let him tear the rich fat from the oxen. All night long they stand guard, but the lion craves meat. He lunges in and in, but his charges gain him nothing. Thick and fast from their hardy arms the javelins rain down in his face, and waves of blazing torches. These the big cat fears, balking for all his rage, and at dawn he slinks away, his spirit stashed. So Ajax slowly drew back from the Trojans, spirit stashed, and much against his will, fearing the worst for Achaea's waiting ships. Like a stubborn ass some boys led down a road. Stick after stick they've cracked across his back, but he's too much for them now. He rambles into a field to ravage standing crops. They keep beating his ribs, splintering sticks. Their struggle child's play, till with one final shove they drive him off, but not before he's had his fill of feed. So with great Telamon's son, great Ajax then, vaunting Trojans and with all their far-flung allies, kept on stabbing his shield, full center, no let-up. And now the giant fighter would summon up his fury, wheeling on them again, beating off platoons of the great stallion-breaking Trojans. And now again he'd swerve around and fight. But he blocked them all from hacking passage through the fast trim ships as Ajax all alone, battling on midfield between Achaean and Trojan lines, would stand and fight. Some spears that flew from the Trojans' hardy arms hurtled forward, struck fast in his huge shield, but showers of others cut short, halfway before they could graze his gleaming skin, stuck in the ground, still lusting to sink into flesh. But Euaemon's shining son Eurypylus saw him overwhelmed by the Trojans' dense barrage of spears. Up to his side he dashed and flanked great Ajax tight, let fly with a spear, and the glinting spear point hit the son of Phaeus, Apison, captain of armies, square in the liver, up under the midriff. His knees went limp as Eurypylus rushed in, starting to rip armor off from his shoulders. And now Paris spotted him stripping Apison, drew his bow at Eurypylus fast. He shot well, and the arrow stuck him full in the right thigh, but the shaft snapped, and thigh weighed down with pain. Eurypylus staggered back to his massing comrades, dodging death, and shouted a stark, piercing cry. "Friends, Lord of the Argives, all our captains, come, wheel round, stand firm, beat the merciless day of death from Ajax, overpowered, look, by a pelting rain of spears. He can't escape, I tell you, not with this wrenching battle. Stand up to them, ring great Ajax, Telamon's son." So wounded, Eurypylus pleaded, friends around him crowding, bracing shields against their shoulders, spears brandished high, and back to the bulking front came great giant Ajax now. The fighter turned on his heels and took his stand once he reached that wedge of Argive comrades, and on they fought like a mass of swirling fire, as Neleus's foaming mares bore Nestor clear of battle, and bore Machaon the expert healer too. But now the great, brilliant runner Achilles watched and marked him. There he stood on the stern of his looming hollow hull, looking out over the uphill work and heart-sick rout of war. He called at once to his friend in arms Patroclus, shouting down from their decks. Hearing Achilles forth he came from his shelter, striding up like the deathless god of war. But from that moment on his doom was sealed.
The brave son of Menoetius spoke out first. "Why do you call, Achilles? Do you need me?" And the swift runner Achilles answered quickly. "Son of Menoetius, soldier after my own heart. Now I think they will grovel at my knees, our Achaean comrades begging for their lives. The need has reached them, a need too much to bear. Go now, Patroclus, dear to Zeus, and question Nestor. Who's that wounded man he's bringing in from the fighting? He looks to me like Machaon from behind, clearly. Machaon, head to foot, Asclepius' only son. But I never saw his eyes. The team sped by me, tearing on full tilt." Patroclus obeyed his great friend, and off at a run he went along the ships and shelters. Now, as soon as the others reached Nestor's tent, they climbed down on the earth that feeds us all. The driver, Eurymedon, freed the old man's team. The men themselves dried off their sweat-soaked shirts, standing against the wind that whipped along the surf, then entered the tent and took their seats on settles. And a well-kempt Hecamede mixed them a bracing drink, the woman that old King Nestor won from Tenedos when Achilles stormed it, proud Arsenius' daughter, the prize that the Achaeans chose to give to Nestor, because he excelled them all at battle tactics. First Hecamede pushed a table up to them, handsome, sanded smooth, with blue enamel legs, and on it she set a basket braided in bronze with onions in it, a relish for the drink, and pale gold honey along with barley meal, the grain's blessed yield. And there, in the midst, the grand glowing cup the old king brought from home, studded with golden nails, fitted with handles, 4 all told, and 2 doves perched on each, heads bending to drink, and made of solid gold, and twin supports ran down to form the base. An average man would strain to lift it off the table when it was full, but Nestor, as old as he was, could hoist it up with ease. In this cup, a woman, skilled as a goddess, mixed them a strong drink with Pramnian wine. Over it, shredded goat cheese with a bronze grater, and scattered barley into it, glistening pure white, then invited them to drink when she had molded all away. Now, as the 2 men drank their parching thirst away, and had just begun to please themselves with talk, confiding back and forth, there stood Patroclus, tall at the threshold, vivid as a god. Old Nestor saw him at once, and started up from his polished chair, warmly grasped his hand and led Patroclus in, pressing him to sit. But standing off to the side, his guest declined. No time to sit, old soldier dear to the gods. You won't persuade me. Awesome and quick to anger, the man who sent me here to find out who's been wounded. The one you've just brought in. But I can see him. I recognize Machaon myself, the expert healer. So back I go, to give Achilles the message. Well, you know, old soldier loved by the gods, what sort of man he is. That great and terrible man. Why? He'd lead to accuse a friend without a fault.
But Nestor, the noble charioteer, replied at length, Now why is Achilles so cast down with grief for this, or that Achaean winged by a stray shaft? He has no idea of the anguish risen through the army. Look, our finest champions laid up in the ships, all hit by arrows or run through by spears. There's powerful Diomedes brought down by an archer, Odysseus wounded, and Agamemnon too, the famous spearman. And Eurypylus took a shaft in the thigh, and here, Machaon, I just brought him in from the fighting, struck down by an arrow whizzing off the string. But Achilles, brave as he is, he has no care, no pity for our Achaeans. How long will he wait? Till our ships that line the shore go up in flames, gutted, despite a last-ditch stand, and we ourselves are mowed down in droves? And I, what good am I? My limbs are gnarled now, the old power's gone. Oh, make me young again, and the strength inside me steady as a rock. As fresh as I was that time the feud broke out. Fighting Epeans over cattle raid, I killed Idomeneus, Hypyrachus' gallant son, who used to live in Elis. I was rustling their Cattle in reprisal, you see, and he defending his herds, when a spear I hurled caught him right in the front ranks of herdsmen. Down he went, and round his yokel drovers scattered home in panic. And what a lovely haul! What plunder we rounded up and herded off the plain. 50 herds of cattle, as many head of sheep, as many droves of pigs, and as many goat flocks, ranging free. 150 horses, too, strong and tawny, brood mares, every one, and under the flanks of many nursing fowls. The whole lot, we drove them all into Pylos then, that very night, corralling them all inside the walls of Neleus, and father beamed, seeing how much I'd won, a young soldier out on his first campaign. And the heralds cried out at the break of day, Pylians, come collect your debts from wealthy Elis. And a troop of Pylian chiefs turned out in force to carve out the spoils. The Epeans owed us all, few as we were in Pylos, hard-pressed as well. For mighty Heracles came against us years before. He ground our lives out, killing off our best. 12 sons we were of the noble old Neleus, and I alone was left. The rest of my brothers perished in that rout. Riding high on our loss, the Epeans rose in arms, lording over us, harassing us with outrage after outrage. So now, out of Epean spoils, the old king chose a herd of cattle and a handsome flock of sheep. 300 head he picked, the herdsmen too. For wealthy Elis owed my father a heavy debt. 4 prize-winning thoroughbreds, chariot and all. They'd gone to the games, primed to race for the tripod, but Augeas, the warlord, commandeered them on the spot and sent the driver packing, sick for his team. So now old Neleus, still enraged at it all, the threats to his man, the naked treachery, helped himself to a priceless treasure trove, but gave the rest to his people to divide, so none would go deprived of his fair share. But just as we were parceling out the plunder and offering victims to the gods around the city, right on the 3rd day, they came. The Epeans massed in a swarm of men, and plunging battle stallions struck at the border, full force, and square in their midst, the 2 Muliones, armed to the hilt, and still boys, not quite masters yet in the ways of combat. Now then, there's a frontier fortress, Thyreoessae, perched on cliffs, far off above the Alpheus, at the edge of sandy Pylos. The Epeans ringed that fort, keen to raise its walls, but once their troops had swept the entire plain, down Athena rushed to us in the night, a herald down from Olympus crying out, "To arms! To arms!" Nor did Pallas muster a slow, unwilling army there in Pylos, all of us spoiling for a fight. But Neleus would not let me arm for action. He'd hidden away my horses, thought his boys still green at the work of war.
So I had to reach the front lines on foot, but I shone among our horsemen all the same. That's how Athena called the turns of battle. Listen, there is a river, the mini Eos, emptying into the sea beside Erine's walls, and there we waited for goddess Dawn to arise. The Pylian horse in lines, while squads of infantry came streaming up behind. Then from that point on, harnessed in battle armor, moving at forced march, our army reached the Alpheus's holy ford at noon. There we slaughtered fine victims to mighty Zeus, a bull to Alpheus River, a bull to Lord Poseidon, and an unyoked cow to blazing-eyed Athena. And then through camp we took our evening meal, by rank and file, and caught what sleep we could, each in his gear, along the river rapids. And all the while those vaunting Epeans were closing round the fortress, burning to tear it down. But before they got the chance, a great work of the war god flashed before their eyes. Soon as the sun came up in flames above the earth, we joined battle, lifting a prayer to Zeus and Pallas. And just as our 2 opposing armies clashed, I was the first to kill a man and seize his team, the spearman Mulius, son-in-law to their king, and wed to his eldest daughter, blonde Agamede, skilled with as many drugs as the wide world grows. Just as he lunged, I speared the man with a bronze lance, and Mulius pitched in the dust as I swung aboard his car, and I took my place in our front ranks of champions. How those hot-blooded Epeans scattered in terror, scuttling left and right when they saw him down, their chariot captain who'd outfought them all. Now I charged their lines like a black tornado. I captured 50 chariots there, and each time 2 men bit the dust, crushed beneath my spear. Now I would have destroyed the young Maliones, Actor's sons, If their real father Poseidon, Lord God of the open sea who shakes the earth, had not snatched them out of the fighting then, shrouded them round in clouds. But now Zeus gave our Pylians stunning triumph. Pushing Achaeans north on the spreading plain we went, killing their troops, gathering up their burnished gear. Far as Buprasium, rich in wheat, our chariots rolled, all the way to Elenian rock and the high ground they call Elysian hill. But there at last Pallas Athena turned our forces back. I killed my last man there. I left him dead. There our Achaeans swung round from Buprasium, heading their high-strung horses back to Pylos, where all gave glory to Zeus among the gods, and among all men to Nestor. So such was I in the ranks of men, or was it all a dream? This Achilles, he'll reap the rewards of that great courage of his alone, I tell you. Weep his heart out far too late, when our troops are dead and gone. My friend, remember your father's last commands? That day he sent you out to Phthia, to Agamemnon? We were both there inside, I and Prince Odysseus, heard it all in the halls, all your father told you. We'd come to the strong and storied house of Peleus, out for recruits across Achaea's good green land. There inside we found the old soldier Menetius, found you too, and Achilles close beside you, and the old horseman Peleus tending, burning the fat thighs of an ox to thundering Zeus, deep in the walled enclosure of his court. He was lifting a golden cup and pouring wine, glistening wine, to go with the glowing victim. You two were busy over the carcass, carving meat, when we both appeared and stood at the broad doors. Achilles sprang to his feet. He seemed startled, clasped the two of us by the hand and let us in. He pressed us to take a seat and set before us sumptuous stranger's fare, the stranger's right. And once we'd had our fill of food and drink, I led off with our plan, inviting the two of you to come campaign with us. How willing you were! And your fathers filled your ears with marching orders. The old horseman Peleus urging his son Achilles, now always be the best, my boy, the bravest, and hold your head up high above the others.
And Actor's son Menoetius urging you, my child, Achilles is nobler than you with his immortal blood, but you are older. He has more power than you by far, but give him sound advice, guide him even in battle. Achilles will listen to you for his own good. So the old man told you, you've forgotten, but even now, late as it is, you could tell your Achilles all this, and your fiery friend might listen. Who knows? With the gods' help, you just might rouse him now, bring his fighting spirit round at last. The persuasion of a comrade has its powers. But if deep down some prophecy makes him balk, some doom his noble mother revealed to him from Zeus, at least let Achilles send Patroclus into battle. Let the whole Myrmidon army follow your command. You might bring some light of victory to our Argives. And let him give you his own fine armor to wear in war, so the Trojans might take you for him, Patroclus. Yes, hold off from attack, and Achaea's fighting sons get second wind, exhausted as they are. Breathing room in war is all too brief. You're fresh, unbroken, they're bone-weary from battle. You could roll those broken Trojans back to Troy, clear of our ships and shelters. So old Nestor urged, and the fighting spirit leapt inside Patroclus. He dashed back by the ships toward Achilles. But sprinting close to King Odysseus' fleet, where the Argives met and handed down their laws, the grounds where they built their altars to the gods, there he met Eurypylus, Euaemon's gallant son, wounded, the arrow planted deep in his thigh, and limping out of battle. The sweat was streaming down his face and back, and the dark blood still flowed from his ugly wound, but the man's will was firm. He never broke his stride. And moved at the sight, the good soldier Patroclus burst out in grief with a flight of winging words. Poor men! Lords of the Argives, O my captains! How doomed you are! Look, far from your loved ones and native land, to glut with your shining fat the wild dogs of battle here in Troy. But come, tell me, Eurypylus, royal fighter, can the Achaeans somehow still hold monstrous Hector? Or must they all die now, beaten down by his spear? Struggling with his wound, Eurypylus answered, No hope, Patroclus, prince, no bulwark left. They'll all be hurled back to the black ships. All of them, all our best in the old campaigns, are laid up in the hulls there, hit by arrows, pierced by spears, brought down by Trojan hands, while the Trojans' power keeps on rising, rising. Save me at least. Take me back to my black ship. Cut this shaft from my thigh, and the dark blood, wash it out of the wound with clear, warm water, and spread the soothing, healing salves across it. The powerful drugs, they say, you learned from Achilles, and Chiron, the most humane of centaurs, taught your friend. And as for our own healers, Podalirius and Machaon, one is back in the shelters wounded, I think. Machaon needs a good, strong healer himself. He's racked with pain. The other still afield, standing up to the Trojans' slashing onslaught. The brave son of Menoetius answered quickly, Impossible! Eurypylus, hero, what shall we do? I am on my way with a message for Achilles, our great man of war, the plan that Nestor, Achaea's watch and ward, urged me to report. But I won't neglect you, even so, with such a wound. And bracing the captain, arm around his waist, he helped him toward his shelter. An aide saw them and put some ox hides down. Patroclus stretched him out, knelt with a knife and cut the sharp, stabbing arrow out of Eurypylus' thigh, and washed the wound clean of the dark running blood with clear, warm water. Pounding it in his palms, he crushed a bitter root and covered over the gash to kill his comrade's pain, a cure that fought off every kind of pain. And the wound dried, and the flowing blood stopped.
So within the shelter, the warlike son of Menoetus tended stricken Eurypylus, and meanwhile the Argives and Trojans fought on in massed battle. Nor was the Danaans ditch going to hold them back, nor the wide wall above it they had built for the sake of their ships, and driven a deep ditch about it, and had not given to the gods grand sacrifices, so that it might guard their running ships and their masses of spoil within it. It had been built in despite of the immortal gods, and therefore it was not to stand firm for a long time. So long as Hector was still alive, and Archelaus was angry, so long as the citadel of Lord Priam was a city untaken. For this time the great wall of the Achaeans stood firm. But afterward, when all the bravest among the Trojans had died in the fighting, and many of the Argives had been beaten down, and some left, when in the 10th year the city of Priam was taken, and the Argives gone in their ships to the beloved land of their fathers, then at last Poseidon and Apollo took counsel to wreck the wall, letting loose the strength of the rivers upon it, all the rivers that run to the sea from the mountains of Ida, Rhesos and Heptaporos, Charesos and Rhodios, Granicos and Aisepos, and Immortos Scamandros, and Simois, where much ox-hide armor and helmets were tumbled in the river mud, and many of the race of the half-god mortals. Phoebus Apollo turned the mouths of these waters together, and 9 days long threw the flood against the wall, and Zeus rained incessantly to break the wall faster and wash it seaward. And the shaker of the earth himself, holding in his hands the trident, guided them, and hurled into the waves all the bastions, strengthening of logs and stones, the toiling Achaeans had set in position, and made all smooth again by the hard-running passage of Hele, and once again piled the great beach under sand, having wrecked the wall, and turned the rivers again to make their way down the same channel where before they had run the bright stream of their water. Thus afterward, Poseidon and Apollo were minded to put things in place. But at this time, battle and clamor were blazing about the strong-founded wall, and the bastion timbers were thundering as they were struck, as the Argives, broken under Zeus's lash, were crowded back on their hollow ships, and struggled to get clear in dread of Hector, the strong one who drove men to thoughts of panic. But Hector, as he had before, fought on like a whirlwind, as when a pack of hounds and huntsmen assembled, a wild boar or lion turns at bay in the strength of his fury, and the men, closing themselves into a wall about him, stand up to face him, and cast at him with the volleying spears thrown from their hands. And in spite of this, the proud heart feels not terror, nor turns to run, and it is his own courage that kills him. And again he turns on them, trying to break the massed men, and wherever he charges, the masses of men break away in front of him. Such was Hector, as he went through the battle, and rallied his companions, and drove them on to cross over the ditch. But now the fast-footed horses balked at the edge of the lip, and dared not cross, whinnying loud, since the ditch in its great width frightened them from it, being not easy for them to overleap, nor to walk through, since along the whole length the jut of the overhang stood on both sides, and the surface of the floor was thickest with pointed palisades, which the sons of the Achaeans had piled there dense and huge, so as to hold off the rage of attackers. And a horse, straining at the strong-wheeled chariot, might not easily enter there, but the dismounted were strong in their effort. And now Polydamas stood before bold Hector, and said to him, Hector, and other lords of the Trojans and companions in battle, we are senseless trying to drive our fast-footed horses over this ditch. It is hard indeed to cross, and sharp stakes are planted inside it, and across from these the wall of the Achaeans. There is no way to get down, no way again to do battle from horses, for the passage is narrow, and I think they must be hurt there. For now, if Zeus, who thunders on high in evil intention towards these, is destroying them utterly, sending aid to the Trojans, this is the way I would wish it. May it happen immediately that the Achaeans be destroyed here, forgotten, and far from Argos. But if they turn again and a backrush comes on us out of the ships, and we are driven against a deep ditch, then I think no longer could one man to carry a message get clear to the city, once the Achaeans have turned back upon us. Come then, do as I say, let us all be persuaded. Let us tell our henchmen to check our horses here by the ditch. Then let ourselves, all of us dismounted and armed in our war gear, follow Hector in mass formation. And as for the Achaeans, they will not hold, if the bonds of death are fastened upon them.
So spoke Polydamas, and this counsel of safety pleased Hector. And at once in all his armor he leapt to the ground from his chariot, and the rest of the Trojans assembled, not mounted behind their horses, but all sprang to the ground when they saw brilliant Hector had done it. Then each man gave orders to his own charioteer to check the horses in good order at the edge of the ditch, and the fighters formed apart into groups, then closing together into 5 well-ordered battalions, followed their leaders. They who went with Hector and Polydamas the blameless, these were the most numerous and bravest, and beyond others furious to smash the wall and fight their way among the hollow ships, and Cebriones went with them as 3rd man, while by the chariots Hector had left another man, not so good as Cebriones. Paris led the next group, with Alcathous and Agenor, and Helenos, with godlike Deiphobos, led the 3rd group, sons of both Priam, and Aetios was with them as 3rd man. Aetios, son of Hyrtacos, whom his tall shining horses had carried over from Erisbe and besides the river Selis. The leader of the 4th group was the strong son of Anchises, Aeneas, and with them were the two sons of Antenor, Archelochus and Acamas, both skilled in all fighting. Sarpedon led the far-renowned companions in battle, and had chosen to go with him Glaucus and warlike Asteropios, since these seemed to him to be marked out as the bravest of the rest, after himself, but among all he was preeminent. Now when these had closed their wrought ox-hide shields together, and charged straight for the Danaans, eagerly, with no thought longer of being held, but rather to hurl themselves on the black ships. Then the rest of the Trojans and renowned companions in battle were willing to follow the order of blameless Polydamas. Only Aeacus, Hyrtaco's son, lord of men, was unwilling to leave his horses there, and a charioteer to attend them, but kept them with him, and so drove on it the fast-running vessels. Poor fool, who by the ships and the pride of his horses and chariot was not destined to evade the evil spirits of destruction, nor ever make his way back again to windy Ilion. Before this dark-named destiny had shrouded about him through the spirit of Idomeneus, proud son of Deucalion, for he sent his horses to the left of the ships, where the Achaeans were streaming back from the level ground with horses and chariots. In this way he drove his chariot and horses, and found there the leaves not yet pushed home in the gates, nor the long door bar, but men were holding them wide apart, on the chance of rescuing some one of their companions running for the ships from the battle. Of a purpose he steered his horses straight there, and his men followed, screaming aloud, since they thought the Achaeans no longer would hold, but that they would be driven back on their dark ships. Fools, since in the gates they found two men of the bravest, high-hearted sons of the spear-fighting Lapithae, one the son of Pirithous, powerful Polypoetes, and one Leontius, a man like the murderous god of battles. Now these two, who had taken their place in front of the high gates, stood there like two oaks who rear their crests in the mountains, and through day upon day stand up to the wind and the rain beat, since their great roots reach far and are gripped in the ground. So these two, in the confidence of their strength and their hands' work, stood up to tall Aeacus advancing upon them, nor gave way. But these, holding up high the tanned leather of their shields, moved straight in the strong-built wall with enormous clamor, around Aeacus their lord, and Iamenos and Orestes, and Aeacus' son Adamas, and Oinomos, and Tun. In this time the Lapithae, still inside the wall, were striving to stir up the strong-grieved Achaeans to defend the vessels. But among the Danaans, when they saw the Trojans sweeping on against the wall, a clamor arose, and they gave way. And the two bursting through the gates fought on in front of them. They were in the likeness of two wild boars, who in the mountains await a rabble of men and dogs advancing upon them, and as they go tearing slantwise, and rip the timber about them to pieces at the stock, the grinding scream of their teeth sounds high, until some man hits them with his throw, and takes the life from them. Such was the grinding scream from the bright bronze covering their chests, struck hard on by spears, for they fought a very strong battle, in the confidence of their own strength and the people above them. These flung about them with great stones torn from the strong-founded bastions, as they fought in defense of themselves in the shelters and the fast-running vessels, so that the flung stones dropped to the ground like snowflakes, which the winds blast, whirling the shadowy clouds drift in their abundance among the prospering earth. So the missiles flung from the hands of the Achaeans and the Trojans also went showering, and the helms and shields, massive in the middle, crashed hollow underneath the impact of rocks like millstones.
Now Asius, Hydrocus' son, groaned aloud and beat off both thighs with his hands, and spoke aloud in his agony. Zeus, father, now even you are made utterly a lover of deception. For I never thought the fighting Achaeans would be able to hold our strength and our hands invincible. But they, as wasps quit bending in the middle, or as bees will make their homes at the side of a rocky way, one will not abandon the hollow house they have made, but stand up to defend the house for the sake of their children. So these, though they are only two, are unwilling to give back from the gate until the men have taken or are killed. He spoke, but by such he did not persuade the heart of Zeus, whose desire it was to extend the glory to Hector. And now at the various gates various men fought each other. It were too much toil for me, as if I was a god, to tell all this, for all about the stone wall the inhuman strength of the fire was rising, and the Argives fought unhappily, yet they must fight on to defend their ships. And all the gods who were helpers of the Danaans into the fighting were dejected in spirit. But the Lacothi fought on, and closed in the hateful fighting. And there the son of Pierithus, powerful Polypoetes, struck Damosthos with a spear through the bronze-sided helmet. And the brazen helmet could not hold, but the bronze spearhead was driven on through and smashed the bone apart, and the inward blade was splattered forth. So he beat himself down in his fury. Then he went on to kill Plion and Omenes. Meanwhile, Leonidas, the scion of Ares, struck down Antimachus' son, Hippomachus, with a spear cast into the war belt. And afterward, drawing his sharp sword out of the scabbard, made a rush through the crowding men, and was struck from close up Antiphys's breast, so that he crashed on his back to the ground, then beat down along opposing Menon and Orestes and Yemenos, all beaten down in rapid succession. Now, as these were stripping their men of their shining armour, the fighting men followed Polydamas and Hector, who were most numerous and bravest, and beyond others' furies to smash the wall and set fire to the vessels. These still were divided in doubt, but as they stood there at the ditch's edge, as they were urgent to cross the bird sign that appeared to them, an eagle, flying high and holding to the left of the people, and carrying in its talons a gigantic snake, blood-coloured, alive still and breathing. It had not forgotten its warcraft yet, for riding at its back had struck the eagle in the back and neck, so that the eagle let it drop groundward in pain of the bite, and dashed it down in the midst of the battle, and itself screaming high, winged away down the wind's blast. And the Trojans shivered with fear as they looked on at the live snake lying in their midst, a portent of Zeus of the Idas. And now Polydamas stood beside bold Hector and spoke to him. Hector, somehow in assembly you move ever against me. Do I speak excellently, since indeed there is no good reason for you in your skill to argue wrong, neither in the councils nor in fighting, and ever to be upholding your own cause. Now once more I will speak out in the way it seems best to me. Let us not go on and fight the Danaans by their ships. I think it will end as the portent was accomplished. If the bird sign came to be the Trojans, as we were trying to cross was a true one, an eagle flying high holding to the left of the people, and carrying in its talons a gigantic snake, blood-coloured, alive, but let it drop suddenly before winning its own home, and could not finish carrying it back to its children. So we, even though in our great strength we break in the gates and the war of the Achaeans, and the Achaeans give way for us, we shall not take the same ways back from their ships in good order, since we shall leave many Trojans behind us, whom the Achaeans will cut down with the bronze as they fight for themselves by their vessels. So an interpreter of the gods would answer, one who knew in his mind the truth of the portents, and whom the people believed in. Looking darkly at him, tall Hector of the shining helm answered, Polydamas, these things that you argue please me no longer. Your mind knows how to contrive a saying better than this one. But if in all seriousness this is your true argument, then it is the very gods who ruin the brain within you, who are telling you to forget his counsels of the thunderous Zeus, in which he himself nodded his head to me and assented, but You tell me to put my trust in birds. They spread wide their wings. I care nothing for these. I think nothing of them. Nor whether they go by our own right against the sunrise, or go to the left against the glooming mist and the darkness. No, let us put our trust in the counsel of great Zeus, he who is Lord over all mortal men and all the immortals. One bird sign is best, to fight in the defence of one country. Why are you so afraid of war and hostility? Even though all the rest of us were to be cut down around you, among the Argive ships, you would run no danger of dying, since your heart is not enduring in battle nor fighters. But you shrink away from your murderous work, or turn back, some other man from the fighting, beguiling him with your arguments. At once beaten down under my spear, you will lose your own life.
He spoke and led the way, and the rest of them came on after him with unearthly clamor, and over them Zeus, who delights in the thunder, drove from among the hills of Ida the blast of a windstorm which swept the dust straight against the ships. He was mazing the minds of the Achaeans, and giving glory to the Trojans and Hector, and they, in confidence of the portents shown and their own strength, would break down the great wall of the Achaeans. They tore at the projections of the outworks, and broke down the battlements, and shook with levers the jut of the buttresses the Achaeans had struck into the earth on the outer face to shore their defenses. They tore at these in hope of breaking down the Achaeans' wall, but now the Danaans did not give way in front of them, but they, fencing the battlements with the hides of oxen, hurled from the wall at the enemy who came on beneath it. The two Aeantes, walking up and down the length of the ramparts, urged the men on, stirring up the warcraft of the Achaeans, and stung them along, using kind words to one, to another hard ones, whenever they saw a man hang back from the fighting. Dear friends, you who are preeminent among the Argives, you who are of middle estate, you who are of low account, since all of us are not alike in battle, this is work for all now, and you yourselves can see it. Now, let no man let himself be turned back upon the ships for the sound of their blustering, but keep forever forward, calling out courage to each other. So may Olympian Zeus, who grips the thunderbolt, grant us a way to the city, when we beat off the attack of our enemies. Such was their far cry, and they stirred the Achaeans' war strength. And they, as storms of snow descended to the ground incessant on a winter day, when Zeus of the councils, showing before men what shafts he possesses, brings on a snowstorm and stills the winds asleep in the solid drift, enshrouding the peaks that tower among the mountains and the shoulders outjutting, and the low lands with their grasses and the prospering work of men's hands. The drifts fall along the gray sea, the harbors and beaches, and the surf that breaks against it is stilled, and all things elsewhere it shrouds from above with the burden of Zeus's heavy rain heavy upon it. So numerous and incessant were the stones volleyed from both sides, some thrown on Trojans, others flung against the Achaeans by Trojans, so the whole length of the wall thundered beneath them. And not even then might the Trojans and glorious Hector have broken in the gates of the rampart, and the long door bar had not Zeus of the councils driven his own son, Sarpedon, upon the Argives, like a lion among horned curved cattle. Presently, he held before him the perfect circle of his shield, a lovely thing of beaten bronze, which the bronze smith hammered out for him, and on the inward side had stitched ox hides in close folds with golden staples clean round the circle. Holding this shield in front of him and shaking two spears, he went onward like some hill-kept lion, who for a long time has gone lacking meat, and the proud heart is urgent upon him to get inside of a close standing, steading, and go for the sheep flocks. And even though he finds herdsmen in that place, who are watching about their sheep flocks, armed with spears and with dogs, even so he has no thought of being driven from the steading without some attack made, and either makes his spring and seizes a sheep, or else himself is hit in the first attack by a spear from a swift hand thrown. So now his spirit drove on godlike Sarpedon to make a rush at the wall and break apart the battlements. And now he spoke and addressed to Glaucus, son of Hippolochus. Glaucus, why is it you and I are honored before others with pride of place, the choice meats and filled wine cups in Lycia, and all men look to us as if we were immortals? And we are appointed a great piece of land by the banks of Xanthos, good land, orchard and vineyard, and ploughland for the planting of wheat. Therefore, it is our duty in the forefront for the Lycians to take our stand and bear our part of the blazing of battle, so that a man of these close-armored Lycians may say of us, indeed, those are no ignoble men who are lords of Lycia, these kings of ours, who feed upon the fat sheep appointed and drink the exquisite sweet wine, since indeed there is strength of valor in them, since they fight in the forefront of the Lycians. Man, supposing you and I, escaping this battle, would be able to live on forever, ageless, immortal, so neither would I myself go on fighting in the foremost, nor would I urge you into the fighting where men win glory. But now, seeing that the spirits of death stand close about us in their thousands, no man can turn aside nor escape them. Let us go on and win glory for ourselves, or yield it to others.
He spoke, nor did Glaucus disobey him nor turn aside from him. They, leading the great horde of Lycians, advanced straight onwards, and the son of Peteus, Menesthius, shivered as he saw them since they came against his bastion and carried disaster upon it. He scanned the rampart of the Achaeans in hope of seeing some great chief who could beat back the bane from his company, and saw the two Iantes, insatiate of battle, standing on the wall, and Teucros even now coming up from the shelter and close by, but he was not able to cry out and make them hear, so great was the clamor about him as his shouts hit skyward, as shields were battered with missiles, and the helmets crested with horsehair, and the gates, which had all been slammed shut, and the Trojans standing against them as they were trying to break them down and force their way in. At once he sent Boetes off as a runner to Aias. Go on the run, brilliant Boetes, and call Aias here, or better, both Iantes, since that would be far the best thing that could happen, since here headlong destruction is building against us. Such is the weight of the Lycian lords upon us, who we even before now have shown us deadly men in the strong encounters. But if in their place also hard work and fury have arisen, then at least let powerful Telamonian Aias come by himself, and let Teucros follow him, with his craft in the bow's use. He spoke, nor did the herald disobey when he heard him, but went on the run along the wall of the bronze-armored Achaeans, and came, and stood by the two Iantes, and spoke to them straight out. Iantes, leaders of the bronze-armored Argives, Menesthius, beloved of Peteus, and gendered of Zeus, desires you to go where he is and meet the danger, if only for a little. Both of you for choice, since that would be far the best thing that could happen, since their headlong destruction is building against him. Such is the weight of the Lycian lords upon him, who even before now have shown us deadly men in the strong encounters. But if in this place also hard fighting and fury have arisen, at least let powerful Telamonian Aias come by himself, and let Teucros follow with him, with his craft in the bow's use. He spoke, and huge Telamonian Aias did not disobey him, but at once called out in winged words to Aias, the son of Oileus. Aias, now you too, yourself and strong like Lycomedes, must stand your ground and urge on the Danaans to fight strongly. I am going over there to meet the attack, and afterwards I will come back soon when I have beaten them back from the others. So speaking, Telamonian Aias went away, and with him went Teucros, his brother by the same father. And following them was Pandion, who carried the curved bow for Teucros. They kept inside the wall as they went, until they came to the bastion of high-hearted Menesthius, and found men who were hard-pressed there. For the strong lords and men of council among the Lycians came on against the battlements like a darkening storm wind. And they charged forward to fight with these, and the clamor rose high. First, to kill his man was Telamonian Aias. It was Sarpedon's companion in arms, high-hearted Epicles, whom he struck with a great jagged stone that lay inside of the wall, huge on top of the battlements. A man could not easily hold it, not even if he were very strong, in both hands, of men such as are men now, but he, heaving it high, threw it, and smashed in the four-sheeted helm, and pounded to pieces the bones of the head inside of it, so that Epicles dropped like a diver from the high bastion, and the life left his bones. And Teucros, with an arrow, struck the strong son of Hippolocus, Glaucus, as he was swarming aloft the wall's high bastion, where he saw the arm was bare of defense, and stayed his warcraft. He sprang down from the wall secretly for fear some Achaean might see that he had been hit and vaunt with high words over him. Sarpedon, as soon as he was aware that Glaucus had gone back, was downcast. But nevertheless, he did not forget his warcraft, but striking with his spear at Alcmaeon, the son of Thestor, stabbed him, then wrenched the spear out, and he, following the spear, fell on his face, and the armor, elaborate with bronze, clashed about him. And Sarpedon, grabbing in both ponderous hands the battlement, pulled, and the whole thing came away in his hands, and the rampart was stripped defenseless above. He had opened a pathway for many. Aias and Teocros aimed at him together, and Teocros hit him with an arrow in the shining belt that encircled his chest to hold the man-covering shield. But Zeus brushed the death spirits from his son, and would not let him be killed there beside the ship's sterns. And Aias, plunging upon him, stabbed at the shield, but the spearhead did not pass clean through. Still, he pounded him back in his fury, so that he gave back a little space from the battlement, and yet not utterly gave way, since his heart was still hopeful of winning glory. He whirled about and called to the godlike Lycians, "Lycians, why do you thus let go of your furious valor? It is a hard thing for me, strong as I am, to break down the wall single-handed and open a path to the vessels. Come on with me, then. This work is better if many do it."
So he spoke, and they, awed at the reproach of their leader, put on the pressure of more weight around their lord of the councils. And on the other side, the Argives stiffened their battalions inside the wall, and a huge fight developed between the two sides. For neither could the powerful Lycians break into the rampart of the Danaans, and so open a path through to the vessels, nor had the Danaan spearmen strength to push back the Lycians from the rampart once they had won a place close under it. But as two men with measuring ropes in their hands fight bitterly about a boundary line at the meeting place of two cornfields, and the two of them fight in the straight place over the rights of division, so the battlements held these armies apart, and across them they hewed at each other, and at the ox-hide shields strong circled, guarding men's chests, and at the fluttering straps of the guard skins. Many were torn in their white flesh by the bronze without pity, whenever one of the fighters, turning aside, laid bare his back, and many were struck with the spear carried clean through the shield. Everywhere the battlements and the bastions were awash with men's blood, shed from both sides, Achaean and Trojan. But even so, they could not drive panic among the Achaeans, but held evenly as the scales which a careful widow holds, taking it by the balance beam, and weighs her wool evenly at either end, working to win a pitiful wage for her children. So the battles fought by both sides were pulled fast, and even until that time when Zeus gave the greater glory to Hector, Priam's son, who was the first to break into the wall of the Achaeans. For he lifted his voice, and calling in a piercing cry to the Trojans, "Rise up, Trojans, breakers of horses, and wreck the ramparts of the Argives, and let loose the inhuman fire on their vessels." So he spoke, driving them on, and they all gave ear to him, and steered against the wall in a pack, and at once, gripping still their edged spears, caught and swarmed up the wall's projections. Meanwhile, Hector snatched up a stone that stood before the gates and carried it along. It was blunt-massed at the base, but the upper end was sharp. 2 men, the best in all a community, could not easily hoist it up from the ground to a wagon, of such as men are now, but he alone lifted it and shook it, as the son of devious devising Cronos made it light for him. As when a shepherd easily carries the fleece of a wether, picking it up with one hand, and little is the burden weighing him, so Hector, lifting the stone, carried it straight for the door leaves which filled the gate ponderously, close fitting together. They were high and twofold, and double bar doors on the inside overlapping each other closed it, and a single pin bolt secured them. He came and stood very close, and taking a strong wide stance, threw at the middle, leaning into the throw that the cast might not lack force, and smashed the hinges at either side, and the stone crashed ponderously in, and the gates groaned deep, and the door bars could not hold. But the leaves were smashed to a wreckage of splinters under the stone's impact. Then glorious Hector burst in with a dark face like sudden night, but he shone with the ghastly glitter of bronze that girded his skin, and carried 2 spears in his hands. No one could have stood up against him and stopped him, except the gods, when he burst in the gates and his eyes flashed fire. Whirling, he called out across the battle to the Trojans to climb over the wall, and they obeyed his urgency. Immediately, some swarmed over the wall, while others swept in through the rock gateways, and the Danaans scattered in terror among their hollow ships, and clamor incessant rose up.